Hello. ხართ. კარგად, რა ვახართ. გაუშვებ ხა ცოტა ხანს მე დაიწყება თუ არა.
I don't think anyone from our team thinking like this. It's basically we treat every opponents like obviously not obviously like Vita, but like a good opponent. Yeah. We are not underestimating them, and then we will play every game the same, I would say.
Okay, all right, nothing fun now. I thought, yeah, we're gonna own all the noobs, and then
we can go to this guy if you want to roll.
Well, here's the thing. Let me have a chat with this guy, mate. You're the best ancient player in the world, but you can't play ancient against Vitality. Isn't that a fucked up situation?
Vitality PC games და ნავი patient was.
I reckon we make a rule Vitality can't ban ancient against Navi.
To be honest, bro, we said like if they think that they're the best team, they need to pick ancient versus us.
You should say that publicly. Get in their heads.
I say to Flames in elevator.
Yeah, but get on the news, mate. Say it out there.
We can say to them like, okay, you don't ban ancient, we don't ban overpass.
There you go. I pick overpass and we pick ancient.
Okay, nice. Let's do it.
We all have this.
Let's do it here.
We can.
All right, in the final.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, Alex, you happy with that?
Fair enough.
All right, nice, cool.
At least one map we take it.
Oh, that's great. All right, cool. Guys, we solved it. We've solved it. We'll see the final. We'll sort it out. We'll play ancient. It'll be great. Boys, I'm going to get out of the way because I feel like I'm blocking it. But thank you for your time, sir. And listen, mate.
Yes, good luck.
Thank you.
John speaks about improvement as of late, good practice. You feel the same?
Yeah, I feel like we're playing practice.
Yeah, you're playing practice. Is it going well?
Playing, yeah.
Good or bad or just practice?
Amazing.
Amazing practice. Okay. Nav told me that all the teams here are gonna play hard. You think so too?
Play what?
Play hard.
Play hard?
Yeah.
No, maybe.
What does it mean? What does it mean to play hard?
A lot of intensity, I guess.
Yeah.
Doing their best. We're also gonna play hard in that case.
You're gonna do your best.
Yes.
And you're gonna play hard.
Yes.
Does that mean Liquid will make the playoff?
Win the event. Yeah.
Win the event.
Of course.
I like that confidence.
Always.
Always. Even though that Mario didn't show up today.
It's fine. Like he's set up.
He's set up. He's over there. Well, you heard it here first. Liquid are going to win IEM Atlanta. Maybe they will.
Yumi, my name is Stunna. Obviously, we jump into the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta. Yumi, tell me you're excited about it, man.
I am. I mean, this is my first ever Intel Extreme Masters, and I believe it's Atlanta's first Intel Extreme Masters as well. And they have been graced with so many different products over the years that have enabled Counter-Strike, that have enabled teams and players to get their first leg up in the calendar.
And you know what? We could probably dive down that path, but what about this year, man? I'm tired of America sucking in Counter-Strike. So what are we looking at this time around?
Well, we have two American teams that are both going to be in attendance of the major. We have an NRG that are looking like domestically they're doing quite well. An MAC that last year in Atlanta at DreamHack Knockout were able to win the trophy there. And so we have a couple of budding American projects that have teams rally behind them, and a Liquid that have a divided fan base, let's say.
Yeah, divided fan base. I think at the very least for Liquid. No, but yeah, just to touch back on it, I think there are a lot of teams here, a lot of teams that we're excited to see. I mean, you've got the likes of non-American teams as well. You're looking at, say, BC Game, for example. Everyone wants to know what Simple's doing. Everyone wants to know how that goes with Electronic in the server, if they find that foothold that they're so desperately looking for. Overall, though, question marks still arise. Where for you?
I mean, we have a FaZe as well that are becoming, I mean, they have always been fan favorites, but this new project with a shift in in-game leaders, with Natus coming in as a stand-in, they impressed a lot of people at Fort Worth. And so for them and their Americas tour, FaZe are going to continue to be this fan favorite moving forward, and I'm kind of excited to see what comes next for them.
And, you know, we have known teams here that are, you know, world-renowned. When I say known teams, I'm talking the best one, as if they need an introduction. They go by the team Vitality. Ironically, Vitality did find some footing here several years ago, and that being Zywoo's first kickoff into the international scene.
Yeah, I mean, I think America and Atlanta and a lot of cities across America have done a great job of serving as a springboard for the rest of the circuit. It gives you a sign of things to come. Whether that's Zywin's first international tournament, whether that's Astralis and the start of what ended up being a 4-major run, albeit from the first major in E-League Atlanta to the FaZe London major. It took them about 20 months to really find their feet, but that became their own era after that point.
Yeah, and the Fox Theater just down the street was definitely rocking for all of that. Shout out KRB. I don't know if you're watching, but up to some good around here. So overall, though, when we look at this big picture tournament here, you got to put your money where your mouth is. And what is that?
Well, if I have to put my money where my mouth is, I'm really hoping that IEM Atlanta can serve as some kind of an opportunity for a lot of teams on the lower level. Yes, we have Vitality. Yes, we have a Navi that are, like we were rising up those steps, have certainly risen throughout the Counter-Strike calendar as well. And when we think about those two teams and the 11 teams that are also going to be at the IEM Cologne Major in less than 22 days, those teams have to dare to dream. We have seen how good American soil has been for the teams that dare to dream, whether that's a Cloud9 that make the biggest major comeback and underdog story of all time in Boston, or whether that's a FlyQuest that never won an international tournament until they found themselves at an ESL Challenger Atlanta. When we think about those teams that dare to dream and the 11 teams that sit beneath both Vitality and Navi, we can only hope that Vitality don't become a nightmare.
Yeah, if they're not your nightmare already, they might be here real soon. Cologne just around the corner. We're in Atlanta now, and it's the Intel Extreme Masters. Yumi, let's kick it off.
Oh, Mercedes is going oh. Now it's Putuchina დავიწყოთ test. It's მაგას ვფიქრობ, რომ Navi Vitality ისევ იქნება ფინალი. თუ ერთმანეთს არ გადაეკვეთნენ პლეიოფში, რაც ნაკლებად სავარაუდოა, იმიტომ რომ ერთ ჯგუფში არიან. არ არიან ერთ ჯგუფში, რომ შეიძლება გადაეკვეთონ. კარგად, შერავა. მოგესწრები დავალაიქოთ, ახლა გამოვიწევთ ეს. არა, ასტანასა. მაგრამ ასტანა რა თქვა? შემდეგი თვე ივნისი დაიწყება თუ არ წამოდი 2 ივნისიდან. სტრიმებს უნდა მოვჩეთ ის ბოლოს შენ. არა, best of 5-ში აზრი არ აქვს, არა ჩემი აზრით Vitality-სთან, იმიტომ რომ დაბანავს ეგრევე იმას, რა ქვია, Ancients და მიდი და ეთამაშე ნებისმიერი მაპი. ერთი მაპი, რომელშიც შეგიძლია რეალურად რომ მოუგო Vitality-ს არის ალბათ Mirage რა. აი, ძალიან ცუდად თამაშობენ Mirage. Mirage-საც თუ არ გაუპიკავ და არ მოუგებ, რავი, რა უნდა მოუგო, მაშინ ვერ ხვდები. გართული იქნება. აუ წინა რა გქონდა? Rio, ხო, Rio ჩავსტრიმეთ წინა.
Payne sitting across from FaZe. Safe? Do you feel safe?
I guess so.
Let's talk about playing against FaZe today. What are you guys expecting to jump in server? I know you guys are on an upswing right now. A lot of matches in a row put together. So when you play against FaZe, what are you expecting?
Just they're a really good team, of course. They have really good individual players. So just looking forward for this match. I know it's been a long time since I'm on the server. Yeah. But just looking forward for this matchup.
Talk to me about your team and the change of opera role. Let's talk a little bit about that from the Payne side.
I guess we just, we had like 2 weeks of practice, something like this, just trying to figure out, fit me into the system. And yeah, I mean, I don't think there's too much to change,
But
I'm just trying to help Bigu a lot, inside the server with calls and things like this. And yeah.
Is it as difficult as it sounds? Trying to help guide the ship, try to help steer the boat?
It is, because you have more responsibilities, but I think I like this way, and not being in control, but being able to help more your teammates. So yeah.
So let me ask you this: you've been to Atlanta before?
No, it's the first time.
What do you think? Is it hot outside?
Not as hot as in Brazil, you know, but it's okay. You know, it's been nice since we've been here.
Well, we'll be stuck inside all day anyway, so that's okay. Anything you want to say before we get this game started?
Just say hi to the fans and thanks for the support. And yeah.
Easy as that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Atlanta, or should I say, Intel Extreme Masters Aurora, all right? We haven't been giving this team the love they deserve in our trailers, everyone. I understand it's a tough one. We've got lots of complaints. The phone's ringing off the hook. We need to remedy that right here, right now. I want in-game cutscenes. I need hero shots. I need the highlights of all of these players at the very top. We need to push this to a new degree for the Turkish fans.
Chad, Aurora aren't in Atlanta.
Oh, let's just proceed as normal then.
ეს რა მომენტი იყო ბიჭო. აუ რა გაუკეთეს თვითონ რა ჰაილაითი გაუკეთეს სულადო. კი გავსტრიბოთ. Natus. Alright, sorry, fragmuja. Opa, huksi. ალბათ იაფიან დანებში ყველაზე კაი ჰანცმენია. კლასიკ ნაით. ლოგიტექის სუპერ სპიდ რაღაც ეგეთი რაღაცა. არ მახსოვს ზუსტად.
Good morning.
მეორე რა კაი super light თუ რაღაც ეგეთი
United States of America. We've got FaZe.
მაგარი ყლეს სახელებითი აი მენ აი. ლოგიტექში მენა მაგ სახელებში მენა.
Into a game we haven't got to see in a while, you know. We haven't seen Pain. We haven't really got to see them for a long time at this point. We got to see FaZe just last week, so we know what to expect from them, but this is an exciting matchup for me.
Well, I think I don't know if we know what to expect out of FaZe, but we certainly saw like they still have some power in there. So I think this is one of those events where you look to see them replicate some of those things and start building up some of the fundamentals of the team for Pain. A squad that we were really high on for a while. They dropped out of like kind of the invite bubble earlier this year. They were at some of the events to start the year super high, but they had some good things going at various points. Yeah. But falling out of the invite bubble, they had a couple very poor performances at events to start the year, not placing at events like Krakow, having a tough time at Cluj. It's been a minute since we've seen them. I haven't seen them since ESL Pro League Stage 2. So since then, they've been, I was looking at it earlier, the last 11 games they played have all been against South American competition over the course of the past 8-9 weeks. So it's been a while since they faced off against top competition.
Well, we have obviously seen FaZe last week in Fort Worth, made a surprising run into the playoffs. We're competitive over that, beat G2.
Wasn't too shabby, was it?
Let's see if FaZe can kick it off here in Atlanta with that same kind of success that they got out in Texas. It's going to be hard to expect FaZe to do great things in the competition again. I'll come into every tournament and say that, but against Pain, definitely you got to say FaZe should be favorites here.
I just heard from August of last year, so it's been a minute for him inside the server and an official as well. So I expect a little bit of rust in that regard for Pain and for Safe. Good information, peeking deep in. Safe spotted a couple players top mid. Now he's going to have to be forced into a passive position.
Not the best welcome back, is it? Well, immediately getting dinked down to 37 HP. Now we've got Period Jr. moving forward. Catches Twist. Jewel Blood is good for the kill. Then Jacob able to respond.
Yeah, frustrating that you get the gush, but you can't complete the kill. The duel is able to turn it right back on you. And there's the boost up. Good job from Big Uzera. So FaZe going to start strolling up short. There's a flash setup.
Flash goes in. It's still an advantage for Pain Gaming, but doable here for FaZe. We'll see if Jacob and Frozen can pull this off. Grouped up together. And Frozen, first shot. Safe dead. Another one be found. Big Vincere going down this time to Jacob. So FaZe are turning this pistol back in their favor, and now Snow has to come in and win it on his own.
I think he's been spotted as well. Missed the initial jump, and you could see Frozen back all the way offshore. Yeah, they know exactly where he's coming from. So good luck, Snow. Stuck behind the smoke, and that'll be a pistol for FaZe most likely.
Yeah, Snow just trying to jump over the top of the smoke. He'll take tag, and at this point, FaZe should not let it go. Jacob, even at range, with the drop, Barella is able to take it. And I've got to speak with NKJ. I was telling him that I really enjoyed seeing the energy brought to the server when we was back in Fort Worth. You know, we got to do a lot of listenings and see that very high energy coach, which obviously is different than what we've seen over the years for FaZe with Neo at the helmet.
Neo and even Robin before that as well. Both relatively chill guys compared to NKJ. Yeah, I remember speaking with the FaZe management in Fort Worth after Blast and talking to them about it, and it was one of the things where they mentioned, like, it wasn't just the Counter-Strike side of things, which is obviously critically important, but just in terms of the kind of energy and attitude he's going to bring in with his unit. So they felt like they got a guy who can bring some energy, which obviously they felt was going to be necessary for the squad. Opening kill for the Deagle of VSM. That's out towards Long Cave. Scout's going to get an additional
Anton, მე რეიცი აქენი შენი face-ით ის ჩამიგდე რა ქვია ლინკი Discord-ში პირადში.
Softened up that can be cleaned up with ease later on by the pistols. Huge advantage to
ხო თამაშო face-ით თუ არ თამაშო?
Yeah, not happy about that. Brokey just taking a moment to pause and reflect as Natus and Brokey both low. Jacob already gone.
ახლა მოცემულობით შე რო თამაშობდე რომელ გუნდში თამაშობდი. ბიჭო, აი ხა ჩემი სკილით ეხა რაც მაქვს და რასაც გავქაჩავდი, რავი, ენქორს გავქაჩავდი ალბათ. რავი. ოპოწლი როგორ დარჩა.
Kind of surprised Twist pushed in there. I thought he'd be looking maybe for like an early flank for someone to like kind of push
ალბათ
that timing, regardless.
ალკონებში ჩოულებრივ რა, TSS-ს მაგილოთ, აი ჩოულებრივ.
30 HP or less, and this looks like a save. Straight up, FaZe want nothing to do with this round any longer. So Galil brought forward on the hands of Brokey and Frozen, but they get stalled out in round 2 by VSM's Deagle and the Scout of Safe.
And VSM gets a reward as well, right? He gets the AK-47 picked up. So you lose your best weapon as well if you're FaZe over to the CT's hands. So you go from having
ნახოთ დღეს აბა ორი CS:GO-ს GOAT-ის და total GOAT-ი უმებიან ერთმანეთს და ნახოთ იმ
Yeah, your head run in the bathroom.
Maybe even stepping on the Lego.
ეს უფრო ჰაიტო ეს რა თქმა უნდა, bro.
So for FaZe, a sad story actually, considering they won pistol. And let's see if Payne can make
a run ტურნირები ჩათვალე ყოველთვის მაღალი დონე არის.
Well in this series, as FaZe, we've seen them enjoy going here. This is a map that did well for them back in Fort Worth as well.
ასეივები ბიჭო.
So yeah, Dust 2, the opening map, Anubis, the second map pick. Payne choose that one. They looked over at the experience of FaZe on the map. 5 times they've played Anubis, 0 times they've won it. They wanted to head in that direction. Mirage is going to be the decider if we get all the way to 3.
I feel like Payne will be pretty happy with the veto though, right?
Dust 2 is always been
like to call on, like to play. Not necessarily always the greatest results through every version of the roster, but it's been a map that Payne have always been willing to go to, sometimes picking it themselves, and Anubis coming up as their pick is in the follow-up. I think they'll be pretty happy with the veto they've got against FaZe.
Especially two teams kind of trying to piece things together, right? New coach, new IGL over for FaZe. Natus coming in, standing in, potentially trying to work for a position.
ბირაში დააფეიქეს ჭიდრებმა და სად ჩამოვიდნენ. აუ, რა უქნა სნოუმტო. რაღაცა აქ მაგ მითუბის მოკის დაგდება, სო კაცი აქაა და პლუს ნეიდი სახეში. ნახე და რა კარგად დააზრა ბიგულზე რომ ზემო.
Twist going to be gone, and this round fizzles out extremely quickly towards the end. So
wow.
2-1 lead here for Payne Gaming.
ანუ FaZe შეიძლება აიკუზოს.
A lot of money obviously here for FaZe, so very likely to be 3-1 in the lead here for Payne.
That looked a little.
რავი, FaZe-ით უნდა ითამაშო ბევრი. მაგრამ FaZe-იდან არ აგიყვანენ ეგრე, FaZe-ზე ბევრი მოთამაშეა ეგეთი რა. გუნდში უნდა გაიჩითო თავი და რაღაცა დაბალი დონის გუნდში. მე იმ გუნდით რაღაცას უნდა მიაღწიო. მე იმ გუნდიდან სხვა გუნდში უნდა გადაიყვან და ასე შემდეგ, როგორც ხდება ფეხბურთში რა. ისე სხვანაირად არ ხდება რა. ესე პროსტო რო აგიყვანონ ნაკლებად.
Accomplishments they want to achieve over the next few events here, and
Cheni skill უნდა ანახო რეალურად გუნდში როგორი ხარ, თორე იქ FaZe-ზე რო მაღალი ელო ხარ კიდიათ რა.
Team that are just in free fall, not making the major, so falling out of the invite pool. And then over in Fort Worth, it seemed like it could be a complete disaster, because if they don't get any wins there, then their ranking is so low, they're just going to be out of contention for.
And they got some lovely upsets there for the VRS points.
Yes, they really
did.
It can change pretty quickly though, like because there's a lot of games over in Astana at this point.
Yes.
And with that format, those underdog teams as well are going to get a lot of games, a lot of chances to win points in the VRS system. So you can fall spots very quickly.
Იცი ვინ მაინტერესებს? ამ ტურნირზე ფუტი არის მე მგონი, ხო? ეგ მაინტერესებს კიდე რას იზავენ? ძალიან თან.
I mean for FaZe it's just
მაგრად მე სიმპათიურება ეგ გუნდი რა, აი ძალიან.
And just stay high enough, keep your head above water, you don't drown.
Well, especially for players that have the level of experience the FaZe guys do, you don't want to be put in a situation that Payne is going through right now, which is you fell completely out of the invite bubble.
ეგენი ძალიან მაგრად მე სიმპათიურებიან.
1v1 events,
Yes.
and now it's going to,
ნახოთ,
you're
აბა რა
trying to work
სიზავენ.
yourself back in. For FaZe, for those players, that's a disaster.
Well, it's a disaster as well for FaZe overall, because then what if you're out of the invite bubble, then what intentions, or rather incentives, does Frozen have to want to stay in the team, you know?
Sure. Well, they're going to try and work themselves back into the best situation possible as the major looms around the corner, and then Season 2 will be set to begin afterwards. Season 2 of 2026. So trying to do everything they can to kind of bolster their position going into this the off stretch.
We got a buy coming back for FaZe, so the rifles are going to come on out. There'll be no AWP for Bro.
კი, კაი IGL-ია და ჩემი აზრით, ეხლა IGL-ებში ყველაზე მაგარი სკილი მაგას აქვს როლის რა.
Ooh, unrivaled.
რო შეხედო ეხლა IGL-ებს ყველაზე მაგარი სკილი მაგას აქვს. ეს ბავშვების გუნდი რო გააკეთო, მგონია რომ კაი მწვრთნელი იქნება.
Utility's fine for the FaZe side of things more than anything. Let's see what this one looks like. I think the last two, round 2, round 3.
ჯერ არ მინდა bro. მაგის დრო ყოველთვის იქნება, ანუ coach რო მწვრთნელი რო გაიჩიტო მაგის დრო ყოველთვის იქნება, ანუ ასაკი ხო აღარ აქვს უკვე მწვრთნელს რავი. ვარ გაბერდი და გამოყლევდი, დარში ყველაფერი კარგად იქნება. არა აქვს შეიძლება მწვრთნელი ასაკში იქნება. ვერ მაცადე, მაიცადე. დამაბერებ კლავ.
It didn't touch the corner of where the boosts were, so both players were happy to kind of stand there as the flames burned. FaZe turning that corner. Twist might have thought that that was going to be an angle that wasn't even something he had to worry about. Didn't hear the ticks of the Molotov and completely punished. So piece of utility causing issues for FaZe. Now they move into catwalk control.
No crazy არ ყავთ? ვინ თქვა არ ყავთო? ხო რა კაი პოპია. კარგი ფლეშები გაგუდა იმენა ლონგის ბიგუზე რა იმენა. აუ ამის კროშე იმაზე ვი მოდელზე გიჟდები. ვა, როგორ გახბოდა და გასტეპა მან.
And Jacob wins out on top of it. So Plant going to be coming through. And a 4v4 because now they fight long and there's nowhere to run.
ვაიმე Frozen არ გეკადრება შენ თავს ვიცავა რაც მე შენ გაქე. ოი რა კაი ფლენკი იყო ბრავო. ჩვენ ძმებო სად მოდიხარ?
Yeah, there's a brilliant play from Natus.
Exactly how it's drawn up. Very, very passionate due to the success on the, or excuse me, very, very patient due to the success on the catwalk entry. That was cool too. I like seeing that kind of attitude out of Frozen, right? 4v5, he drops a Molotov, he extinguishes it immediately, runs through his own smoke. He really messes with the timing that Pain think they're not really prepared for an attack to begin at that point. So he gains a lot really quickly for pretty cheap.
ვა, აბა უნდა იყავდეთო.
No utility really.
ალბათ გაიფაქტა რა 4 იყო ეგნაბაზარი ბავშვია რა. რობა 14 ლაიქით ასე ავიდეთ. იმან გასტეპა უოჭელი სნომ რა რაუნდი წააგო რა მაგარი ბავშვია.
Setting on the chair, Jason, on our new autofill chairs. It's pretty sick.
Pretty sick?
Yeah.
და ვინდადო 6 რაუნდით რომ მოუგებსო?
I haven't touched it.
Salam,
I'm
salam,
work
bro.
on it later. I don't want to be distracted, you know?
13 არა. 13 არ ვფიქრობ, მაგრამ
Probably could just crank it on.
გადაულიან და 6 რაუნდის სხვაობით მოუგებენო და მეტით მოუგებენ და 6 რა.
He tries to fight with his AWP, he carried over. Looking out towards the top mid boxes. He's going to look into lower now instead.
არა 13 თოლის ისინი ხوار არიან რა ქვია.
On how long you can stick around in that short peak. So he'll retreat. He'll change up his position and go towards long.
Good damage though. Good chip damage onto Frozen, brought down to 37.
ო უოჭელი ამოუგდეს არ პრაკზე რა. How to hack Boston filial.
Haven't really seen them attack directly at the B bomb site or long yet in these
first 5 rounds of play. Maps where Map imena shansia ya.
DSM and Safe both aggressive out towards long on the
defense. Mapi tu წააგეს და Mapi tu მოუგეს საღოლ და რავი ძმო. მაშინ simple უნდა გაგიჟდეს და რავი 40 კაცი მოკლა.
Remaining in round 6. FaZe yet to make a move.
Oh, it's just
and Frozen sends them forward. Molotov this time is good on the ledge, but no one's there. So they've got the short control they've been looking for here, FaZe. And they've got some time to work with, 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's always the point of the round where you're saying, have we do we want to fall into a mid to B split? Have we applied enough pressure to make that weakness? Is the previous success off catwalk going to be able to prime them to have more attention on short? They're coming right through.
Here they go. VSM steps up to the mark, but Twist's able to knock him on his ass. You're not got big Vincere waiting inside of the site. 18 seconds on the clock here for FaZe, and they're not getting towards the site here. They start to fall back.
Oh, Ramagari round გაუთამაშეს, მაგრამ დრო საკეთებენ.
And it's not in the right position to get to a ball site. So disappointingly, FaZe look like they're in the better position in the player department, but just not with the time on their side.
You know, that round, I mean, obviously it sucks and it's a big gut wrench for FaZe, but I think if you're NKJ behind them, like those kinds of round losses you can live with, because that tactic actually looked really cool from a strategic sense, right? You had like really measured kind of controlled aggression on short to take the attention, make it feel like a set piece and an execute, and then you had your lurker in mid and your lurker at the B bomb site open up the other side of the map. Obviously, with the time running out, it sucks and you lose the round and it looks a little bit silly. But you'll take those round losses because the plan worked, and this is a new team coming together with an IGL that's not super experienced, so that kind of stuff is going to improve and get put in its place as time goes on. I think you just got to be happy at the moment that the tactic actually worked straight up. That's the conversation right now. Down 2-4.
They're just coming back into this. Let's see what Pierogi has available right now, only with the Tech 9 in hand. But the rifles out for the rest, two of which are Galil's.
ხო შეიძლება მაშინ ყავთ ეს რა ქვია. ეს ეყოლებათ მოუქრაისი კი. ნახავთ რა კაროჩე რა აგერ არა ვართ 10 საათზე გავიგებთ ყავთ თუ არა რას მეშვებით რო გითხავთ. სტრიმი დაალაიქეთ 100 ლაიქს ავიდეთ დალშე.
You don't get the extra bonus money to drop everything over. So yeah, economy's been a bit of a struggle to get settled down if you're on the FaZe side of things. A lot of Galils in play.
მოუხოდავთ მალე მე და ელსი საერთო ლაივს Bytelabs-დან. რაღაც პატარა ჩელენჯებიც იქნება.
CT side, they want to see what's going on in Upper Dark. Furia sees nothing with that flashbang. Meanwhile, Natus and Broky are able to call out that piece of information that B tunnels was just cleared.
ამათ მერია ბისის თამაში კი ბრატან. აცერა უფრო ესენი როგორც ой დაინძრა უეჭველი გამოჩნდებოდა. მან როგორ ვერ მიხვდა ხარ რაღაცას დაუნახავდა და მენა იასნი ეს რა ის არის ყველაზე მაგარი სტრატი რა play მენა რა ახლდან მოლოტოვით.
Like they might be able to get a move on in front of that utility, but they decide to hang behind it. Safe is starting to pick them apart, so happy to be back inside of the server.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's been gone for 6 months.
It really doesn't. Picked up right where he left off.
Might even be longer than that. I think it's closer to like 9
months. Ara დალოქილია B3 კაცს ეს თუ გაიტანეს რა. ხელები ამიწევია. წად დაასეივეთ მაო. წად დაასეივეთ მაო. წად. შო, აზრი აღარ აქვს სე.
Yeah.
Look at VSM though. He's already pushed out.
They უკეთ ისპაუნში არის შეხედე.
Like they just stalled you out at the B bomb site. You're not going to want to go through that. I will come back and cut some of this off.
Here we
go. ხო ხტები როას.
Going to be sort of ruthless here. Jacob at least detecting him early enough. VSM goes back into the fight. At least one of them.
კიდე დროში მოკვდა და მე არ მოკვდა.
Broky hasn't even got his hands on a better weapon here.
Yeah, he missed the AK-47.
ამის მერე ბოტკინა იმენა ბოტკინა მაპი მოდის სეჩი ეგუნა შევარქვათ მაგას.
Now for FaZe, it's headed in the wrong direction quite obviously. And
FaZe სამა ბიჭო რა ვიცი აბა ბომბს თუ დადებენ აი აქ უეჭველი დამწვარი თემა იყო დაჟე ეგრე რომ არ მოეკლა ახლოს რომ მისულიყო კედელთან უფრო მაგრა დაინახავდა ტიპი просто ეგეთი რაღაცები ხანდახან როგორ ეშლებათ ხოლმე აი ვერ ხვდები როგორ ჩაიჭო FaZe მაგრამ რა გუნდი იყო ვერ ვიჯერებდა ანჯერეინას გაშვება რა იყო I
this is still the one.
Вообще FaZe ორგანიზაციას დაინძრა ხომ მთლიანად.
Fort Worth as well that they're going to have to kind of figure out is it feels like sometimes the
CS:GO-ს გუნდი რა CS:GO-ს გუნდი როგორ ყავთ.
Rely a lot on individual decision making and initiative rather than like a great consistent plan round after round.
But the crazy part is something we learned last week is that FaZe can be
ბოტკინა მაპია ძმა სამჯერ ვითამაშე და თვალები გამიყვითლდა. იმაზე ვღადაობდი მეთქი ბარშობაში მანდარინი არ ჭამო ბევრიო გაყვითლდებიო თუ რაღაც გაყვითლება და გემართებაო. მაგაზე ვღადაობდი წინაზე და ბოტკინა მაპი შეერქვა.
Yeah. Safe is going to be looking up towards top middle.
თავისი არის აი მკვლელობა გააკალდა აი FaZe და აი ზუსტად აი მსო ბედნიერები არიან.
Smoke down towards the double doors. Twist, Broky and Jacob 3 versus 4. Vincere playing real passive back towards Goose. There's some real estate up short to work with. VSM has got to worry about long and short to help his team.
რაც მეიჟორი მოიგეს მაგის მერე.
Definitely no long lurk in this round. And he'll see all three and call it out. Well done from VSM and Big Vincere. Double peak, and they handle the business. The attack.
FaZe უნდა გაასწროს FaZe. აი TSS-ას აი ხო ყურე TSS-ას გაუშვებდი. TSS-ას გაუშვებდი იმიდან რა ქვია Falcon-იდან და დავიმატებდი FaZe-ს და ეგ გუნდი მოიგებს ყველაფერს მაგრამ გეუნები. ეგ ტრანსფერი თუ არ გააკეთა Falcon-მა რა ვიდიოტები იქნებიან. ერთი 10 მილიონი რო დავახარჯოთ Falcon-ს რომ რამე ქნანს მე ხო? გეხოცები. ტურნირი მოვაგებინოთ რამენაირად Falcon-ს თო? ვარ დაუდონატოთ მაგ ჩემისებს თუ არ გაკოტრდეს მე რავი. ბარემ დონკაც ნიკოს მაგირა და ეგა.
We'll see what kind of reaction FaZe make based on that. So they've got the smoke out blocking the mid doors. They'll start moving up through Cat. Safe is drifted over. Now it's CT Spawn with his op.
It's going to be interesting to see how he decides to play this round safe because the second op is Snow over at the A rail. So it almost feels like
Rob's ვერ დაიჭრა და მეორე საუკეთესო ენკორი ლარკი ალბათ პროზენა არის რა.
Strong of a defense as you'd like. So Safe's going to stick around and maintain that presence over in middle.
მაგ პოზიციებზე მის თამაშობს თორე იმაზე მეზია ჩემი აზრით მეზი არის მეორე.
They might not even believe that Snow, they don't know about the double op setup yet.
მაგრამ კონკრეტულად მის რა ქვია Rob's პოზიციებს მის თამაშობს. მეორე ჩემთვის ალბათ კი არა FaZe-ნა.
You don't see this all the time, especially in these kind of positions, but really thinking FaZe are going to be going towards the A bomb site. They've got 45 seconds left.
The real issue is the drop down into the mid to B.
ოტო იცი რა არის ყოველი $5 არის ერთი შილდი რა. ანუ შენ გავარდნის დრო რომ მოვა ანუ მეორე $5 თუ გაქვს შეტანილი შილდი გაქვს და ის შილდი გიტყდება. ეგეთი რაღაც დაამატეს ადრე არ იყო რა.
Down the trade is frozen, so Pyria has to go massive, otherwise this round is done. Oh, the bomb's gone down though. They have to pick that up, have to scoop the bomb back up and get it into the site. No one's doing it.
ნიდით ბიჭო ეს რაუნდი მაინც არა შეიძლება სათმოკლა კაც
FaZe about to lose this round. Frozen's got to get to the bomb and he's trying to get there through the doors. 9 seconds left and he's made it.
ასტრებს დადება ასტრებს მაგრამ ეგრევე გაურაშავენ. ტყუები გადატენილი აქვს.
Flashes go up into the sky and Frozen with the reload.
ვახ ჩემი ბიჭო სათმოკლა უვეპენ კაციტო. ეს როგორ მოპუტკუნებულა? Snow რა კაცია როგორი მოპუტკუნებულია რა ჭამეს ბრაზილიაში ბრაზილიური თურიკები ხო ჭამ.
Yeah, that's the critical impact kill, isn't it? You said he had to go massive. Doesn't actually have to. Just
როგორი მოპუტკუნებული იჭდა.
Going to the window, he missed that.
ჩადმოკლა ის თუ.
And then those AWPs, while they suck at rotating over and trying to retake that space, perfect if you would just want to take some shots around the edges for it as they try and pick up the bomb and scramble into the site. That is a huge round win that you've just snatched away if you're paying, and now FaZe have to be feeling horrible.
Obroki magra charged again and
yeah, that started to feel like the way out. That started to feel like, okay, finally we've broken back into a round victory. And then you start bringing up what you said, which is the fact, you know, pain of investing in the double up setup. It's heavy, it's expensive. Maybe it starts to weaken them towards the end of the half here.
Well, they've switched away from it now that the second op was actually spotted on the field. Snow drops it, happy to just kind of relinquish the AWP and picks up an AK-47. So transitioning back.
But please, we need to step the fuck up and play our game, okay?
Yep. All right. So
simple, really.
Yeah. Simple but not easy.
Yeah.
FPS თამაშებისთვის თუ გინდა 24.5-იანი იყიდე და თუ არა მაშინ რავი რომელიც გინდა single player-ებისთვის თუ გინდა მე მომრგვალებულს ვიყიდიდი ანუ arcs რო აკეთებს ქურდს რასაც ეძახიან მაგ მონიტორს დავითრავდი მარტო single player-ებისთვის რომ მინდოდეს მაგრამ counter-ისთვის 24.5 არის ყველაზე იდეალური actually loves the phases just are it's bro
force phase back. We'll start making their way through the lower tunnels. Safe has been all over the place, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been all across the map. It's been really cool seeing him be that kind of proactive and changing up his position against FaZe. Middle a number of times, got some opening kills off short, now playing out towards long.
რაც მე $5 არა მეტს არა 5 ჯერ შეგიძლია მარტო ანუ 5 შილდი გექნება მაქსიმუმ მეტი არ Discord-ში არის ძმებო და არის გათამაშება ჩემ Discord-ში აგერ ანტონიმ დაწერა ლინკი და გადადით და გაეცანით წესებს როგორ უნდა მივიღოთ. ოუ, დონკასის გამახსენდა გუშინ. სად გაყვატით? მეგონი აქ მეგონი კი არა და Pain მოვგებს აქეთ 2-0 სამუბედურებს.
This is really surprising to see Pain playing at this level and really just outclassing
FaZe.
FaZe.
არ ვიცი, მაგრამ დიდი სიამოვნებით ნახავდი სამაპს მან. მაგრამ იცი როგორი შანსია მაგის, აი არ ვიცი.
And doing some really cool things. I think now that you've had some time, they're probably trying to institute some things. As I watch this, I feel like if we talk to Pain after the fact, I think they have to feel like this has been an easy game for them to read. There's nothing too crazy, right? When they throw the catwalk railing smokes, generally they're coming catwalk. This one, they get two players out middle, you hear the footsteps, double smoke in CT, you know where they're coming. I feel like Pain is just having an easy time getting a step ahead.
ხოობა ავტომატურად ხოობა არის გიწერია რაც არის ხოობა და 241 და 600 თუ იყიდი და 240 FPS-ი გექნება ვერანაირის ხოობას ვერ იგრძნო. FPS-ი არის მან დამოკიდებული. რამდენი ჰერციც გაქვს მინიმუმ იმდენი FPS-ი გჭირდება რომ ის მონიტორი შეიგრძნო კარგად.
FaZe have found one opening kill in this half of play that was Twist.
Bicho, 13 როგორ წააგეს, bicho. და ტიპები ვაფშე ეს 9-0 რა ხოძია, იმაში გავიდნენ რა ქვია. პლეი-ოფში გავიდნენ ტიპები აზე ხა? ნახსად ეტენება რა ხვარი იგროკია ვიღაცა. ირანია რა დღეშია თო.
No chance in this first half. This is just insane.
Yeah, no one's taking easy cheap deaths as well from Pain. So you're not even getting easy equalizers to try and, contend for anything. Bombs dropped all the way back in the tunnel, so Frozen's got to disappear shortly with his own devices.
Epapoto, animati ai FaZe speaking. Oh, Ross.
And Big Vincere with the cleanup as Twist drops off short. 9-2. Final round of the first half. A very one-sided affair thus far.
ჩემი აზრით FaZe იცოდის დაინძ რა, ეს ბავშვი რა, ეს ტიპი რო აიყვანეს გუნდში. მაგის მერე დაინძ.
It's just all gone horribly wrong.
ძალიან დაინძ. მეჯორის ფინალში კი გავიდნენ, მაგრამ აი, მაგის მერე იმენა FaZe აღარ არის.
Disjoining all your attacks, finding great timings.
იმენა ტიპს არანაირი აურა არ აქვს რა. ადამიანი ტიპი იმენა აურა არ აქვს რა. იმენა აი დარისულია რა. გეფიცები ფინეთში რო ჩახვიდე სადღაცა სოფელში უფრო მოხოდილ ტიპს იპოვი ვიდრე აი მაგ ტიპს რამეს ენერგია იმენა აქ გაცლის ენერგიას ენერგო ვამპირია ტიპიტო. Tipa lapara. Yes, no. Rai, koshechema dabade ertkhel daibade. Ilaparaке vinme ki ar mokqalავს ლაპარაკის გამო. ვერ ვიტან არასოციალურ ადამიანებს.
Throw all the utility into this paint. Toss everything you've got. Really attempt this retake.
Jacobაზე, bicho, Jacobაზე.
Still possible. Frozen plays it.
Sashineli energia.
Inside of the site. FaZe just trying to get the bare minimum of 3 rounds here in this first half. And Broki's going to move forward. But right now it is Pain in full control. Their Atlanta run is looking good so far.
Mena Frankenstein-a, ცოტა, რა კაი შედარებაა. აბა ტალღები გავაკეთო ძმებო სანამ ის არის რა ქვია პაუზა სალამ პაუზა არის კი ეს თორემ დაიწყო ხა მამა ერთმანეთს ხوار დაელოდებიან სხვადასხვა კომპანია ვისაც უნდა იმ ტურნირზე წავა ვისაც უნდა ამ ტურნირზე წამოვა ეხა უყურე, ანუ ტიპს დააკვირდით სახეზე რა. სად არის ტიპი მანახეთ გეხვეწებით მკვდარი სულია იმენა გეუნებით მა ახალგაზრდა ბიჭი ხარ შეჩემა რამ გამოგაცალა ენერგია ტო $45000 გიხდიან კაუნტერის თამაში რამ გამოგაცალა ენერგია ახლა მკვდარია ტიპი რა არ ვიცი ფეიზში აგიყვანეს აპოგედან შეჩემა გაიღიმე ცოტა ტვის დასთმებს უფრო მეტი აურა აქვს სოჭი თვეში აბა ძმა თვეში ეგ იმენა აიკონიკ მომენტია ცოჩი ეგეთი მომენტი ისტორიაში არ ყოფილა ცოჩი აპექსას ათვალესაც უფრო მეტი აურა აქვს
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. Only one team really showed up in that first half. It was Pain.
That's despite
this round as well, Jason. So when a pistol here and Pain are on their merry way to an opening map win on FaZe's map pick. So this could be a very rough time here for FaZe.
Let's see how it goes. A little bit of sketchiness in the FaZe side of things. With one entry kill.
Most important objective right now is just to find our footing in this game, boys. Okay? Means we need to find confidence, we need to find team play, we need to find our voice.
They're doing a lot of looking. They're searching for a lot of things right now. Doesn't bode well. He's not wrong though. They do need all of those.
Yeah, they absolutely do. But yeah.
It's FaZe კაი გუნდია უბრალოდ უნდა იმუშაონ კომუნიკაციაზე, IEM-ზე, utility-ზე, call-ებზე. ასე შემდეგ. კაი გუნდია რა просто.
was frozen.
ხო, 1-2 კაცი. 1 შეჩემი ჭკი. 1. აუ ეს პირანია რა ხოძია და. ტვის არ დაიბნე.
Okay, they're going to sprint. So Jacob hears all this. Now he calls it out. Twist doesn't have to hard rotate. They have an open avenue into the bomb site. Jacob's going to try and put Oh, he does. Oh my god, how has he got all 3?
კაი, უკან მიმაქ სიტყვები იყავი ეგეთი უშმური ეგრეთ ვითამაშე.
Dude, Jacob's a pistol player, man. Those
shots მართლა მაგას. ესეთი ტიპი იყო, კაროჩე, ვისაც გახსოვთ? კაროჩე, ვერაფერს ვერ ისროდა დედამიწის ზურგზე ტიპი. შვედი დენისა, გახსოვთ? შვედი დენისა. ფნატიკში თამაშობდა, ნიფშიც თამაშობდა. მარა ძმაო, პისტოლეტებს ისროდა, ჩემ. მაგით იგებდნენ ბიჭო, მარტო პისტოლ რაუნდს არ აგებდნენ ტიპები, ტო. რას ისროდა პისტოლეტებს, ბიჭო? ახე, რა ქნაცა, ოჯაკობსა.
That's an insane sequence. I don't even know if that was like the only way they win the round. Twist is still over at long, but if he gets stuck into a fight,
იმენა რასისროდა ტიპი ფნატიკში ბიჭო იმენა გამამწარა მაშინ ნიფს ვალეში ყავდი და გამწარებული ვყავდი კაროჩე ტიპს რა უბა აკუბა ქვია ტიპს და რა ისე იმაზე უნდა ველაპარაკო მოტივაციაზე კუბა არის ტიპი
Yeah, normally something you'd be happy about. Both pistols and only 4 rounds on the board, though, is a little bit devastating. Let's see if they can convert this second one. Failed to do it in the opening half. Whittled down. This should be an easier affair.
იმენა ურეაქციო ადამიანებს იმენა აი ბიჭო გამოხატე ემოცია მაგისტვის ხარ დაბადებული რომ გამოხატო ემოცია ისუმალო შეჩემა ამას გონი არ ჩამოახჩობე რომ გაიღიბეს
You mentioned it as well. I mean, we just heard the talk during halftime from NKJ, coach of FaZe, saying they need to find some confidence. You mentioned in the first half, we've seen this team kind of struggle and labor and look flat and then snap into shape, and then it all changes. So that's what FaZe is looking to do right now is build off this pistol round win, go on a little bit of a streak that kind of establishes your presence in the game for probably the first time today. and then just run with that momentum into a victory on Dust 2.
Well, tap it away is all Jacob. It's going to be safe. Who's caught? Figures they're hiding inside the smoke. Eventually, they'll find him as well. And put an end to this round without losing a single player. So money can start to get stronger immediately here for FaZe. We'll get Payne into the buy. AK is coming out across the board.
Yeah, big round for both teams.
Salami,
the bonus round nature of having the 3 MP9s. If you get some upgrades into those AKs, economy is just unstoppable from that point for FaZe. So Payne's got to be very careful and make sure that this is a round in which they do some decent damage as well, even if you do go on to lose it.
ვინც ადრას როგორ იზრდება, მაგრამ ადამიანს რო ემოცია არ აქვს, ანუ რა აზრია შენ ცხოვრებას პროსტო. ეგ და კიდე ის რო ზონტიქს არ ვარ ჩემ. ის გააკეთებს და
responsibility falls towards Long eventually. At the moment, spotting to make sure nobody's peeking or
pushing. იღრიალე დედამო. თქვენ უფებო რა დაუყვირე შეჩემა რაღაცა ექშენს იმიდა. არა აქვს, აურა არ აქვს ტიპებს რა. CS:GO-ს კამანდა, აუ რაზღრია რა მაგარი იყო CS:GO-ს პროების ყურებაჭი. Ikolova is რო გააკეთებდა იქ Get Right იქ ფრაიბერგი ბანანს რო გაჰოლდავდა ის FIFA კაი იყო მაგის ყურება ეგეთი კაუნტერი კაი ხანი აღარ მინახავს რა თუ სხვა მუღამია ქალაჩუნები გახდნენ იმენა კაცები ამ JW ბიჭო რაო მაგარი იყო ან FPL რა ხოდი იყო ჩემი იმენა დედის პროსაფარებდნენ ერთად
It's unfortunate that
ბიჭო არა CS:GO არ იყო ეგეთი თამაში CS:GO არის ჩათვალე ესეც მაგრამ კამანდა იყო სხვა გაიგე ის სხვა კამანდა იყო სხვა თაობა იყო აუ რა ცუდი ხილი გააკეთებინა ეხლა თო აი მან სიკვდილი იმენა ძალიან ცუდ ადგილზე ვაფშე რატო გაპიკა რო არ გაეპიკა შეიძლება არც გაეჩეკა
one peek out from Natus that might just cost FaZe everything in this round. So they've got a kit available on 2 players. Let's see if they can get back through.
განადღე და ღამე და TikTok scroll-ავენ და ანიმეს უყურებენ და ეხლა რა უნდა ქნა
Smoke goes out towards
tunnels. Is sad mokoda win ar nade.
You just don't have any flashes to go through it. You have no nade to break it. So
one window of opportunity might have been twist Molotov towards car. It's a flush snow out, and maybe you take that kill and play the 3-on-2. But obviously that's a perfect world with a bird's eye view of everything.
Oh, TX вообще რა იყო ჩემ გინდა ქართული ლანები აიღე იმენა თამაშის მე ერთმანეთს კლავიატურას ალეწავდნენ თავზე.
This isn't super devastating anyway. Economy's fine. Have the op out in the next round. And we'll see if they can get back to their winning ways.
Oh, კაი იქნება. იმედია ეგენი მაინც იზავენ რავეს. Simpla და Apex ერთმანეთს წაუდროს თავკებენ. ვიც აიჭელა თუნა იყვანეს იქ. აიჭელი ვინ არის BC Games-ში ბიჭო. ხო გააჯმევინეს იმას ვალიშიან მუტირისას.
Finds himself a kill. The second player kind of swinging in it there is like I'm just going to try and punish this situation. This isn't planned. I'm trying to take advantage of it. But sucked into the fight where they knew most of the defense was as well. I felt very punishing. It's really nice for Snow to open up the B bomb site.
შვედები ძალიან გაუთები იყვნენ counter-ში. ძალიან.
3 away from sealing this first map.
მეც ახლა შვედეთში რო ვიყავი 25 ივნისში ჩასული, აი
Jacob getting tagged.
ხო არ ყოფილა რა ქვეყანაში რა აი ნამყოფი, მაგრამ რო ჩავედი თითქოს აი სახში ჩავედიო რა ისე მევასებოდნენ შვედების counter-ი და იმდენი ის მაქვს ვიდეო მაქვს ნანახი მაგათი bootcamp-ებზე და იმებზე რო დადიან და რაღაცა ნიპი და ისინი აუ ძალიან მაგარია. Вообще სხვაგან არიან ტიპები რა.
They're trying to give Brokey as much time as possible in middle to find a pick with this AWP, right?
Სასიამოვნო იყო ძალიან.
To help twist. He's alone at long. They've basically just
150 ლაიქს ავიდეთ და ახლის გამოიწევთ ისაც აგებ გამოწევი 12 კაზე ავიდეთ ბარებ.
For now they want this AWP of Brokey to find an equalizing kill. Bring it back into a 4-on-4.
There's the push forward. Frozen going to be taken out by VSM.
შემოვიდა, შემოვიდა.
But VSM, he has been spotted at least. Can Brokey get this frag? No, he misses a crucial shot. Then Twist dies trying to make the release play. And now we've got Natus waiting at the back of the side. Nothing he can hope to do here whatsoever. Dominant round win here from Payne.
I think the Molotov thrown by Natus towards middle to try and help Brokey actually made it worse. He couldn't see when the VSM kind of swung out behind the flames. But FaZe get just picked apart here. Natus fighting just to survive, and that's not going to happen. Snow takes away the AK-47, gives a loud yell. We've got an 11-5 score, a 6-round lead for Payne, and that's most of the money. That's a lot of the money taken away for FaZe, but they're just in that desperate situation where you have to buy, have to put together whatever you can. There's the opening founding out towards long. Jacob can't handle the fight. VSM doing good work over in middle in this round.
Რაუნდი გაუთამაშეს ყველგან იყვნენ ტიპები.
A certain feeling, I'm sure, in the FaZe camp right now. This one might just be lost. We've got Period coming out long. And they had their chances to kick off this half and look.
გაუმარჯოს არა bro. ხალობიში და იმაში არ გაგდებს. ანუ სხვაგან არა, უბრალოდ პრემიუმიან კომანდაში გაგდებს მარტო რა. ვიღაცა პროსტო უფასოთი რო შემოდის და გიტროლოს ეგრე არ არის.
Very committed to that long play as well. Two Molotovs came in. They saw and heard both of them. One in the double doors.
ყველა counter-ის რონალდო და ზაიუ მესი მართალი.
Nobody can swing wide. They still elected to go through the flames.
მაგრამ ტიტული რონალდოს უფრო მეტი აქვს მოგებული რაღაცეებში. თუ სოფლიოთი დავაბალანსეთ ეგ.
Now you can still recover this. We can see on the mini-map 4 players for FaZe defenders over at the A bomb site. So they're going to have to be aggressive and start making their move.
აუ ეს საწყალი ნეიტო ყავს დატოვებული კიდე.
MP9
რატო ბიჭო რატო ეხა მას მოკლავენ? დავსო ის მერე იქიდან ჩახოცავს ნახე. ეს თუ მოკვდა დაინძრაცო. ეხა ნახე შორტის პიმარა აუ იდევ კაი.
At least the reaction from FaZe.
Ai AWP იყო მამეთ.
Campaign actually pull this off.
Gari 14 მე არ ვითამაშ.
Oh my god, VSM gets away with it.
1 HP.
But he's taken down low. 19 HP. Oh, the timing just as Frozen steps into. I thought for a second there that risk from Frozen to step in on his own was going to cost him around there, but he gets lucky enough on the timing for Snow to look away.
Yeah, there it is, that plan from FaZe. Everyone over to the A bomb site will push short after the fact. Safe was had his eyes focused on double doors and
ბიჭო არა არ ვიცი რა პრემიუმის და გაჩნია რა ლეველი ხარ 10 ლეველი თუ ხარ უნდა იყიდო ხო ნაკლები ტროლია უფრო იქაც იქ რა
almost get away with it in this round. Might be something they go back to in the future if they start to sense that weakness is going to be there, that opportunity is going to be there round after round.
Well, FaZe keep themselves alive for a little bit longer, but can they get the reset? Can they push Pain down to weaker weapons? If they win this round, they will do so. Give themselves a bit of breathing room. Still a decent buy here for Pain. It's going to be heavy towards B. They're going to be coming at Natus, and I think he's been a little bit of a weakness at times on this B side throughout this map, so they're coming at him one more time.
I have a tough time calling him the weakness, more maybe the B defense. He's been playing a lot of rounds alone that we've seen them come in his direction. Brokey this time shifts over. Felt like they had the opportunity the moment there. 4 players looked like they were primed to hit into that B bomb site, but call it off due to the smoke. Now we have mid control. We got Big Vincere with standing up on short, gained a lot of ground. He's calling the team back right now.
Well, there was no real opening to make that initial B plan work. Utility blocks them out, and Pain very quick to spread out into the default.
იყიდა ჯობი არა ის პრემიუმი პროსტო მისიების თემაა და რა იგი არაფერი არა
looking for somebody to peek for like 20-30 seconds now. I thought maybe he would have called them to group up earlier to go for a hit, but they're really going to run this clock and play it slow. There's the flash to activate Big Vincere. Oh my god, shot at range.
How does he get away with that?
What's calling it? I'm so pissed.
Can't get the kill from inside of the site. Now he has to go out for the peak. Needs Twist to get his frag, and he will. So Twist gets traded eventually by Big Vincere. Now Brokey worried about the tunnels push as well, and he pulls the knife just as Snow steps into the open, and now they move in. Pain get into the B site, and they are looking for map points, and it's all off of that Big Vincere opener dropping down towards CT.
That's a wild shot to drill as you land. The old SWAT drop tactic. It's worked perfectly here. And they're so firmly entrenched in this B bomb site. I don't even think a retake is possible. No kits on Frozen or Jacob, so they're just backing away.
Yeah, well, Jacob can't really get away. He's very committed to it, so he does get the kill. Now he can run away. But a huge round to win here. And Big Vincere with a superhero landing down towards CT spawn. Frozen making it expensive on the way out, but Safe keeps the big green gun.
Yeah, unfortunately, the FaZe weapons are way more valuable to them than Pain's weapons are. They'll be able to buy right back up. To close out this map of Dust 2. And money is still not going to be set in any significant way for FaZe. They're going to have the same economic issues. 5-7 being picked up. Deagle. Brutal way to drop and get an opening kill. Big Vincere, 12 kills for his team. Incredible performance across the board for Pain players. Top fraggers at 14 kills, lowest fraggers at 11. It's been a team effort from start to
Კარაკი
finish.
საპირებდა, ხო დანებდა. პატი 20 ფაის მოკვდეო.
Okay. That's at least something here for FaZe. Is there any further kills, any further action in favor of FaZe as they continue to push into the tunnels?
Twist
both winning fights of MP9s.
Getting to 12 with relative ease and not being able to get that 13th on the first go.
Yeah, you'll always have some resistance coming in around like this. Even the weaker weapons on the other side. And a lot of heavy lifting, but it would be incredible if Pain still won this round.
They have an avenue open into the A bomb site, and I mean, I know
it's a 4-on-2. მოიგებენ აბრაუც. აი, ტისპაუნში მიდი ძმა მიდი. ლეონარდო დიკაბრიოს ეძებს ტიტანიკს ტიპი. წადი შეჩემა, წადი მკვდარია.
Time if you're Pyria and Bytelabs to set up in the post plant. But with Frozen weakened, Netu weakened, MP9 in play, Deagle in play, no kits, very little utility. This is not as difficult of a post plant for Pain as you might think in a 2v4.
No, but especially because they have some time to get into better positions, right? You're getting one player outlaw, Imperium moving forward. If he wins this fight versus Twist, he gets to maintain this long position. But when does Twist activate?
Well, how much is Pyria going to trust Bytelabs to hold on?
Oh, he's just still holding. Twist coming around the corner. Pyria's won that big. And they're about to close in style. It has been dominant for Pain. They lose both pistol rounds, but it doesn't even matter. Pain prevail 13-6 on Dust 2. A dominating win over FaZe Clan, Jason.
Absolutely a dominating win. That's, I mean, Pain here, that's incredible. They're able to bounce back from both of the pistol round losses. On top of everything, able to return those, able to get the opening kills. I'm surprised at the dominant performance of Pyria. 16 kills is absolutely beautiful. He had that triple kill in the B tunnels. He closes it out here. This is lovely from Pain, and a Pain that I didn't really know what to expect.
No, I really didn't expect this from them, and the fact that they were stepping up this strong, you know, biggest are making plays, safe looking good on the AWP. FaZe are nowhere to be seen. They better show up in Atlanta, otherwise it's going to be lost to kick off their campaign.
Yeah, Dust 2 definitely not going the way they wanted to.
5-2-ზე წააგეს, ბიჭო, 5-2-ზე წააგეს.
Like you did right there. That's
3-4-ია ჩარტი ცოტა ხანია, აი ძმა ნიკა
Pain are hitting the ground running with safe. You know, that's a player that rejoins the roster. I talked to him yesterday actually, and he was saying that, you know, the philosophy feels very similar to his last encounter, and that's a great thing to hear for a guy that's standing in and stepping into this moment, because Pain need that stability, because Safe actually was having a field day on that CT side.
Yeah, and, you know, just catching up with him before the game, he was talking about the idea of helping out and putting that input in where he needed to, and what was an otherwise change within how things operate around here. You got to think about the moving components of a team.
Yeah, and I think really when we break down,
this
game, I think FaZe as well, you know, as much as there was great team play from Pain, I don't think FaZe gave the best game plan. You know, it felt like they were going for a lot of late, slow tempo things, and to be honest, I think Pain just read everything perfectly. Everyone had a really nice, tight scoreline on that CT side, so it was really a matter of time before Pain closed it.
Booked them even. So what that sets us up for is a little bit of Anubis, that being a Pain pick. Then you end that first map the way you did. I mean, it's a rough one for FaZe out here.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. I mean, they're still fleshing out their map pool. They're still exploring ideas. So for a lot of what is going to be this journey in Atlanta for FaZe, a lot of it's trying to make that practice actually applied into a real setting. But there's a lot of teams that are super hungry at this event.
Well, let me ask you the question then, because it's been a little bit now that we've gotten this new look Anubis. I don't want to even go into the idea of which team that might help out, but how do you think it's going to play? I mean, how do you feel it's playing in progression right now?
I think the benefit that FaZe are going to have is that there's not a whole lot of tape on them. Sure, they played it at Fort Worth at Blast, but by and large, you know, the new window, I feel like teams are trying to exploit it, but mainly on low buys or trying to be really explosive. For the most part, I think teams are playing at a very similar pace and tempo. The executes on Anubis are still really hard to deal with on that CT side.
It's a lot of the same looks almost to a degree. A little bit one-sided. I know we love maps being one-sided in CS in terms of one CT-sided, one T-sided, but it's really hard to put an indicator on that one, right? I mean...
Yeah, and I guess the benefit for FaZe or Pain really is that the opening two maps in this veto were fairly expected. They're predictable based on what FaZe had at Blast, And when you look at that, you can prepare more anti-strat. You can actually add more layers as well if you're a FaZe clan that are still building with Twist as the IGL.
So over on that other stream, I do mean that other stream, the B stream we call it. You know what I mean?
B means best for some people.
Yeah, for some people. Shout out to the casters over there.
ისეთი ის არ უნდა გქონდეს, რა ქვია, სპონსორი, რომელიც ამათ იმებს შეება, რა ქვია.
Before that game got started.
I see Base as maybe the worst team play team at the event. They have the lowest flash assists of any team in the top 30. They don't really have like a support player, but they sure hit hard, which is really why that team can cause upsets, but maybe they shouldn't get that far.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Yumi, thank you very much. We do, I believe, go to a quick break. We jump right back into the action here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta. FaZe on the backswing right here, starting this one off just a little bit sluggish. We'll be right back after this.
Okay, streamer. ამ ტურნირზე გამოდის სიმპათია. ვიჩო არ ვიცი. იმაზე ხო არის ხოლმე YouTube-ზე არ არის? როგორც მახსოვს ადრე YouTube-ზე გადიოდა ხოლმე და ეხლა აღარ ვიცი. არ ვიცი. გარი ბაითები აქვს იმენა გდანის უბანს არ გავს რაღაც გდანის. აი რანაირი ქალაქები. აი ესეთ ადგილზე უნდა გაშენებულიყო თბილისიც, თო იმენა ბრტყელი არის, შეხედეთ, თა არ ჩანს არსად. აბა ჩვენ იმენ აი თბილისი სად რა ადგილზეა ვაფშე ჩემი კარგი მოთ.
City again. Long and city. Long and city, yeah.
I think up and long. Too long, one city.
Holding city. Goose, that goes. I'm planning.
City, flashing long.
City, I'm gonna smoke
City.
I'm playing super late long. I'm playing super late.
Jim.
One long, man.
Right side of the wall, stuck.
Two city and long. Play long now.
I'm playing long now.
Long. Big.
City
long close. But I'm dead.
City one.
City.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it, but please, we need the fucking lock-in, please. Like, this would have been the easiest run ever. They would have been double killed in fucking short, bro.
Yeah, my bad. Strafing.
Strafe. Close. Still outside.
Shield ball. CT. Come. I'm flashing. He's safing. That's it. Coming. Mate. One more CT.
It's alright, guys.
Yeah, they're good.
Where's
I'm dodging flash for Trump.
I'm flashing window or outside beaming.
Only window for you.
I window.
Yeah, you can stay and see David.
Do we have another smoke?
Two window.
Window dead.
Window.
Door.
Nice.
Door last.
Nice! Let's go!
Hey guys, I'm
Twist.
Frozen, and this is Dynamic Duos.
Playing B on Dust 2 is, I mean, can be rough, but also I feel like it's one of the chiller sites, so to say. Especially if you have a hard shooter next to you. First of all, I think you need to cross doors, so you need to HE door or get a smoke from the A guys to smoke mid for you. Step 2, get to B side, throw a Molotov or smoke if you have or something. Just shut down that first timing B pop that can happen or a B rush.
Yeah, it all comes down to the signals the enemy team is giving. If the door smoke is a bit too late or there's a door smoke but there's no flashes or anything, always have to be careful of a team insta walking B, contact B pop. That's why you see a lot of players just insta molly, maybe flash off the wall, the tunnel wall, and then smoke, just so any contact play is eliminated, really. The biggest threat to B players is actually B split. B split is the biggest threat by far.
Yeah.
You gamble that the B side, the players are playing more on the mid side of the map, and then if you hit the good timing on a B pop through the smoke, the risk can pay off. But most times teams are playing out the default. It's a lot of utility tracking and economy management if teams can afford all this utility to prevent the B split. Say for us, if we can't, we always have to adapt for in the round, you know.
If the T's can play the round well, you know, make cities use a lot of utility on the map, then it will get to the point on the B side where you run out of nades, and you know, as Ross said, you have to choose either you play for mid or you play for B side, and I mean, it just comes down to killing, right? And it can be rough sometimes. Yeah.
Despite it being a smaller site out of the map, I mean, you can get away with playing one close angles at MP9. You can only stay there for so long because you cannot stay there if they're splitting B. You want to make sure you get a FAMAS or M4 to make sure that you and your site partner can have good crossfires and long-range duels, either window and car. So if they're splitting B, one point gets contact first with a better gun, and then of course double up is always nice for the B side. And he's also really good at surviving. When he has a smoke, I feel like I can always rely on him to buy time, so I always have time to come back from mid and throw flashes. When I play a site with a player, that there's a lot of natural chemistry. We're doing things that can be unspoken, and we just play off of each other well. Yeah.
First time hearing or seeing Snow was probably 2 to 3 years ago. I saw some tweets come out of his gameplay and how young this kid was and the type of organizations that he was getting signed to, and to see young prospects, people who are growing up with the game and flourishing at such a young age. I think it was an interesting storyline, so I actually started following him on Twitter a couple of years ago, and now he's playing for
dreaming of playing those kind of games, you know. He was playing at his home, on his own computer, having to develop himself as a player every day. I think it's completely normal for him to behave like that, because he must keep the fun as long as he can.
Eu sei que o pessoal compara eu com o Donk gritando, mas eu não dou trash talk, eu só apenas grito pra hypar meus companheiros, pra se a gente tiver uma situação difícil no jogo, se a gente ganha um round, eu vou lá e boto meus companheiros pra cima. E eu também me sinto muito melhor gritando, sinto que eu jogo melhor gritando, e é isso.
It's an expression of yourself, and you want to be having fun. And if that's how he's having fun, if that's how I'm pumping himself up, pumping his teammates up, why not? I think it's great to get loud. I think it's awesome to be in their face. And if you're going to unravel some softies out there, whether it's players on the other side or people on the forums at home, make more noise.
I would say from my experience that it's actually beneficial to him to be playing with Brazilians. I think there's a cultural difference, both in the way people play Counter-Strike and also in the way they behave outside the server. Maybe if it goes international too fast, I don't know exactly how it would be, because I have been playing for international teams already. I have seen some other players, and there is a big cultural impact that happens. The difference, there's some clashes. So for him to develop himself as a player, I have some good leadership with him. I know he's playing with Bytelabs. He has been developing a lot of talents before, so he's doing super well with him. So I think he's in good hands, and I think having someone like Bytelabs to help him shape his first years of Counter-Strike is going to help him a lot.
Eu cresci assistindo no cenário brasileiro o Coldzera, eu gostava muito dos highlights dele, dos momentos de clutch, ele jogava muito bem. E no cenário internacional, eu sempre gostei de assistir o Donk, porque eu acho a movimentação dele muito boa e a mira dele é muito, muito boa. E sempre aprendo muitas coisas assistindo a tela dele.
If I had to compare Snowzine to someone from the past, it's very difficult, because many years ago we'd probably remember of some younger players that started doing super well, and I think on my mind I remember FNX, for example. FNX, since he was 15, 16, he was already playing the best teams in Brazil. He won the first title international wise in 2006, but you know, if Pain is able to win like a Rio, for example, like that, he's not too far away from FNX. He might not be on the FNX level, but
ჩემ ვიდეოს კომენტარებში ვწერე, რომ ქართველებიო 100 რატო უმატებთ ყველასო სიმპლაო დონკაო და რაღაცა და მაგაზე რომ მიწერდნენ, რომ ეს რა იცი თუ დამატებაო, ეგ უნდა გაუძრო ეხლა, რომ დონკი დადო, ანუ ამათ აკი არა დონკი და ის დამატეს
into their quote-unquote online careers. That's not great. The adjustment to LAN is important, so the fact that he's been able to play LANs from such a young age, I think gives him a bit of an advantage over some of these other guys.
He's playing some roles that are very difficult to play on Pain, and at first when I saw that they put him on those roles, I was kind of interested to see how he would do. Like he's playing B on this too, for example. There's a lot of sites where you have to hold on your own. A lot of times you have to decide things for yourself. So it's very cool to see him developing those things. And I think I can't really say which role is going to be best for him. I think it's the ones that he likes the most, and probably the ones that the team needs from him the most. And as a young guy, I know that he's probably very willing to learn a lot of new things and be the best player he can be for the team.
Quando eu vim aqui e tava apenas torcendo, tudo que eu tô vivendo agora era apenas um sonho. E agora eu tô vivendo o que eu sempre sonhei, com meus companheiros de time, sempre, todos os dias, realizando mais um sonho. E agora o maior sonho é ir pra arena e jogar em frente à torcida.
ოპსამში გაპექსა უოჭველი ალექსი არა ოპსამში ვერ ოპხუჭი მოჟნა ეს დღეისობით რო თქვა არა მაგრამ ტოპ 3 რო მითხრა ოპსამში უოჭველი შევიყვა ხოლმე აი უოჭველი Don't quitado. Nunca, opila don't quitado. Ყველა მახსოვს 2014 წლიდან უყურებ პროსტენებს და
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. It is FaZe having to try and recover after a map 1 loss. His Pain looks so good on Dust 2. Now we go to Anubis. Pain decided they want to come here as a real shot at a 2-0 win to kick off in Atlanta for Pain.
I mean, the lineup's going to be a little bit different, but 5 maps played across the various laps they've had over the past few months and 0 wins on the map. So makes sense that Pain wanted to take it here. They themselves have a 67% win rate. So they got to be feeling like a big advantage, and especially when you win the first map the fashion that you did and the way that you did. Like, FaZe got worked. Really, all you can point to as a positive for FaZe off Dust 2 is the pistol round victories. Outside of that, Pain was in complete control. They were a step ahead. It felt like individuals on point in a way that FaZe wasn't. So we move on. Anubis set to begin. Pistol round's going to go live. We've got Pain attacking on the T side of Anubis into the defense of FaZe on the CT side. And we'll see if FaZe can equalize the score of this series and take us to a 3rd map decider. That would be Mirage if we can make it.
The way Pain played on the first map feels very good for the chances to get the W here. We've got VSM waiting up on the rucks. Utility going to be tossed out by him. Bytelabs sending utility in towards Twists. Awaits from camera. Looking for a snapshot. Just cannot take the headshot. So it drops further and further back. And Bytelabs now has that space to work with. As they push up towards Temple, Safe will look to the window and dive down into the water. Finding Jacob, who takes a lot of damage, and he is going to fall away.
Okay, but the position of Bytelabs is so dangerous. So no one's going to mess with the flank from the FaZe side of things. All 3 players push A. Beat bomb site still under attack, but being handled. It's like they actually haven't pulled the trigger on this. It felt like they were there, just never actually stepped into the fights. And now they've just gotten stuck.
Oh, Jacob and Broky still fighting on. Now Jacob
Ma,
wants the pistol round. Roll this time for Pain. It'll be a tough clutch here. Plenty of players all circling that bomb now, so should be no world in which VSM can even get close to this. So it will be another pistol round for FaZe.
Probably, but it's winnable with the HP of FaZe make mistakes.
And
they don't. So it will be another pistol round for FaZe.
3 for 3 so far in the day.
Yes.
Can't mess with that stat.
Every time we did listen, it was first half, it was Twist saying, come on, guys, let's just play our game. Second half, it was NKJ saying, okay, we need to find our foothold in this game. You know, they need to actually get our standing and actually start having something to build on. Well, this FaZe actually here on the server right now.
They've had those opportunities. They had 2 of them I can recall on Dust 2 with the pistol round wins, and now you've got a 3rd one here. So, you know, they've gotten off to some good starts and just get kind of shut down. I think this FaZe side, the CT side here on Anubis, I think needs to be really, really strong. I think they're still going to have like a little bit of disorganization on the T side of who's going to be your instigator, who's going to take control of different situations. But CT side, they can certainly make it work. Round 2, there's no upgrades on the Pain side of things, no bomb plants, so no rifles in play, unarmored Glocks across the board. 1 single flashbang on Bytelabs.
just taking the time here, rolling this one out for Pain. Gonna start gathering for their final attack in towards the A site with a flash. They're gonna see if they can overwhelm
Borras
the
likes
defense,
out
see if
with
they can
barem
get a ball plant out of this.
adagezarut.
Nature
I have FaZe
low on the A
marmoigos
site.
mapi
Now,
ra. Daagო barem.
I'll keep an eye on that throughout this half. Nature's going to be under a lot of pressure. Twist is coming to alleviate most of it, in fact, all of it, as he takes 3 kills between him. Brokey has the other 2.
Იკოს hold-down ძმებო, არ არის პრობლემა იკოსთან დაკავშირებით.
He was over in that B bomb site.
მე
Now
უჭერთ.
he's going to be playing the A site, which quite often you're alone on Anubis too.
I think he'll be alone less frequently here on Anubis. That A anchor role is very, very difficult. I think on Dust 2, he got kind of was the unfortunate side effect of FaZe on the defense, moving around the map as a unit, trying to get ahead of the play. So yeah, he did get isolated a few times. I'm curious to see. We stepped into this with FaZe having that 0% win rate. Pain being up at 66% win rate. They've won 2 of 3. But 2 of those against South American teams, Gaming Gladiators and Alka, so they did take a loss 7-13 to Aurora. That's with NQZ playing. But hold the phone, because we've got some aggression. And I wonder if Pain is going to realize this kind of a push, although Nachu backing off immediately when seeing nothing. Doesn't want to get stuck there in the mid-round with an MP9.
Am stikerიანი is მქონდა AWP და $50 გავყიდე მარკეტზე.
So aggression, information found. He's able to call out that everything's clear for the moment.
Scope-ზე ქონდა თან
They're going
იდეალურად.
to step back into that space, gives up the fight, back to middle we go.
It's going to be bigger Zera. Cracking open Jacob. Second chance here as well to Nature from Pyria. Send that usual deep towards camera.
Shishi თავისიანი დაანეიდა
left on the clock with Pain having the opener. And getting ready to think about that A side, but they just get blocked.
Yeah, well, that's fine. They don't want to mess with
Yeah,
it anymore. They're just going to
sure,
step right through this.
problema.
Yeah, VSM's already in it. And they back off. Don't want to risk
Why,
the
man?
advantage that they have. Now, if you try
Why,
to outsmart
man?
the opponents, you might outsmart yourselves here. The push coming in through canals for the moment.
ახლა რა ტაიმინგი დაიჭირო ნახა. ეხლა ნახე FaZe-მა რა ტაიმინგი დაიჭიროს. ოპა.
And he also has the duty of throwing the smoke, so he looks away as they come around the back. He's going to be frustrated about that timing, but his teammates hadn't moved forward, so they can actually turn back and open up the chance to run back in towards B instead. So sprinting in that direction. Oh, it's disappointing here for FaZe. Nature's going to come up towards the hole, but VSM's just right down below him and sends some shots up, connects the headshot, and it will be the round coming through.
Yeah, because
FaZe marmoigos twas puli agdadeb.
Of turning to address the flank of Twist. Twist expects them to keep moving into the A bomb site, off the set piece, off the utility, and execute. Get surprised as they turn around, and he's got way more bodies ready to fight. And man, what a way to just kind of spin and finally escape.
Ramo.
VSM with the final kill. Pain is on the board on the first gun round.
And
fours fill the hands of FaZe back up though. No AWP in field for either squad.
Oh, full boy აქვს მაინც. რა ქონდა კუში FaZe-ის მოგებას გიგა.
Then we're going to take this round slow. I think Pain is maybe on some level wondering if there's going to be some aggression. Maybe they think it's a little bit more of a busted by with some MP9, so looking to see if the opening of the round from FaZe is going to be anything aggressive. Pyrian Vincere close the distance to B main as Snow is flashed in. T-Mox mistimed, but nobody's home.
Opa, წავიდა მოლოტოვი ნინჯაზე. ზემოდან რატო არავინ არის ის მაგ მოლოტოვს ვერ ხვდები? თო დავიწყოთ ზემოთ ფანჯარა რო აღია. Flashy isroles, man. Molotovs zემოდან რატო არის?
We can look down on the bird's eye view of what is about to be a two-way split into this B side.
Oi.
Them up. Twist getting one here for the defense.
VSM
again, just heavy output into the site. Plant secured, and now a retake required. Flash sent forward. Frozen gets to move on quickly, but can't get in for the kill. And a chance for every single one of them. Nature and Brokey still step up to attempt this retake, but VSM in a strong position. Behind the pillar, it is Nature who goes out in the open, and now it's just Pyria left, 1v2. He goes out into the open smoke, he's on the ball, and Brokey's tapped it, but comes off it. Gets back to the angle, but Brokey's got no time, he's going to run away. The round still falls in favor of Pain, despite the kills going in favor of FaZe. And Pain loving the fact that they've got VSM on
PC
their
games
team right now because the output he's
Games
getting is perfect.
Yeah, beast mode on the trading into the B bomb
Egor
site.
Modati
That's
la
really
rune
well
gaჭირებულს
done. Each
მეც
team that goes down, VSM is there for the response. We get the bird's eye view here. Vincere coming in. There's the first trade, the swing out. Not bad from FaZe. Just going 2 for 2. VSM secures the bomb site.
დღეს ერთ-ერთში რო ევროპაში შევალთ, მაგას უფრო დიდი შანსი აქვს ვიდრე მაგას.
But he can only do so much. And we're tied at 2. AK-47 brought over from Frozen in the previous round. That's a hero AK for the CT side. We'll see what he can do with it. Headed over to start the round with the B-bomb site.
მაგას Virtus.pro პრობლემა
And again, a
Mercedes-ი
slow
რუაჩუკა.
measured opening spread across the map for Pain, not wanting to do anything fast. Now you know it's a low economy round with 1 AK-47, so now all the alerts are there telling you to be cautious of the aggressive opening from FaZe.
ბიჭო, როგორ უნდა მოუგოს მაგის? ვეღაცავები.
But it doesn't come. Minute 25 seconds, we can start using utility to take some space in middle.
არ მჯერა.
I think this is
დაუჯერებელი მგონია ეგეთი რაღაცა, რომ PC Games-მა შეიძლება მაპი მოუგოს.
Dallas, or not Dallas, Fort Worth, excuse me. Sorry for everyone in Fort Worth. I know that's maybe a personal thing there. Yeah, I think when we watch them and having some of those big upsets, right? Like winning some of the close rounds, the FaZe, BS thing that we like to go on about, wax lyrical about. Here you've had a number of rounds on Dust 2, and now here this one on Anubis that just happened, where it's like a close round. There's a chance for FaZe, but it's the other team coming out on the winning side of it, right? You're not getting those close round wins that seem to power FaZe up.
Well,
ბიჭო, ეს რა სისვლის თო?
Instantly, so it's Frozen. 1v2 now, he does have a chance to this. They're separated. It's a 1v1 fight. Claims that victory. Lead being taken here for Pain. Smiles on their faces, and they're loving how this game is starting.
Much more dangerous of a round than they probably expected, but Pyria was on point. Triple kill in the round for to save them, to bail them out of that situation. He had a great map 1 as well on Dust 2. Closed out the series.
Pain are looking really sharp individually.
Yeah, they are. Looking real focused as well. I haven't seen like a whole lot. I haven't seen like too many overextensions, no like head scratching decision making. Yeah, this Pain has come in and they're looking rock solid at the moment. Now, to be fair, FaZe also haven't found a way to challenge them and knock them out of their comfort zone on either of these maps so far.
Actually, სასტავი ვნახოთ ჯერ აბა, ვინები თამაშობენ და
Interesting now with that re-smoke, sends the signal that there's still presence for FaZe in this aggressive stance towards
თეორიული შანსი არსებობს ყველაფრის.
Pain handles it.
საერთოდ ყველაფრის თეორიული შანსი არსებობს.
Pop flash and they want to take the fight.
Jacob's
backing off on the timing.
Oh, რა კაი ფლეში.
Nearly getting caught there, Jacob. Happy to get around the corner. Under a minute on the clock. We'll see Pain shift their attentions towards an A bomb site finish. There's no one actually in the site for FaZe right now.
It's been so quiet across this whole map. I think FaZe is kind of like scratching their head. They have no information. Just now they're starting to make their information play, but it's a little bit late. So Natus is going to be blocked out by smoke and Molotov. All the defenders are going to be blocked off by that initial salvo of utility. One more smoke on VSM to follow it up, and you've already got Vincere looking for the flank. So Pain's in a good position, and we've got a 5-on-5. FaZe is at least going to see how they can start this retake. If they can get the kills, the initial kills going in their favor, they can commit to this retake. But no kit, so it's going to have to happen fast.
Twists, sliding
Oh,
his way down the box. Where's the swing now from FaZe?
Oh, wow, where's
Pyria again, sharp with the multi-kill. And
I want
back it
to
away.
be a shame. He's not a
He's
racist, though.
behind smoke, and they know exactly where he is, and he's got no time to make this
What's
happen.
going
So
on,
it's
man?
Pain winning another one, and Pyria again. Look how sharp he is in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Just over the edge of the smoke, taking out the heaven peaks. One by one, they swing. One by one, he gets a headshot to knock him down. Pyria has been a monster. 4-2 now, the score for Pain here on Anubis. 6 kills in the last 2 rounds for Pyria. A critical stretch of rounds that feels like it's given Pain control of the map. There's the first 2. And one more as the wide swing comes in. He's just on point. And a timeout called by FaZe to talk things over. They've got an AK-47 on Twist that he saved in the previous round. He's got 3K in the bank. Other than that, everyone's invested just a little bit. Light on pistols, few pieces of utility. Just enough to be scrappy, but not enough to make you feel too confident they can turn the round. I wonder if we get another listen in on NKJ. I wonder if it's going to be just rinse and repeat deja vu to Dust 2 timeout that he took, where it's we need to find ourselves, we need to find the confidence, we need to find the communication, we need to find the teamwork.
Honestly, it feels like for sure. I mean, this isn't for us as well. I mean, we're watching FaZe win the pistol. This time they actually convert it, and other than that, it's been nothing.
Yeah, so, since the guns come out for Pain, it's just been a spanking.
At least the rounds have been closer, right? Like
true.
Multiple rounds could have gone either way, but Pain just have one player making a difference most of the time. Like VSM earlier, then back-to-back rounds now is Pyria.
It's a nice thing for us to say from the outside. As is the players, it's almost worse. Like when you have so many rounds that are close that you come out on top of, and you just feel like you need that one. Need that one to just turn the tides a little bit.
Catch that break.
It just gets so stressful and frustrating. Round after round, you're right there.
And look at this. They only have one weapon in play we're talking about. It says AK-47 for Twist. It's going to be boosted at the back of the platform here on the B-bomb site. Multiple players are ready to come at them.
I haven't seen too much of Pain in Dust 2 and then here in the early stages of Anubis go for any kind of like significant tactic of activating one player to go for a challenge, flashbang in utility, let Pyria peek in. This is going to be wait out utility. VSM is going to be a lurk over in middle to watch the A push and the drop out the hole. Otherwise, it's just going to be a split to this B bomb site. One player coming, 3 box, 3 coming through B main.
Twist stands on top of his teammate's head, hoping that this AK-47 can be the difference maker in the round. The Molotov goes forward. He have to use the smoke. Vision's still there for Twist, but he falls off the boost. Couldn't get a good angle. So now has to drop down into the platform. They spam him down, and Twist is gone. So are 2 of his teammates. So the only player that can change this is Frozen. He gets caught as well by Snow, who just moves in. It's perfect right now from Pain.
Snow რა გააკეთა დაინახეთ საიდან მოუვა რა ბიჭო.
Execution, the amount of utility coming in, just breaking apart the
side.
You don't have the weapons for the job either. It just makes your life so much more difficult. A 5-2 lead.
VSM-ად რევაზაა და ისა პირანიაც.
You know, you're looking at this 5-2 scoreline and be like,
you know, piranias საყურები უკეთია.
For alarms. You know, we've known team sides can kind of rattle off. You know, the CT side defending these bomb sites is very, very tricky, very tough. Teams have talked about it with Anubis for a long time, how painful the CT side can feel. I think the real issue is if you go back to the first map and the T side they played there today, I think that's where you get your concerns of like, this scoreline isn't necessarily bad, but with the evidence that we've had of FaZe today, that T side did not get cooking whatsoever, they're going to be in trouble if they can't get a decent amount of rounds on the board. AWP is out for Brokey. Maybe that's the recipe they need. Full sets of utility, only one single kit for the FaZe defense on Natus as that A anchor. So Brokey's up in middle. Now with utility, you can block these choke points, play behind him as Jacob's doing. As we've seen from Pain in the first map, and now here, likely to just wait this utility out, not try and pressure it, not try and do too much.
ეს რითი თამაშობს
utility and then immediately gets
აი როგორ გავხიზიანთ ეს ბოთი ბიჭო.
He's not too happy about that. He can't stick around. He can't tank more.
ვაიმე რა კომბო გაუკეთეს
takes up that position and a perfect kill again. Pain have the opening frag. Brokey trying to come over and patch this up with the AWP if he can, and yeah, take him down, Big Uzera. He'll smoke out towards B-main, but Snow's gonna wrap on him and just spots you up on the platform. It's a kill for Snow. SG comes out and he's swinging out that creep straight through the site. 2 done, and now it's Nature in a 1v3.
It's like 2019 with this creep, but he's making it work. Fair play.
When's the last time we roll around the server as much as
we've seen
probably the liquid 64 days of the Grand Slam.
Yep.
That's when, you know, before that
ჯგუფური დაიწყება, bro. წესი დაიწყება, მალე გადმოწევენ დროს. ჯგუფური თამაშები დაიწყება.
I mean, he's beasting.
ეგენი უკვე ზიან კომპიუტერებზე რო რამე რა. იმიტომ რომ აქ ხო ბევრი კომპიუტერია და პლეიოფში იმიტომ ვერ იწყება, მალე რომ უნდა მოვიდნენ და ასწრდნენ და ასე შემდეგ. და ეხლა რო ზიან, ეს ის მალე დაიწყება.
Well, for FaZe, it is that very tough situation where you're back down to SMGs and pistols. And 70 rounds coming up pretty shortly here for Pain.
6 ლაიქის მივარტაც მე 200 ავდეთ. კი, ეშში თემა. თავის დროზე.
Well, Pyria willing to play in the zone a little bit
რა
more in this round.
შეშინებულია.
Twist is dropped down into the canal.
Yeah, I think that nade is going to knock some sense into him. Backs off with about half HP. Like, I don't need to be here.
მამეტა ხა კი ვიძახდი ფუტმა კოუჩით მოგო მაპიტკო იმას რა ქვია დასტორში ვიტალიტის მაგრამ
Jacob will peek off his contact. Frozen is there to chime in at range if needed.
გასუნგეთ
Drifting over towards A. Safe is just hanging on the back of the pack at the moment, making sure if there is any reaction, if there is any correction from FaZe. He's ready to punish it, but realizes he's the bomb carrier and starts to move forward with his teammates. But just as he does that, here's the flank from Twist. Just about getting around the corner, but then Safe goes back to peek it. Bomb goes down. Snow has to trade.
We saw this round before. Another deja vu situation. Piria spots two over in middle, backs away from the fight, calls out to his teammates. Bomb stepping in now. That's a great nade. Well placed, well timed. And now you're just going to get mowed down as you try and begin this retake. One player remaining. It's Jacob. And you might just want to prioritize the op.
Yeah, steal that away if you can. It's the only victory you can get from this round. So it's going to back off, carry that AWP over. Scoped up, but they continue to hunt him, and they are sending bodies towards his position. But 7 rounds to 2.
What does Bytelabs do?
Wow,
okay. Fair play.
Yeah, smooth. Cat-like.
Yeah, well, cat-like. Yeah, well, I mean, on that note, we've had an interesting time to start off IEM Atlanta. I'm sure plenty of people saw the FaZe Twist social media. We've been at the Furry Hotel.
A furry time, Jason. Yeah. FaZe hanging out with all their furry friends.
Anubis
Cinemas one has shown up in Astana as well, so it's like happening everywhere at this point. It's everywhere. That's basically
time for it.
That's all I'll really say. Yeah, it's a lot of conventions going on. A lot going on in Atlanta, Jason.
Always is. It's been a while. I've missed Atlanta. Atlanta's a cool city. I've enjoyed it.
Has it changed much since the days?
The days of E-League? Not really.
No.
I haven't been to the old stomping grounds though. You know, I got to go back and hit some of the spots.
Yes, indeed, Jason.
ეჟიატო გაბანდა აბა რა გითხრა bro დაიშალა ვაფშე ორგანიზაცია და მაგის მერე ალბათ ყურადღებაც არ ექცევა ბევრი
feasting on FaZe right now.
ინასურადაც ალბათ ვეღარ არიან და დაიშლება წესრიგის კამანდა ვაფშე არ შეიძლება დახურონ კაუნტერის კამანდა ვაფშე ეჟორზეც ვერ გავიდნენ ვერაფერს ვერ აკეთებენ და ფული საიდანვე შევიდეს პროსტო ხوار ექნება თუ ეჟორზე რო გასულიყვნენ კიდე მოჟნა მაგრამ ეჟორის გამარჯვეს ახლა
Double push out B main to find an opening kill.
Major picks amortida FaZe და შესაბამისად შეეძლოთ რომ კიდე გაეკეთებინა. ეხლა არ ვიცი.
No other presence that you saw. You can kind of drift away a little bit. Player goes towards middle. That's going to be Twist to hold the fort.
Იგუზეს მაგარი utility usage აქვს.
He'll have Snow and Safe attacking in the middle.
მაღალ დონეზე იცის utility.
Still pain don't. I mean, look at the mini map. You have Bytelabs on the extremity towards B. You've got VSM on the extremity towards A. There's no real final plan in place yet. It looks like they're going to stray towards splitting into the A bomb site.
ნეიტო კარჩე იმენ ხმარებაში ყავთ. შეხედე.
Yeah, they're going to put pressure here on Brokey. His
teammates
doing their best to try and stay in this fight.
ნახე ბიჭო გაგუდეს მაო. რას უფერავენ ტიპები საღო. ის ნახე ზურგში ადგება ორ კაცს.
Well. So now it's a one front retake.
Ой, რა ტაიმინგი იყო.
Confidence from Safe. Effective shooting. Right now on the server, only one team has shown up to this opening game.
Yeah, they are just getting ran over at this point. 3-on-3 and you get nothing done. Even the aggression to keep them trapped behind Cake inside the bomb site, and Safe just punishes you with the op. Wasn't even aware that Twist had gone wide.
This
one's great. After this, plenty of time to line up and scope in the shot. Twist lands a few, but Safe's able to get it off before he goes down. A 6-round lead now for Pain. This series is cruising towards a 2-0. And this timeout meant
to stop this momentum, but nothing's worked previously on Dust 2 to start this map, the break between maps. Momentum is the word we're using really the more that was surrounding this pre-game chat. They come out of Texas, they look fantastic in Fort Worth, they really surprise everybody, exceed expectations, and we're wondering, does that give them enough confidence and show that their level is high enough to get a win versus a team like Pain Gaming in the opening game of the Intel Extreme Masters? თამაშების გასროლა რა. Kerem territory თამაში ვეღარ მოიგოს ახლა Pain-მა, მაგრამ all of us consistency at the moment.
Well, a symptom of like a complete swap and change.
კიდე რო იყიდა
You're
ის.
going to have those at the start. Snow going to start sliding up canals. Once again, some aggression towards B-Main is there. Frozen, he primes him with the first flash, second flash coming now. Pyria's playing anti.
Eyes to the sky, flashes up. Pyria dodges it. Frozen dies. Simple as that, really.
And I mean, they can just maintain this kind of slow pace now, right? Like you can just pause and wait. Another smoke here towards canals. Twist going to step into it.
Break the smoke. Just check that close corner. Twist not going to be revealed by it. And then he can drop back into the shroud of the smoke again. 45 seconds left. Bomb will be making its way to the B side for the finish. Okay. There's no chance. Absolutely none right now for FaZe. Jacob's had a rough time in connector. Brings Twist over to try and help him. It doesn't go much better. Both of those players go down in an instant. The site's taken. Plant is through. Doesn't feel like a nice save, but it's the only thing you've got here, FaZe. Yeah. And we're looking at 9-2.
You might not even have the save. I mean, if I'm paying, look at all the money that they've got to reinvest in whatever weapons they need. I'm going to take these guns away and just be an absolute ruthless. Only Pyria really moving around the map. He'll be found by Brokey. Good shot, good flick down. And now the pressure picks up elsewhere. VSM steps in towards main. He's got Snow behind him, but they're not super committed to this hunt.
მე რო ჩემ წინა coach-თან ერთად უყურებდი იმებს, რა ქვია, demos მაგის ფურიასი რა ქონდა ძირითადად script round-ები ქონდა ცუ რა. აი მაგათაც script round-ები რას ქვია უყურე? იქოლება სპაუნიდან ეგ რაუნდი რა, ანუ რას აკეთებენ, ხვდები? ხოლენა გაქოლებს მაგალითად თუ აკეთებთ იეკინდარას რაუნდს. ანუ იეკინდარა მაგალითად თუ კვდებოდა კონექტორში მირაში. ესე იგი უკვე იცოდნენ წინასწარ რა რაუნდი იყო რა და თავიდან მაგას ვერ ამუღამებდნენ და მაგის ხარჯზე იგებდნენ და ამოეწურათ ალბათ ეხლა რა ეგ რესურსი. რაღაც ახალი სისტემა აქვს ეხლა მოსაძებნი რომ default-ზე უფრო უნდა აგონ თამაში რა, რაც Vitality's აქვს, ძალიან ძლიერი default-ი აქვს Vitality's და მაგიტო იგებენ ყველაფერს. იმიტომ რომ ინდივიდუალურად ძალიან მაგარი მოთამაშეები არიან.
They'll have to do something in the second half which they haven't shown capable of, which is going to a huge streak of victories. Nature getting activated with the opening kill and drop away, so no trade coming in for Pain.
Nitits მოკლეს ეგ არ აღიაჭი რა. აბა კი ეგეჭი რა.
Trying to continue that streak. They've overcome a couple 4v5 deficits throughout that run, and they might be able to do it again. Pyria, ready and waiting. There's the calls it out to his team that there's another one. Safe steps up, but on the other side of the map, Natu's Krieg rings out at the A bomb site.
Brokey sends the shot on pass. Safe is going to continue to move forward and takes Brokey out of the equation. But they back into Twist, who will secure at least a third round for FaZe. But unfortunately for FaZe, the scoreline is painful.
Hi. ძალიან ისვრიან ტო. არა არ ვაპირებ bro. Aia, it's Mount Twist out, Gaia, give it. Turn it. ჯერ ფასებზე არ ჩამოვყალიბებული ვარ, მაგრამ კვირის ბოლომდე უნდა იყოს უეჭველი საიტი. რა თქმა უნდა, მაგას ყოველთვის აქვს მიღამ. ქართველი როცა თამაშობს. არა, ვარ, 200 ლაიქს უკვე, მადლობა თქვენ. There was a South CSGO status. როგორც ვიცი, კარგი ისტორია რაც არის მაგ სტატუსი რა. ტაივანში რო იყო რევაზა იმაზე სოფლიო ჩემპიონატზე, მან დაიჭირეს ტრანსფერმა რა და კარგი ორი ვარიანტი გაქვს რა. ერთი არისო რომ ტატუსაც იხატავ და თან გყნავთო და მეორე არის რომ პროსტო გაგიშვებთო რა, პროსტო ფული გადაგვიხადეო რა. ამან პირველი აირჩია, პირველი ვარიანტი.
I mean, I don't know. They haven't stood a single chance in either of these maps we've seen so far. Pistol rounds have been great. Everything else is just.
მაგაზია, მე კი რევაზას სააკ ექტატო და მაგირა.
I got no idea what you would even say to get back into this, but I guess we'll just have to find out.
But please, boys, let's be more focused on the comms. This is all I'm asking right now. Okay?
Yeah, that's.
Step one.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that you don't want to be saying at 3 to 9 on map 2, you know?
Imagine, the scoreline is definitely going to kill comms, that's for sure. Everyone just goes a little bit flat.
Well, also, I mean, you think about it. This is 3 halves.
Well, it's
been great at pistol rounds, Jason.
They have been great at pistol rounds.
Won every single one of them so far. Fourth coming up, but Twists has taken a lot of damage early, but they're going to be coming in heavy towards this B bomb site. Let's see if Payne can hold on. Snow up first. Joel Beretta's at the ready. Here they come, tearing them up. Just the one. Period can't land anything with the USP, so taken away by Frozen, who takes both kills and the bomb plant secured.
Yeah, where the flank is going to be coming in through E-Box shortly, and good on Big Vincere. He's actually grabbed an angle very quickly to let them know that
smoke
out. One flashbang, no kit for the 3 CTs on this retake, and all of FaZe has backed up in towards or outside of B main, so going to be very
okay.
We'll just get on it. Hope you've got enough bodyguards to stop the peaks from coming through, but Vincere Brokey taking headshots, and another pistol round here for FaZe will be won. So 4 rounds collected.
No kills at the end of the day for Safe. He goes down, and yeah, 4 for 4 on pistols. I don't know if that's something you're going to want to celebrate at the end of everything, or if you look back and think of that and going down 0-2 in the series with winning 4 pistols is going to be, you know, a unique gut punch all of its own. Well done from Frozen with his double kill on the opening, on the entry, trading off the first and able to swing for another. and no chance to get back into things. But this round, we have a second round investment from
Oh,
Pain.
Ragai,
Now,
on
on Dust 2,
they
they were able to put a stop to FaZe and prevent them from converting. We'll see if that can continue. FaZe looking to apply a little bit of pressure early on, maintain some presence in middle quickly in the rounds.
მისწოზე გააგენ იმენა. კარგად ბექა შენ რა. აი საუკე ანუ ჰობი რო იყოს რევაზას იმენა დაჯმა. ჩემი საყვარელი ჰობი იქნებოდა. ან მევასება აი თან. ძალიან მარტივად არის მოსაფიქრებელი, აი რაც გინდა რომ მოუფიქრო, ყველა აი ძალიან მარტივად ეძმევა რა. აი ეგეთი ისა აქვს თვითონ აღნაგობა რა. ყველაფერს მოუფიქრებ რა.
Twists. Second kill in the round is clean. MP7 getting to work. Oh, he gets actually blasted through the wall there. Takes a dink on board through the bricks, down to 53 HP. And the reaction from FaZe. No, not like this. Surely not. Big Vincere and Snow with a couple of kills. Fortunately, Frozen and Jacob getting those trades though.
Yeah, if Snow had gotten 2, we could have the conversation. But the fact that Big Vincere is locked out of the really 26 HP and an MP7. So 5th round for FaZe on the board. They're at least going to have that going for them. And then, you know, with a weekend by in the next, set themselves up nicely to open this half with a 3-round streak. We see if they can continue building that momentum and backs off. Maybe wants to find one sneaky rifle at the end of the day. That's a cool look. I'm glad we're seeing this out of Pain. We talked about them falling out of the invite bubble like a little bit, you know, earlier this year.
Უნდა მოიგოს წესი დრავი რა შეუშლის ხელს მითხარი. ნავი არის ერთი ყველაზე ძლიერი გუნდი. და მაგნავისაც ამით რომ მოუგეს წინაზე და რა ვიცი. უნდა შეუშალოს ხელი მითხარი bro.
You know, you're up against a diminished FaZe that we're kind of scratching our heads and wondering what level we should consider them at, but seeing them just the style of this victory.
სტრიმი დავალაიქოთ არხი გამოვიწეროთ მეგო.
Actually deliver.
12500 ავიდეთ ბარემ.
Hasn't been an individual popping off. Hasn't
been 12500 რაღაცა 14500
for Pain. And I imagine they'll continue that when the guns come back out.
VSM steps out on his own towards A main, gets in a fight with Natus on top of the rugs and loses it against the Galil. Now the A bomb site's completely open. Hoping that FaZe walk into the stack of the B site. Snow's taking Frozen.
Yeah, you know where these last two players are. So Jacob just picks up the bomb and dips. He's got Twist over middle to watch for any kind of a push. Yeah, 9-6 is going to be the scoreline. So FaZe put a stop to that. Back to the final round of the first half. And we'll see if they can carry that momentum and ride it into a comeback and maybe even this out and fight for a chance at Mirage.
So, getting the bomb down.
At
least finding the footing to kick off this second half. Now, it's got to be one hell of a streak, but taking the first few steps of it.
Over in the B stream as well, if you guys are tuning in from home, pull it up on a second monitor. We got Bait taking on Bet Boom. That series is well underway. First map was an overtime affair. So quite a brawl and a battle over there. Later on today here on this the A stream, Vitality taking on BC Games, Simple versus Zywoo, that old chestnut, we love to see it. And then NRG Foot will be on the B stream for that second series of the day as well. So plenty of Counter-Strike, 4 best of 3s today on each stream.
Yeah, lots and lots of Counter-Strike to come over the next few days. I mean, so much CS going on at the moment on the run up.
as well as live out there. Yep.
On the run up to the major.
There's like 19 straight hours of Counter-Strike if you guys wanted it all. From the start of Astana to the end of an Atlanta day.
You could enjoy all that. Yeah, you could do that.
Might be exhausted afterwards.
Skip sleep.
Round 16, and the guns are out. Safe has his AWP.
Yes, and rifles out across the rest. Broky's going to stay with a MAC-10 here, so let's see what kind of idea he's got cooking at the moment. A little bit faster towards B, but Safe is there to announced proudly and loudly that he's got the AWP out. So Frozen gone, and FaZe immediately have to play with the man deficit. And we talked about how important these opening kills
აბა ეს
have
რაუნდი
been
გადაწყვეტს ბევრ
for
რაღაცას
FaZe.
ახლა.
Like the fact that
FaZe თუ
we're
მოიგებს,
struggling on Dust
აქ
2 to get
გახდება
any
ეგრევე
opening
7-8.
success. It's another scenario here where Pain go out, get that opening.
თვითრვა იქნება
And it's a
უკვე
clean
ეგრევე
opener with no
ავტომატურად.
real chance for FaZe to trade it.
And it's an opening by Safe, who you got to give a lot of credit to.
არა,
He
დაჟე
hasn't played since August
9
of
იქნება,
2025.
ხო?
Hasn't played in an official, I should say, since August of 2025. And normally we feel like there's a decent amount of ring
ეს
rust
რაუნდი
for
რომ
players
მოუგო.
coming back in that kind of a situation. But after his performance on Dust 2, not the top fragger, perhaps the most impactful with EWP, it looks like he hasn't missed a beat. Really, really cool to see from Safe. VSM and Big Uzera. Tasked to do
ახლა ეს როგორც კი სროლას დაიწყებს ეგრევე.
part of the map.
ნეიდებს ახლა ნახე. უიმე უბედურება რა ნეიდი მონა. ნახე რა დაუკეტეს ეგრევე ჩემ. იმას ერთი ტყვიაც რო გაერტყა აწეული იყო ის ტიპი უოჭერი.
Considering their options, they still have plenty of time.
აუ ბიჭო ეხლა იმენა ის მომინდა ის გრილიაჟები აუ ბიჭო გახსოვ პლუს ერთი რამდენი უნდა იყო გაიჩ პლუს 25-ის ხარ და ბევრი ჯოჭი მაღაზიაში იყიდებოდა ხოლმე მგვალი გრილიაჟი ერქვა არ ვიცი რავი თუ გახსოვთ აუ როგორ მევასებოდა ბიჭო როგორ მევასებოდა არსად აღარ მინახავს იმის მერე ბავშვობის მერე ძალიან გემრიელი იყო ეგეთი გემა მაინც აღარ ექნება რომ ვნახო
But here they come, utility flying forward, it's snowing out.
Რა სეტაპი აქვს ჩემი დედაუტირეს ტიპის.
Bomb needs to stand, and Brokey walks in, but it's going to be to his death. Surely to his death. His period peaks out. Just too many members here for Pain Gaming to hold on, and FaZe couldn't break through
ეხაც იყიდება წონით, აუ როგორ მევასებოდა.
Any of those shots on your first two players meant to create that space. They go down so easy that Brokey's got no chance coming through the smoke, and there's really nothing that's taking the attention away from Twist to activate that alert. Just the HP, I feel, from FaZe made that pretty much impossible. 10-6. First gun round on the CT side of Anubis for Pain, and they lock in.
ო ის გემო მაგას ვიძახი ის გემო მაგრად მევასე.
Yeah, this point if you FaZe.
და ჩემი მეზობელი აკეთებდა ხოლმე აი მინა სახლის წინ და მაგისუნი მახსოვს დღე და აი დღესაც просто ზეს უძირას და მაგას ყიდიდა ეგეთი მეზობელი VIP მეზობელი მარტო მე მყავდა ზეს უძირას და იმას ყიდიდა ხოლმე რა ქვია კაკალის ისინი როა რა ქვია რო იხსნება და შოკოლადი როა კაკალი ქვია მაგრამ ვერ გიხსნით ახლა ზუსტად მიცით რა კაროჩე რაც არა ძალიან მაგარი იყო აი ძა
Pain's just playing really, really good Counter-Strike together at the moment. All that teamwork that FaZe has been searching for, trying to find, trying to show inside the server. Pain's got all of it. Looking really, really good.
არ ვიცი bro, არ მინახავს რა
rounds away from taking the series 2-0.
ძალიან მევასება ეკაკალი. იმას აქვს, რა ქვია, დანკინს აქვს და ყიდულობ ხოლმე როცა მოვხდები. რა ხვარია პირანია შეხედელებს ხილავს დაინახა ერთი და
Flashes go in towards Dark. You've got Jacob moving up into Connector. The defense designed to deal with a B threat. Snow and Puria, two very strong players today.
Holding on to utility as well. Snow still has his smoke for when he feels like it's actually going to be a commitment. Twist is going to activate Natus over towards the A main bomb site just to see if he can grab a kill.
There's the P coming out, so at least FaZe getting both peaks coming towards them and punishing on both attempts. So a 5v3, 44 seconds left. Much better here for FaZe. Surely no world in which they lose this round from this point.
No, outside of some Herculean individual performance, I think this round is pretty much cooked. Bombs even going to the other side of the map. So Pain is convinced the finishing move is going to be towards the B-bomb site, but they're so very wrong. A little bit of utility. Jacob's going to sell it. One kill, and it pretty much secures a round win. And he's searching everywhere for it. Not going to find the kill. Snow takes him down, but meanwhile, they've stepped into the A bomb site.
The biggest arrow's got in behind the
Opa, moita.
Brokey dead. All right, do you really just go for this now? You're a long way off.
Frozen cannot let players get past him. Frozen is in such a strong position.
Yeah, well, he's taking so they realize, okay, Biggest arrow's dead. We're still so far away from getting into position to win this round. Frozen shuts it in your face. Will be a 7th round for FaZe. I asked, there's surely no way FaZe lose that round. There is a small window of opportunity created, but still
winning the all-important round to FaZe, staying in it.
Just the frozen in the middle of the map. You have that lurker entrenched, you know, in that kind of a situation. So tough to get past him, especially when it's frozen. So the lead is cut down to 3. FaZe still alive. And Twist still going to be working this T side. Up in the hands of Brokey. Same for Safe on the defense. Money starting to dwindle, though, as Pain is forced to rebuy yet again. And they'll take their first time out to talk things over because, yeah, they're getting to the dregs of their economy. You lose this round, you get your money broken, and then FaZe is right back in it in striking distance with economic advantage. So big conversation, all-important round for both of these teams. Pain to get a win, continue keeping this as easy as possible so they can coast to a series victory. For FaZe, this round is like the knockout blow to the economy of Pain that lets you claw this back and maybe tie things up. So critical juncture for a win, a huge swing round here in round 18 on Anubis. Two kids for the CT side, T-side fully equipped. All the utilities there, 4 AKs and an AWP. And we go live in round 18.
Play are which highlights gochunებს ვარა მაგრამ ზაივო უოჭველი.
The AWP going to be positioned to watch mid.
ამის მერე რო ESL-ის ტურნირი უკვე მეიჟორი გვაგრძმებო მთელი ივნისი. რას ფიქრობთ მაგაზე, ჰა?
VSM has pushed up behind that smoke with the MP9. You'd imagine he'll start backtracking now as it fades away. He will.
No information on the map whatsoever. Really, for either one of these squads, no one's really made any move. Here's the first one. Twist and Jacob stepping forward. That is the bomb. And we're going at Safe.
Oh, hearing a lot of information. The fire at their feet. But Safe is caught in a dangerous position. Flashes up. Twist still gets the kill because Safe missed the shot. Vincere had to get a trade kill of some kind and picks it up on Jacob.
Safe really found himself in a crappy situation with no good options. So picked off and trapped inside that smoke when it gets broken open. Thankfully, Vincire's there for the trade back to keep things an even keel. 4-on-4. 35 seconds left on the clock. FaZe readjusting on the map to split into the B bomb site. Actually, even Twist is calling that off. I don't know if there's time for this. He's going mid now with the bomb. 20 seconds on the clock. They've pulled everyone over to the B bomb site, but now they've got to sprint. They've got to move. And that's a big kill to get. VSM steps into the open, and that's the bomb site secured for FaZe. And that is an 8th round secured for FaZe. They're not going to get that all-punishing reset because the 3 players are going to save these weapons of Vincere, Snow, and Pyria.
But you're getting there. You're getting closer and closer, obviously, with every step being taken now for FaZe.
And that breaking opportunity is still going to be there in the next round as well.
I mean, it was clear when you look at the minimap at the start of the round that the A bomb site was going to be the weakness in that round. You know, VSM, just by nature of only having an MP9, that's the case. But then also, you know, Bytelabs was his support. He was
Jacob არის ძმებო როგორც დონკა.
Rotating over towards
დონკა არის მაგალითად პირიჩი. როგორც Flames არის Vitality-ში. როგორც Falcon-ში არის კიოსუკე. როგორც იმი არის Navis-ში. ამას რა ჭირს მეგო? აუტვისტა რო უკეთისთვის.
Good hunt at the end, 1-for-1 for Twist. They've done such a good job of being a step ahead. I almost feel like Twist and NK have caught on to that and been like, let's throw a few more fakes into the mix. Like, before we make our final decision towards the late round, let's apply some pressure in somewhere we're not going to go, because we're seeing them play the CT side very reactive to what we're doing. They're shifting, they're rotating, they're having an extra player every time we do something. So let's use that. Let's use that as leverage and actually pull that extra defender elsewhere.
Well,
those only where we're
FaZe will be able to get themselves back into the game, but they're doing a decent job. Snow going to be boosted up. I love this. And just getting away with that one is Brokey. Stays alive on very low HP, but it's going to be a really cool way to get the opening kill there for Pain.
I thought he was going to be able to plant his feet and just take the shot. Good damage, and certainly Brokey's going to have to play on the back foot now.
Oh, Jacob has a roll here, and it's to have some flashes ready if needed, and
Isn't going to toss them just yet. Brokey actually getting caught by a flashbang, but still taking Bytelabs down as he moves forward. So you've carved up one of those saved weapons already. So a good start here for FaZe. Now the reaction to go towards A main. DSM waiting, 5-7 in hand, hoping this little sidearm can do it. Oh my god.
Moica 5-7 კუკავს მებო და ანაბოზარი ერაკე 5-7 საკ დანდრეული 5-7 დანდრეული აქ როგორ ინერფება იცი ჩემი სიტყვები დაიმახსოვრე და ეს მე დაკლიპეთ 5-7 საკ დანდრეული ინერფება უეჭველი ანუ ისეთი რაღაცები გააკეთეს ბოლო ორ ტურნირზე რომ 5-7 უეჭველი დანდრეული აქ სიზრი აუტო მახსოვს ეგრე რო იყო და დედა მოუტყნეს იმის მერე აღარავინ აღარ ყიდულობს 5-7 დანდრეული აქ MP9-საც ეგრე მოუვიდა
such limited time here. Frozen needs to win this duel, and he does. Headshots in. Now he needs to try and deal with camera, but Brokey's gone down, so Frozen still has to worry about the bomb. 10 seconds on the clock. Just run away at this point if you're Pain. He has no time to get it back and get it to the site. The only way he can win is on elimination, and those chances are never given over. In fact, they take the kill before the time at least, but 11-8. It's Pain back to winning ways, and for a moment there, looking like that was going to be FaZe all day long, and then VSM, a double on the 5-7, just rips their hopes and dreams out of their hands.
Yeah, just quick little taps at this range. Here's the boost to bring Brokey very, very low, very early on. Well done from him, even getting away before that shot.
Look at that
instant death. Pair of headshots, and smiles back in the faces of Pain.
ესეთი რაუნდები აქებს თამაშს. მე 250 ლაიქს ავიდეთ ბარემ.
Highly touted prospect, but over the years haven't quite seen him hit the peaks that I think Pain expected out of him. But at least for the moment, it feels like those couple months of going back and playing all the events in South America has filled him with a little bit more confidence. He had some role swaps towards the end of last year as well, but this is a great performance. Passive defense in middle this time. Big Vincere all the way backed off, playing towards camera.
რა ტრაექტორია გაიარა მოლოტოვმა დაინახეთ?
Only feel a little bit starved for information right now for Pain. Gonna send two players out B main, and a dry peek with no flash results in an easy kill for Brokey.
They've been punished. That's like the third time I feel in this half they've been punished by being the aggressor on the CT side. I almost feel like they should just have the convo and kind of stop worrying about those early pushes. They're in position but can't handle the fight, and now all eyes turn towards the B bomb site. Kiri is actually pushing away. So Safe is alone with the AWP. He's looking to grab one kill and stay alive.
Safe holding. Gonna be another kill here.
ნახე და სადღაც პამა ბიგუზერა. რა ხوارია. მაგრამ მეორე გაიჩეკება კონექტორში ეგაა საქმე. რა რაუნდი გამოვაძრეს საერთოდ.
Yeah, 4 chances to close it out. 4 chances to close out this series, and one more timeout it looked like being indicated over on the FaZe side of things. Do they have any more? I can't remember if they used all 3. We'll find out. So no chance for that timeout, it looks like. Lovely shot from Safe, the reposition. Big Vincere getting a little bit lucky with the spam through the smoke, but a good understanding of the lineup. Even a blind kill mixed in there. Nothing for FaZe going right. A very quiet day to open up IEM Atlanta for the FaZe team.
ნახავთ ეხა ეს თამაში როგორ შევა გავიგებთ რამე ხაში დაიწყება სიმპლოს თამაში.
Yeah, gotta be such a deflating feeling after finding some success in Fort Worth to now coming to Atlanta.
Tell you what, they're gonna
blown out of the server by Pain Gaming.
Yeah, and they'll be playing the loser of the NRG foot game that comes up later on today.
There's Brokey. Deagle just looking down towards Snow Imperia. He's gonna move on up. Imperia's got a deep angle already taken outside of B main. Brokey's gonna get the information. Call for his teammate to
Tirania რა გიჟივითაა შეხედე თო.
And FaZe fall to 3 players, and they're about to fall to Pain Gaming.
ეს რა იარაღები თამაშობს ბიჭო ამის იმენა ავად მყოფიდე დავატირე რა იარაღები მას ყველაფერი ეჭირა კალაშის და M4-ის გარდა
They don't let their opponents get to double figures on either map.
No, they look so clean today. They looked really good. Just strong fundamental Counter-Strike, hitting the basics very well. He had it powered by some really strong Dust 2 was a monster. Safe on Dust 2 with his AWP was influential. Snow here on Anubis took over this game. 22 kills for him. Just have an impact each and every round. And yeah, to open up IEM Atlanta like that, and as your return to the professional circuit as well for the Pain guys, this is a great feeling for them to move forward into day number 2. We're ready to see who they're going to face off against tomorrow. But for now, they just get to celebrate the fact that they've just body-bagged FaZe.
Yeah, and you mentioned it could be a tough opponent for FaZe heading forward. We'll see how they are able to pull themselves together, but a lot of work to be done, a lot of conversations to be had for FaZe if they want to get some of that form they had last week again. But for Pain Gaming, I mean, we had questions what they would look like. We haven't seen them in a long time, so why don't we catch up with them down in the booth?
Big start here for Bytelabs. How was that, man? Tell me about that game.
The first match was cool. I think it was not that difficult, but Anubis city side, you know, yeah, sometimes goes wrong. But today, I think we did a well job.
Yeah, I mean, they locked in both pistols in the second map, but it seemed as though you guys were still running the board. Did you expect it?
Yeah. Actually, Anubis has been the best map on practice, so that's why we picked it. So I think was a little bit surprised for them also. So
tell me a little about Snow's performance today, because he wasn't missing. Tell me about playing with Snow today.
Yeah, we love to have him like in the team, not just because he's a good player, but also the energy. And other things also, and yeah, so good to play with him.
So it seems like you guys might have figured out that some of those op questions that were around. Is that true?
Yeah.
Cool. Anything you want to say?
Like cheering for us, and let's fucking go. #go Pain.
I love that for you, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
რა მაპია ბოლო? სახლი ძმა, არაფერი მაპია აღარ არის ბოლო. ამოიტყ, აუ რა მხელა ძუძუები აქ. გაჩერა. არა, მაგრამ ეს ინგლისური. მორჩაბექს. სტრიმის სახელით შევცვალოთ სეტში, კარგი იდეა. Wait a second, who are you? აბერამდე. ოპა. ოპა, ეს ვინ არის? ვინ არიან ესენი, აბა? ეს რატო დამიყენეს აქ, ვინ ჩემი შაშაკოლა ეს? ანუ ძმებმა იქ აპექსა დამიყენეს და მეორე მხარეს მამა ჩემის ბიძაშვილი იმენა, ანუ შიგარა აქვს მობას გაფიცებ. ანუ იმენა ჩემი სოფლელი ვალერა დამიყენეს იმენა, ანუ აქეთ აპექსა და იქით ვალერა იმენა. ანუ ვაფშე რა შუაში იყო ჩემი კარგი მოტყნა. რა შედარება იყო? რა იქით რონალდო რო დავაყენა და აქედან ნუნე ჭიჭვეიშვილი ან ვიღაცა. არ ვიცი. ტანგა გოლის ფეხბურთელი ვიღაც, არ ვიცი. აბშე რა შუაში იყვნენ ერთმანეთს. რა ვიცი, ჩვეულებრივი ცხოველები არიან. ანუ ეს დაითხოვეთ სამსახურიდან ჩვეულებრივად, იმენა ჯოტია იმენა ცოჩი აპექსა და იქით რონალდო და გვერდზე ჯოტია ცაავა იმენა ცოჩი. ანუ ჩვეულებრივი სიგიჟე. აქ იმენა ცალკე დედის ტყნა მიდის ხო რუსები უკრაინელებში.
Comes at the cost of so much HP to send the out.
Run next max chino 14 minute. Თქვენ ბიჭო. სიქხომ არა.
Honestly, respect for going for it again. He's
done it. I'm around უყუროთ და მე წავალ.
Times failed. It's just I'm gonna do it again. Why not?
You never expect.
Ეს დახურავს ბეთფუმი.
Attempt. 4 versus 4 here. A big freeze up from Bait actually to maybe just see if there is going to be an overstep, and there is. Umich loses his head. Now getting a kill. So man advantage towards Bait. Still this HP that comes under the limelight. Orp has a quick look, doesn't spot anything, and they are slowly wrapping their way round towards A with all this outside control. So might not be what's expected. There's a player who has made his way down below, Zorte on that Orp.
Keep an eye on this clock though. They're not giving us a lot of time. We're just about to go on to 30 seconds, and they're only now making their way in towards heaven. They've basically got no room for error. They can't make any mistakes.
Yeah, someone's got the bomb hits the deck, 20 seconds. They've evened up the numbers. There's another player in towards heaven that's unexpected. It's all going to be down to Alex. 5 HP, low time. Zorte in the vent, picks up the bomb. Gets behind to get it planted. Oh my goodness. I mean, really well done. Just about able to squeeze out that bomb. Is that still going to be enough though, because he is so low? Can they communicate that? Zorte just waiting, biding his time.
Dzma, pompia, gadebuli, შეჩემა, შენ უნდა მი.
That maybe a teammate communicates to you, so
he took twice in it,
buying some time.
Where's Piru
He does have the AWP out. Great angle against the AWP here. Zorte gonna have to hit his shot. Oh, barrel spotted!
Jesus.
And Alex goes early, but he will get it done. Damage not confirmed. Fly around the corner with a USP. I think you win that, but they just didn't know.
God, that was so close. Just trying to keep the vibes up, though. I can respect that. But yeah, that was dicey. That was a little too close for comfort. He shoots a little early. Kind of cost him in terms of the spray control, but it's all good.
It
just feels like Bait are starting to open up a bit of a door, and it's off the back of BetBoom's pause as well, which is kind of even more important. You know, it's a tactical timeout taken by BetBoom, and immediately another round found by Bait as they're slowly but surely starting to chain a little bit of something.
რა სიტუაცია და ფენმა ამოტყნა FaZe 2-0 ძმა კაც. ეხა ველოდებით PC Games-ის ამოტყნოს.
Hopefully it's nothing too crazy. Meditation for Zorta is locked in. He's
just lost the clutch, hasn't he?
Fuck the ref. Fuck the ref.
Counter-Strike Combine 2025, Dallas, Texas. Some of the best Counter-Strike players in the world. They're going to be put through their paces, tests, trials, tribulations. Who's going to pass? Who's going to come out on top? We've got one man, Rushley A. Rushlison, standing by, official referee, joining us today to adjudicate. Nobody does it better than this guy in the business. Let's get into it.
Hi.
No, just need to plug in the keyboard, the mouse, and straighten the monitor.
Okay. Go.
Oh, monitor first. Interesting. Under the cables now. Found the hole. In the hole now under the table. This is where it gets tough. He could hit his head here. Oh, first USB's in. That's clean. Second USB in. He's up. He's on the chair. Done. Stop the clock.
I'm sorry.
16 seconds.
I'm sorry. The skin is not on. I'm sorry. The what? The skin is not on.
Rush.
Yeah. Ah, you need to.
The official adjudicate. No, it's fine. You're fine.
He's against me.
You're fine.
Motherfucker. Okay.
Oh, monitor first as well. Learning from his teammate.
It's learning from my teammate. I fucked up.
He's struggling with the USBs. He's struggling with the USBs. Stop the clock. 17 seconds.
Fuck.
All right. Are you feeling prepped and ready for this?
Reaction
and I feel ready now.
Okay.
Oof. 156. I don't know if he's good, but let's see.
He's taking a breath between each go. I like it. Getting himself poised.
He's gonna be good. He's gonna be good.
Are you gonna take this technique?
I can do better than this.
Okay, sorry, mate. Excuse us.
The consistency!
He's consistent for a couple of years now.
Oh, nearly.
You got in his head. You got in his head.
Ooh.
Consistency across the board there.
Yeah.
157 average for Zywo. All right, Apex up to bat.
Apex უფრო სწრაფი რეაქცია ექნება, ნახე.
Let's see if all people can have
They
good
do
reaction.
say that the reaction times start going down at 25. I want you to be comfortable.
25. მე რო ქვემოთ ხოდის რომ reaction time-ია.
Oh! He's done him on the first!
22 years old.
It's about the averages. It's about the averages.
I know.
You can't get overconfident here.
Don't let me stress.
Oh, that was so long.
Yeah, this one was really
You're holding the angle. You're
ვიღაც
holding
უკრაინელი
the
დედა
angle.
მოწყმის შვილს ხო. next match-ი 6 მინუტო. არა.
But still 150.
გადმოიწია დრო, არა, არსად არ მივდივართ, კაცო.
Oh, it's getting
Still
worse.
in it though. Still in it though. Still in it though.
It's getting worse. Oh, it's getting worse and worse.
But you can redeem it all here.
No.
It's about now.
He can redeem it all right now.
You can do 120.
No.
158 average though. 157, 158. So Zywo's getting by
Wow, 30 touch.
The best player in the world. I mean.
I'm just being consistent.
Okay, so let's set the scene. 12-11, map 5. Major on the line.
Oh, mate.
12-6.
Apex has just gone 1 for 1 on the opener. You're in a 4v4.
Okay.
You've bottled it. You missed an AWP shot.
Again?
He's dead.
Again?
Просто
Okay, I'm dead. Okay.
So 3v4, Mezzi gets a triple kill, wins you the series.
Wow, that's why.
არ ჩან შენი კომენტარი, ბანი ხო არ გადეს. მადლობა დონაციის საფოსო.
129. Are you happy with the length?
It came from
რა გაწერია? სად ყოფილა? ბიჭო, უყურე. მე როცა ძმებო უყურე ამდენი კაცი როცა წერთ ჩატში რთული არის ძალიან. მე როცა წერთ რამე კითხვას მომთაგეთ. ძაღლუკა დაწერეთ და ჩუჟოი და მე წავიკითხო, იმიტომ რომ მე ჩემთან სხვანაირად ჩანს ეგ. ამიტომ ვისაც პირდაპირ ჩემთან კითხვა გაქვთ, ეგრე დაწერეთ და წავიკითხო. მადლობა დონაციისთვის. რობზარი, იმენა ის იმენა ძალიან მაგარია, მართლა ძალიან გამომართლეთ, აი ძალიან გამომართლეთ რობზარო დაიწყეს.
6 seconds.
Aš ვფიქრობ და 2-0-ს ვფიქრობ 16 რაღაც 13-2. მადლობა პროდანციისთვის.
Limbering up here.
კი, დანის გათამაშება არის ჩემ Discord-ზე შედი ძმა და
Are you thirsty?
I am.
ამდენთან ლინკი გადახოვნე.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
You ready?
Oh. Okay, he's faster than me for sure.
4 seconds.
Yeah.
აბამე. ოიცა მე.
We knew Zywo could have shaved you.
Sorry.
Yo, მოვრჩი. ამდენი წამი იყო ძმებო.
When you're ready. Referee?
აუ, ამას იმენა ძმაო, ამას მოხსნის ის, რა ქვია, ვალოდია ძალიან მალე.
46.5.
Is that good, no?
Second highest today.
Okay.
Are you ready? I don't want you to hurt your hand here.
Nah, I'm fine.
All right. Gotta be sensible about this. Major's coming up. Here we go.
Oh.
Wait, what's
45.3.
What's close?
Very close. Very close, gentlemen. Very close.
He's going to gym every day.
I knew it. I knew he would say that if I win.
ამაში ყველაზე ძლიერი ვინ იქნება, მაგის მოჭერაში.
This is the strats in this book to win the major.
Okay.
Now what's going to happen is I'm going to call out a number.
Okay.
I will then
find a number.
blow the whistle. Okay. Once the whistle goes, you open the book to the page corresponding with the number I give you, and you must read the strategy aloud.
Okay. What's the page?
Wait, sorry.
არა, ეხლა ვერ გავაკეთებ, არ შემიძლია reaction time-ის გაკეთება. დონკი, როგორ იყო? პორტუგალიურად დონკა? დონკისტანო თუ რა.
It's a lot of
დონკა როგორ იყო პორტუგალიურად? დონკიტო ხო თუ რაღაც?
9 seconds.
დონკიტაო თუ რა.
There,
როგორ გააძ?
a lot of pages
დონკიტანო.
to
დონკიტანოს დედა შევიც. დონკიტანო, ჩემი კარგი.
He's losing time.
Oh, he's got stuck on the pages.
It was worse than him, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that strat. It probably won't work. Okay, 11 seconds.
Yes.
Did fumble on the page as well.
But you got lucky because you went straight to 42.
The fortunes in the pages. Okay.
Oh, oof.
Okay, banana speed eating. How do you feel about just taking a bite of a banana?
Now you know I have a secret. I have a really big secret, but I can't say it.
Whoa. Speed peel technique there. Whoa!
Whoa.
4 seconds.
Okay. Can I disqualify?
Well, you don't have to.
Can I disqualify?
I think you won already. I mean, I can try, but 4 seconds.
So it's not DQ. It's no time recorded unless. Do you want to give it a go?
Ranაირი მომენტია გზაივის მირელაში.
Let's.
Oh, he's fumbled on that. Oh, quick on the chewing. Not bad. 5.5. Not bad though.
I finished the banana at this. Yeah, good job.
ცუდი ბანანია ძმაო, ხმა ქონდა ისეთი რა, კაი გაბწკნის ხმა, ცუდი ქონდა.
So right now you're going to get these basketballs. You're going to get 3 shots. We want to see how good your utility is. So sometimes it's not a set nade. Sometimes it needs to be on the fly.
თურქეთის ინტერნეტი ჯობია ყველა ვარიანტში. მაგთის არაფერი არ დააყენო. ტელეფონის ნომერიც არ აიღო მაგთის.
It's easy. Okay. Look, little surprise if you want. I can do it with my phone.
Oh, again.
No.
0-3.
At least I have no pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You can stop now.
Oh, that's an extra point. I tried to dunk and it went down. Oh no, again.
What do we say about that, Rush? The fact that it fell off on the shot. Are we going again?
No?
It's done. He's going again. It's done. He's called it there. He's called it there. The referee.
Fuck the ref.
Gentlemen, how do you feel about your performance overall?
I had 2 shoot only and I beat him.
Yeah.
Fuck the ref. I think they will pay the ref, but it's all right.
Okay. Do you guys feel like you're ready to win in Dallas?
Yep. I think we are ready.
What's the last one?
That's it.
Okay, we good. Okay, yeah, I hope we're gonna win. 6 in a row would be nice.
Yeah, okay, beautiful. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dallas. ნახე რა მაგარი საცობია. ამ საცობში ქართველი რას იზავდა, ხო? აი, ქართველი გაიჩიტა კიდე მარცხნიდან ულის. გაიჩიტა ქართველი აი საცობში აუარა გვერდი ეგ მარცხნიდან. Natus იქნები, ბევრად კაი ინტერნეტი აქვს, იმიტომ გეიმინგ პაკეტს თუ ჩართავ, კაუნტერისთვის კაია.
It's our first day in the Big A's. We welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. My name is FaZe, and I am so excited to be reunited back with Yanko after quite a while.
აი ხა მითხარით, კაცო, იწყება თამაში თუ არა, რა საკეთებთო? მე кайფები? Matching 5 minutes.
It's a brand new experience, but I'm happy to be in America of all places to have that first.
შენ თუ ამერიკელი იყო, მე ვიყო ნაბოზარი, კაროჩ.
What do I need?
Yeah, you're giving me compliments like you clearly need something.
I just want you to be kind to Yumi. Don't take anything this guy says personally.
I'll try.
Jacob will be here later.
Excited to be back in Atlanta as well. When I was coming from the airport, drove past the Fox Theatre, gave me flashbacks when I was watching the E-League Atlanta Major as well. You were participating in some E-League events as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Not the Atlanta Major, but the Boston Major, which obviously the first couple of stages were here, and then also one of the E-League Premier ones where FaZe was lights out, right? It was the second half of 2017 where they really sort of dominated and became the best team in the world. They just added Guardian and all of Meister to that lineup. So yeah, a lot of memories here.
Anytime I think of E-League, I just think of that banger theme tune, that Fall Out Boy song. Oh my god,
yeah,
that was one of the best bits. Yumi, you've been here for Challenger League, right, or DreamHacks?
Yeah, I mean, I did that remote, but it was one of those events where there was this Cinderella story of FlyQuest never winning international trophies. Didn't matter who they were against, but they beat a big clan who were massive favorites of the tournament. Who, you know, funny later on, Big actually came back to Atlanta again the year after, and then also lost to M80. So Big like losing in Atlanta. Other teams, smaller teams, they love winning here.
Well, let's take a look at some of the teams we do have on the docket for this edition of the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. And take a look at some of the teams that unfortunately aren't making it through to the IEM Cologne Major. I think the biggest upset, if we can call it that, Janko, is FaZe. Obviously, all the roster changes that ensued after the fact, but that's the name that I look at, and I'm the most disappointed that they're not making it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you add into the context the fact that they were second place at the last major, so it really took a lot to go wrong for them to not even be in stage 1 of the Cologne major. And I think it was needed, though. Like, this FaZe roster just simply wasn't working, and yeah, it's been a lot of mismanagement in the last couple of years, letting big name players go away on free transfers, not getting anything in return, missing on some of the signings, even though they're reluctant to admit it to this point, right? And what we've seen with Kerrigan obviously leaving for Falcons, I think FaZe is in a good position to sort of just rebuild, and not necessarily fully rebuild, but figure out the next step for FaZe Clan in Counter-Strike, yes. Right? Like, how are they going to look like? Which direction are they going to take? Who are going to be the leaders of this team? And just start going down that path.
The journey for FaZe this season, unfortunately, was this car crash we couldn't look away from, because not only did we see them at these tournaments losing to everybody, you know, even re-encountering a Pain Gaming at this event, but they were also vlogging a lot of the pain and the struggles, which, you know, you got words from Kerrigan towards the end of that journey saying it's actually almost impressive they didn't make the Cologne Major because of how ridiculous their season had to be to fall out of contention.
Were you subscribing to the idea that it was a curse that they did make it to the grand final of Budapest? Are you a believer in that?
Listen, I've been, I think, one of the more vocal people about how much I didn't like Kerrigan's style of calling. I just think the game has evolved to a point where, you know, you can't rely just on mid-rounds or just making the genius best call, and I think that's what Kerrigan does best. But, you know, Vitality also do that to a very high level, but they also have some great set-piece rounds as well that I just think was always missing out of their game.
Do you think it's going to work in Falcons then? Not to take the train too far off the tracks, but do you think Kerrigan makes sense in Falcons?
It definitely makes sense to the style they want to play. Okay. But I've also wanted that out of Falcons as well. Like, I want them to have more set pieces so that, you know, a player like Kyosuke, for example, or I guess for the FaZe comparison, someone like Jacob, they have more guardrails. They have something to follow down the track instead of it always being a detour that they're not expecting.
You're going to have a tough time lifting trophies with guardrails on, right? But I think for Falcons, they couldn't have gotten a better in-game leader than Kerrigan for their situation, right? Because they have an issue of performing in playoffs. Kerrigan is quite the opposite. Like, whenever FaZe would somehow at least get to the playoffs, like, that's where they were better in relation to other teams, you know, and that's why the Budapest major run also happened to some extent. So I think we'll have to wait and see. You know, they need a couple of events under their belt, some time to practice, for everyone to get used to his system. But in theory, if he can get just a little bit more of Kyosuke first and foremost, right, and if he can get them to play in playoffs close to the level that they've displayed in groups at times, I think they can get what they wanted with his addition.
And also, you know, sometimes at the start of breakups, everyone's a little heartbroken. But down the line, you could end up having better lives as a result of it. You know, that could be the benefit for Twists and FaZe Clan. It could be the benefit for Falcons as well.
I was going to say, you might need to tell that to Twists personally. It sounds like it's not feeling too good right now. But let's talk about, obviously, the schedule that we have on the cards. We've already seen one game going down. I believe the B-Stream game is still ongoing. Obviously, FaZe, unfortunately, losing out to Pain earlier on today. We're going to be covering Vitality versus BC game. I just wanted to get your thoughts quickly, Janko, on that Na'Vi coming in second highest rated team in the world. If it weren't for Vitality, they would probably have lifted a few more trophies this year as well. I'm excited to see, hopefully, that come to fruition in the grand final again, maybe?
I mean, get in line. There's a lot of teams who would be saying the same sentence. If it weren't for Vitality, we'd had a couple more trophies under our belt. But hey, they've been close. I know it's been 3-0s, right? But in the maps that did end up being close, they would lose some silly rounds. I think they will look back outside of the Rio quarterfinal and say, we're there, we're close. Like, yes, you know, we do end up losing, we don't win a map, but it's kind of due to us. You know, like it's self-inflicted injuries at times. So you're always going to try and motivate yourself. And Vitality, they're trying their best, Freya. They're giving it their all for someone else to win a tournament. They've stopped practicing. They've split up. They're going to different, you know, parts of the United States. Like they're doing all they can for someone to beat them, but people still just...
They're giving you 11 rounds on the first map of a grand final series. Like, man, if you're Na'Vi, Yumi, that must feel so bad. Particularly when you hear Vitality saying, hey, we weren't even feeling that great coming into the event, not that much practice. Like, bro, if I can't beat you now, when am I going to beat you?
Well, this, I guess, is the next best chance, because, again, they're not practicing. They've spent time touching grass or, I guess, seeing cityscapes in New York. So, no, I mean... It does seem right now that, you know, people are talking about the void between Vitality and the next teams. I think a lot of the teams actually are weirdly quite close. They're just more brittle than Vitality. You know, Vitality don't bend and break. They almost always snap back, whereas these other teams, you know, we've got a lot of rookie players, a lot of star players that are put in these positions but don't have a lot of tier 1 experience, and so they're going to go, sometimes they go missing. Like Mikaze definitely didn't have the greatest nuke, for example, in their best of 5. He had a great Anubis, but, you know, then Imma starts to waver, and so these players that have such pivotal roles, they just need a bit more tempering, I think, on these other rosters, because I think they're closer than people make out.
Let's bring up the B-Stream schedule as well, just to take a look at exactly what's going on over there. That first map, first series rather, between Bait and BetBoom, that has gone to a 3-map affair. And yeah, we're going to get to see some of these other names take to the stage later on. But before we dive into our next matchup, let's take a look at some of our predictions, because obviously this is a 6-team playoff, so we'll get three teams coming from each group. I want to begin, if we could bring up the Group A bracket, and theorize a little bit as to who you expect to be making it through this one. You got a bold prediction off the bat, Yanko?
I think Vitality, this will be a walk in the park. Sure. I think the playoff streak will stay alive at the very least, Freya. But outside of that, it's pretty open. I mean, we talk a lot about Na'Vi being the biggest challenger. I think Foot has a... You know, they're a dark horse when it comes to challenging Vitality, potentially, because they're a young, exciting team. On a good day, they can definitely put up a great fight. And we saw Pain Gaming with a, I don't know if you can call it an upset. I guess that was a pretty even matchup, more or less, going into it, but taking down FaZe Clan. So outside of Vitality, I have Foot in there as more or less of a lock. And then after that, I think it's wide open.
Yeah, I'd probably be in agreement, and I'd maybe wager. Yeah, I would actually put Pain in there. I think I was actually very impressed with how they out-called a FaZe Clan that, you know, very recently caused upsets against a G2 and a Furia. You know, for Pain, that's no small feat, especially when they feel a little isolated sometimes in South America.
Okay, so we're locking in Vitality, very obviously. Foot, and then we're going with Pain?
Why not?
Yeah, throw them up in there. How do you feel
they won't
about...
make it, but we can...
we can dream for them. How do you feel about Foot at the moment? Obviously, what we saw back at EPR, that was really, really fun to watch them take to the stage. Do you think they have a realistic shot of making it really deep here?
I think it's just disappointing that they couldn't have longs for rivals, right? Because that was another opportunity to test themselves against tier 1 teams. They beat Vitality on Dust 2 with a coach. You know, like that. We talked about Dust 2 for Vitality and their streak and all of that, and they were able to take a map off of them. So yeah, I think this is going to be a huge tournament for Foot leading up to the major, right? If they can have some good results, make the playoffs, beat like another team in the playoffs, that's just going to build up their confidence going into close.
It's such a fun team to watch as well. I absolutely love it when they take to the stage. Group B, let's take a look at that. Obviously, we're theorizing about the possibility of Na'Vi and Vitality maybe meeting in that playoffs. That's because Na'Vi are in Group B. I think, Yumi, we can already say Na'Vi is a shoo-in for getting in there. Who else would you put?
I would probably say Astralis. They're a weird case, though, because they seem like they've been in a couple of playoff games recently where they have actually just vanished from the server. You don't see the same punch, the same great calling. And I guess I'd put maybe Gamer Legion. You know, those teams feel kind of the closest for me.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how Sinners do, right? Because they were able to make their way into the Cologne Major by playing a lot of these Tier 2 tournaments, some online tournaments, and so on and so forth. This is, you know, their first showing at really a Tier 1 event. So if they can cause some damage, how far could they go? Could they surprise us? But yeah, outside of Na'Vi and with Astralis, it's the thing with these Hooksy teams. Like sometimes it's get frustrated at times, or when you start hitting a wall, it's like, can you bounce back just mentally, emotionally, you know, like, so this would be a bounce back event for them. I've liked what I've seen so far from them this year, so I'd put them alongside Navi for sure.
I think also Astralis maybe have like, I don't know if they've really sorted out their roles properly. You know, I mean, they've got Aster and Yabi taking a lot of opening fights, and those guys are great star players, but I almost feel like they need a bit more punch on a player that's maybe not as important later.
Do you want to rock, paper, scissors? You've picked Gamer Legion, you went for Sinners. They're going head-to-head in the first game.
I mean, I'm not saying they'll make the playoffs. I just want to see how
want to see how they do.
And Legacy is also a team that we haven't mentioned, right?
Yeah,
I mean, they're actually starting from stage 2 at the Cologne Major, so that's going to be great for them. And with Art, it's been a bit up and down, right? Obviously, it was good at Pro League, and then after that, some struggles when it comes to these international events. Looking to bounce back here, I think they could also be a team that we see in the playoffs.
Okay, we're looking in Legacy then. Do you believe?
I'm good with a Legacy. You know, I think Art got some disrespect for a time, but he's, I guess, trying to fix that.
Okay, let's lock and load that and segue into our second matchup of the day. That is going to be Vitality taking on BC Game, where Trace did catch up with BC Game ahead of the series.
Big one in front of BC Game here to start out their campaign at the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta. Let's talk a little bit about that Vitality that sits across the way. How do you expect this game to go?
I mean, expectations, there's none. Just, I want to have fun. And if we do good, we can beat them. If we lose to them, I don't think it's the end of the world. Everybody does. So, yeah, just here to enjoy it. Honestly, it's our first game with this roster, so we'll just try our best. And if it leads to a win, then of course it's great. But if it doesn't, we'll just learn from the mistakes and do better next time.
Is it easy to ask the question is, what is it that makes Vitality so strong, like in your eyes?
I mean, I was an analyst, so I analyzed them before, right? They're super quick in the head. Like, if they have information, they need like 2 seconds to process it and make it a good decision. And other teams are not that fast. And also they have like 5 superstars. Everybody is like in his role, like one of the best. So, but yeah, overall as a team, like their team play is really insane to look at how fast they react to information and do the correct move. So that's most likely it, in my opinion.
So I'm looking over here. You guys got some superstars too. They call you BC Game, all right? So tell me about this lineup. You guys are talking about playing for the first time together, and you're doing it in Atlanta?
Yeah. So I mean, it's with the addition of Sensu, it's really great. Like looking sometimes at his screen, it's kind of surreal. Must be how Team Spirit is feeling when they watch Donk sometimes, I feel like. And yeah, I mean, he's a great guy. Overall, he's like also really humble, like eager to work. And it's great to have him on the team. And of course, we have the GOAT, the old GOAT.
Electronic, right?
Yeah, electronic. I mean, crazy, actually. And yeah, and we have our AWP is also pretty decent. And yeah, so I think we have like firepower to match any team if we are on point. And it's my job to basically make sure that they get like chances to shine.
One last question I have for you is about your guys' practice and your regimen in practice when it comes to, who are the characters. What does a practice day look like for you guys?
I mean, as every other team, we have like theory session, talk about what we want to do, and then we just like play some scrims and try like we set some goals for the scrims. Either like sometimes we practice rounds, sometimes we just play to win, and yeah, I mean, we just try to do our best, and then afterwards we recap, talk about mistakes. I mean, for us, it's like we didn't have that much time coming into this, so it's been pretty short in terms of like we had to like go over all the maps, not that intensely, I would say. So we just focus on playing and feeling the game and having like good calls bouncing off each other, Yeah.
I do know, and perhaps we'll get that fireworks show. Thank you very much, Gronk.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I do hate to say it, but it does feel like this is going to be a potential baptism by fire for this new look BC Game roster. I do just want to ask your thoughts on Senzu. We get to look behind us and see him in a BC Game jersey. Still haven't quite got over that fact. That's going to be interesting to see how he kind of gels with this team.
Yeah, just going from loan to loan. First it was Passion UA, now it's BC Game. But yeah, I think it's shown that his individual level is still high, right? But it's about finding the right situation really where he can truly showcase what he's capable of.
Yeah, it did really feel like there were times as well when you watched that Passion UA that Senzu was kind of fighting against the world. So I actually love that he's getting a chance to play with other star players that, he can maybe look down the line and say, okay, yeah, Simple's carrying me this round.
I would like to just have a pact of honesty on this desk, right?
Sure.
We're not branding this BC Game. Obviously, they're not even making it to Cologne, right? We're not branding this as like an all-time roster, right? We're not looking at these guys and thinking, hey, this is this is a team for the long haul.
Well, they only have 4 players.
Yeah.
So we definitely can't do that now. Scruggs seemed, I spoke to him in the lobby. He actually seemed pretty enthusiastic about the fact he gets to coach.
I mean, it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, he gets the in-game lead. I mean, that was his main role when he was a player as well. And he mainly worked with young up-and-coming star players. You know, people like Soulfly, for example, or Jorko for people that, or I think that's right. But they, you know, he understands that he doesn't have to micromanage these guys. He understands that they're going to have a lot of ideas themselves.
Talk about micromanage. Like, I wonder how much is he going to get to speak. Right? The last time we saw BC game, I mean, you and me, Freya, was in Krakow, and there wasn't really a lot to write home about in terms of what the atmosphere was like, what the communication was like between teammates, right? That was one of their big issues, and I don't think anyone was surprised when they made roster changes. So it's just about sort of trying to build an environment in which people can play without worrying about other things, let's put it that way, and it can be a bit more relaxed potentially, right? A bit more free-flowing, and we'll see if Senzu and your assistant coach as the IGL for this tournament, sort of the alleviation of pressure that comes with it, that helps them somewhat to just have a little bit more, well, actually to have any fun while playing.
Yeah, I mean, cool was actually that you got to hear some of the rage and anger at each other, actually.
You didn't hear half of it.
I'm sure we missed a lot. But, I mean, for me, conceptually, like, they didn't play Muterus-style Counter-Strike under BCG. They played some weird punch solution that felt like everybody was on the wrong page. So this is a good opportunity for them to be a bit more holistic, perhaps, in their approach.
And Vitality, on the other side of things, they just keep writing the perfect page every single time. And we obviously talked about it, you know, before going into the Blast Rivals event. Not so much practice, not feeling like they were on their A game. We've seen, obviously, all over social media, the team taking a little bit of vacation time in the US, splitting off into a couple of different teams. I just wanted to ask from your perspective, Janko, as a former coach, do you think this is obviously Vitality allowed to make their own choices, but what's your read on them deciding to do that prior to going into the kind of long haul of Cologne?
I think it's really smart, no doubt about it. Like, even when I was, you know, in FaZe, I always try to give the players at least a couple of days off after a tournament, you know, do that, go into online practice and then a short boot camp if possible, because there's so much going on, like with the traveling and the competing, and especially when you're not the best team in the world and winning every game, right? Like, there's frustrations that come with that, and you know, obviously everyone is putting in the work to get better. So for Vitality, understanding that, you know, these tournaments in the US don't really carry a ton of value for them in the considering what they're aiming for, which is being the greatest team to ever play Counter-Strike. And obviously I think if they lift the trophy in Cologne, it becomes, you know, there's no more debate about that they've achieved that. But then again, they do such a great job of, you're at the event, right, and still finding the motivation. That's where Apex comes in. Like, that's credit to him just as a leader, to still be able to push these guys, these young players, to get them motivated, to have that drive. And you're beating everybody all the time, to not get complacent, to not get relaxed, to still have that killer instinct, and that's what separates Vitality from any other team that we've had.
It also seems like a reaction to last year. I think a lot of players vocally were saying how hectic it was for them, the amount of travel they were having to do, the amount of competition they have to play out, and yeah, probably demoralizing. You're always losing to Vitality, but they probably recognize themselves that probably after that first season, they were a little burned out. So they're kind of taking it in stride this way.
Yeah, 100%. I do tend to agree with you, Janko. You know, these US events don't hold too much of, you know, weight to Vitality unless you want to get the second Grand Slam of the year, because they actually could do it. They've already lifted. They've already been the first team to win back-to-back ESL Grand Slams. And they, in theory, could do another one this year. That's mental.
Yeah, absolutely. You make a good point. And it's funny because when it first got introduced, the Grand Slam, like, people thought this is a joke. Like, no one will ever be able to complete one of these, right? And then multiple teams did, and now we're here standing talking about can Vitality.
ანუ ეხა ნახე ატალანტა რომ მოიგონ, მეიჟორი რომ მოიგონ და ESL Pro Liga ან ამ ორი და რომელიმე სამი რომ მოიგონ, კაროჩე ამ ხუთიდან რა სამი კიდე ერთს Grand Slams აიღებენ.
And also the China IEM, but yeah, they could absolutely get it done.
Yeah, it's a scary place to be, because I mean, not only would it be maybe 3 in a row, but then you could also talk about Rops as having, 4 Grand Slams?
$1 zillion.
Yeah, this guy's just like making his own mini Fort Knox, it feels like, in Counter-Strike.
It's absolutely insane. I mean, for Vitality, just talking about sustaining the peak, right? I think it was a question that we kind of had last year. I don't feel like it's too much of a question.
Inferno bani nahui, Ancient bani nahui. Gapika Miraji.
I think it's also whenever you have a team and a team having an era, it usually coincides with other teams struggling, like the other contender teams. Falcons have been struggling, unable to take them down. Spirit making changes to try to catch up, right? Like all these other teams. Furia did it for a while, but then couldn't, maintain that level going into this year. So just being able to stay consistent and then constantly get better little by little, that's been the separating thing for Vitality.
By the way, it's time to get this show started. We've got Vitality taking on BC Games.
Oh, dude!
And Moses ready to carry it through.
Let's go, boys.
Yeah, so we have Zaiwu and Simple. That's obviously the storyline everybody's very excited about. We get them going up against one another coming into this game. And
the
fact that Vitality have been on vacation gives them at least a chance to be competitive for portions of this game, Jason.
A chance to be competitive.
A portion of this game.
A chance to be competitive for a portion of the game.
I mean, that's the kind of terminology we need to use when we're talking about Team
Vitality. There's so many qualifiers in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'll take that. I mean, look.
I just Kurunqastan ერთად ვინ უნდა მოიგო. ხელაფა ჩარიქონა იღლიაში.
BC game be competitive through portions of the series.
Game.
You look back to Fort Worth and you say
Amausi აქვს Super Light 2 აქვს is Clay, ხო? რა ქვია მაგინას?
They're kind of like in that phase of like we're winning everything and we need to rest up before the major. So yeah, we're coming to these events, but we're prioritizing and making sure that we're going to be healthy, turning the corner into the major.
Mirage is really good. It's the best. You know, we best a lot of things, but our T-side and Mirage sucks.
Yeah,
so, and they haven't obviously fixed that because they went on vacation. So we're gonna see the same level of T-side, I imagine, as the last event. But
that's
Apex getting domed by the P250.
This is all I care about, really, is Simple having a great game. That's what I want to see. Simple and Zaiwu both just popping off. Zaiwu's gonna get tested.
Why, man? Why, man?
He's got another opening. Scrunk adds in, and that's the B-bomb site secure.
Oh man, it's just, there's a lot of star power on the server, isn't there? I mean, BC Gaming, at least they bring that to the table. We got Simple, Senzu. I'm just so interested to see how Senzu's going to perform in this team. BC Game cracking into the pistol round. They've got it locked in.
The Senzu one is actually like a pretty. That's the first I feel like.
So it's 30 round, ball around.
Okay. Like, I don't think
ball around here. That's how you guys create those pizza. So I'm a second. That's what I
plan and vision that they want.
Garchai. Abis მე ნახე ხა ვიტალიტი გაფორსავს და ბოლო რაუნდს ასო მეტი რაუნდს ვეღარ აიღებენ.
Go get stuck into a fight, not afraid to go try and open up a bomb site, so you have another tool that Simple can play off of, opening up opportunities and avenues for Simple to get involved.
Yeah. And Senzu filling up his closet right now with a bunch of different jerseys, so he's having a good time at the moment, going around a bunch of teams from Mongols to Passion to now BC Game. This is the opener from Simple. Yep, not much you can do about that if you're Apex.
Yeah, well, Apex has experienced that many times in his career, so he'll be well equipped.
Alright,
so Vitality gonna go for
BC Games
MP9 for Apex, and the other two, Zaiwu on deal, so still a chance to be potent in a round like this.
შეიძლება ექსკრუნკა მოთამაშეა და პროსტო IGL-ია, რა ვიცი.
Can handle it. I have a question for you, Jason. Which vacation group would you rather have been a part of in Vitality? The one that went to Yosemite, the one that went to Nice Restaurants in New York, or the coaching staff that went to a basketball game in Texas?
Yosemite.
Yeah,
easiest decision.
They look the best.
Such an easy one. Any day of the week. I wonder what they had a good time. I haven't spoken to them yet.
They look like they had a good time.
It is always like European players always say they're going to go visit like Vegas, and New York, and LA. You know, the countryside, the nature side of America is pretty great. So I'm happy to see some of the players get out there for sure.
Touching grass.
It's been a very slow, quiet, chill round. No damage exchange between the two teams, and we're just watching Vitality reassess and readjust towards a ramp. So 3 players going to attack up the ramp. You've got the BC Game players readjusting towards the bomb site. There's the push on Electronic. He stopped cold. Traded by Senzu.
And a lot of resistance that they didn't expect.
Yeah, Senzu and Skrunk able to
Აბა
come
დააჭედებენ Zaiwu.
A combo we never thought we'd see on the server playing together, but Mezzi and Zaiwu send a couple of shots back. Now it's triple with one hope still.
Simple
touchdown into the sandwich. That's information passed over towards Mezzi.
He hasn't gotten a kill or anything, so they don't know he's here.
Well, there's the kill, and then
ერთი Skrunk. Senzu.
Senzu
გადავრჩით.
And gets the kill on Flames.
Hell yeah, well done Senzu, stepping into the jersey. That's a big time kill right at the end. 12 HP, you miss once and you're gone. Flames are not able to win the round. 2-0 for BC Game, but that's a very dangerous situation they step into at this A bomb site. Thought surely this was going to be locked down a little bit earlier. Flamesy couldn't get the kill fast enough to save Mezzi's life, so Senzu's able to mop it up. 2-0. And a timeout called from BC Game. Interesting.
Yeah.
After 2 straight round wins,
you would
assume, I guess, that they're going to save, but maybe there's something else going on with BC Game that they want to have a chat about before going into this next round. There's somewhat of investment on the Vitality side. We'll see if they sell back, but Apex has picked up an MP9 in armor. Rops has picked up 5.7 in armor. So a little bit of resistance being mounted for the Vitality defense, but so far so good for BC Game.
Battle the coaches there, Max Taz and Taz. A lot of Taz's going on over there.
The bald coach battle?
Yeah, you can say that one, Jason. I was leaving that.
just really setting it up, just laying it out.
The battle of the Tazes. And you were with bald, Jason.
I have the bald card. Zaiwu's going to play Khan, Apex, and Rops in the winter room, boosted up on the ladder. But again, it's not a whole lot of investment. 2 players with armor, though. So staggering some of the heavier investments, seeing what that can bring out.
PC Game called timeout ahead of this one. Really important round coming up here.
Yeah. That's the timeout is the one that makes me scratch my head a little bit. Okay, Molotov forces Rops into the open. He's burned down to 52. His position has been spotted. A bomb site's going to be the finishing move for BCG.
Double quick smoke up the ramp.
Flames scurries away. Utility coming in as well to force him out of position under the wood. We'll play towards the site. Electronic to take him down. Flames is out of there. And BC Game have the opening kill. Apex held behind triple. Here's some steps coming towards them. Can't deal with anything off the back. It's going to be simple. Apex going down. Senzu with the one on Zaiwu.
Really good hit as well. I mean, that's kind of an extended, like, slower pacing to the attack. Rops finds his kill in middle.
See if he can get another one as well. Skrunk's hanging around.
But just staying far back and not stepping into any potential trap, any potential stack whatsoever. And then eventually, you know the defenders are going to have to make a move because they feel the pressure of the attack coming in. They're trying to kind of locate exactly where you are. So it's really easy for BC Game to just kind of sit back and wait for those peaks. 3-0 on the T side.
Nice shot. Well, really
giving credit where it's due, huh?
That was a nice shot. 3-0 start here for BC Game, and finally for Vitality, it will be the purchase. So the AWP coming out here for Zaiwu, rifles on the rest. I think, you know, big conversation around Fort Worth was the fact that Vitality very openly talking about how they haven't been practicing, you know, wanting to make sure that they prioritize some rest as they ramp up for the major. And, you know, still but I think early stages in that tournament, we were casting the first games for Vitality, and Mirage did not look great. It's looking a bit shaky.
It was very rough around the edges. I feel like Rops had mostly a quiet tournament up until like later in the playoffs where he kind of came back alive. But yeah, you're seeing some of that for sure. It's just the problem is this team has been beating the other top teams. Simple's gonna have another play through the smoke, ain't gonna work. One straight attack by Rops, but you're still playing with a disadvantage.
Oh, Simple into the top con smoke. He'll tuck himself in the corner. You know, Vitality just sitting silently, letting Zaiwu defend the A bomb site alone. And he'll play here on default. He'll peek out. Simple Down and out, Electronic.
Actually, gold, Marinari gold.
Pressure on Zaiwu, his teammates, his reinforcements no longer really there, but Zaiwu has got the cover of the utility inside of the site, so moves the left side of that smoke as he does so.
Opa, Skrunka!
Skrunk wins the fight.
Skrunka, რა ხოძია, ბიჭო?
And now you've got Mezzi in a 1v2.
Opa, BC Games
It's
is
so tough to see a world in which Mezzi can win this round. He's got no kit on his back, and they shouldn't offer up a single chance here to Mezzi. Flash will come down towards him, knows one player's default, his attention will be drawn over there, but Electronic will just wait out towards ticket box. And time will take on, but it will be 4 in a row here for BC Game. There's the step from Mezzi, know where he is now, and then Electronic to peek out.
Yes, Nikola Tesla,
can't do anything to change the outcome of the round here. He's just going to try and slip away. He's got a kill, but he's taking damage.
Smoke is
jump out that window to safety to carry his weapon over. Electronic will pick up the AWP. We'll have that available for Simple in the next round here.
Nope. No, he will not.
No, he will not. Bomb does catch Electronic, so he will not have the AWP available to Simple, but he could purchase it if you would like.
Love that play from Skrunk and Electronic in the 2v2. Kind of a 2v1 in a way at the A bomb site in that particular moment. Here's the open. Between the two bomb site boxes, give himself some safety. Skrunk stays planted at the stairs here and allows Electronic. He's kind of a pivot point as Electronic makes the move to flush Zaiwu into the open, into the waiting arms of Skrunk. 4-0. 4 rounds in a row to start this opening map of the series for BC Game.
Yeah, you're loving this start of your BC Game.
Oh,
that was a round that had the AWP for Zaiwu,
right?
You've got rid of that. No one playing with the AWP in this round.
Had good impact with it too. I think 2 kills for Zaiwu on the AWP previously. Able to overcome that kind of an issue. Now we're rolling. Simple Electronic in the underpass. Skrunk and Senzu top mid. Crazy waiting outside the A bomb site.
Ui, მე უბედურება დაატყდა თავში ანდერში. მაგრამ ამანა შემოუბრუნა.
Bringing Electronic and Simple down to just about half HP, just above it. It's about the only action we have in the early going, just passing the 1 minute mark left in round 5. And Crazy's going to pick up the bomb, and it looks like BC Game want to head towards the B bomb site. Haven't tested it yet in this half. This will be the first time Mezzi gets a glimpse of what's coming his direction. And Apex slides over to shore up this defense, make it even a little bit stronger.
Mezzi.
from
Mezzi just destroys BC Game's attempt. The bomb now spills to the floor. The apartment Simple also caught. And Mezzi's taking everybody away, leaving Senzu top mid boxes. So no chance getting through there. The B bomb site is closed.
I don't think I've heard AK-47 take a shot in that round, just completely dominated. I'll tell you what, too, that has some long-term consequences. Like, what's your motivation now to call a play back towards the B bomb site again? When Mezzi just kind of wrecks you like Apex was there, never had to see him. Mezzi just gets 4 kills all on his own. So I think, you know, if you're a B anchor defender, you're super happy that you just had that kind of a performance, because now you're like, all right, it's going to be a bit before they decide to come back to the B side.
You got to chill, sit back a little bit.
It's not going to be that direct at me ever again. Molotov's in, turns from one flashbang. Other flash is not layered well enough to clear him out of the position, but yeah, nobody fights back.
And then he just obviously peeks up for the final kill there too, and takes everybody away. So you can see the damage that's inflicted upon BC Games' economy as well, right? You've got an AK here for Senzu, Khalil for Crazy, but the rest are on pistols. So a real chance now for Vitality to get some control of this first half. Clawing away at this 4-round lead that BC Game had built up for themselves.
So Crazy once again alone at the A bomb site. Electronic coming down the stairs through underpass. Simple, Skrunk, and Senzu in middle. They're going to let Senzu play first with his hero AK-47. No peeks in window. Now he's got the time to peer up and con. The next issue that BC Game will have in this round is the amount of utility they have to play with. Established mid control with a good round of it, but now you got 2 smokes, 4 flashbangs left for the attack onto the A bomb site.
Flames
over in this direction.
They're gonna
still play for middle. It'll be Flamesy and Apex at
this
bomb site of the initial defense.
იჟივითა.
Flames gets his head back towards Palace in time. Couldn't get the second kill, but was very damn close to it. Simple on 3.
Oi, man. Why?
And the French make sure the A-bomb site is under wraps here for Vitality.
არა, Apex-ამ კაი ერთი საათი ესროლმა, ისინი სად ისროდნენ?
Weaker buy there from BC Game.
Really smart from ZywOo as well. Shifting over from his position in window and just firing through the smoke, spamming the Hall's exit. He grabs 1 kill. That's Senzu who's trying to swing to take down Apex to keep his teammates alive.
Simple často.
And just really nice covering fire provided. Crosshair placement for Flames. It was excellent 1-for-1 trade. The kill from ZywOo stops Senzu from swinging, which gets Apex all the time in the world to mow down 2 and turn his attention. That's the money gone for BC Game entirely. So a really nice strong punch to open up this half, right? 4-0 run. And now we can see the question of Vitality once they have the ones with the money built up, when they have all the utility, when they have the AWP in field.
ნახე, რა ZywOo-საც არა აქ რომ მოუპაროთ.
Apex to the first frag of the round. Should be no resistance here. There'll be 3 coming through for Vitality, swiftly getting themselves back into the first half. So had that strong start. You laid a great foundation here at BC Game. We watched that almost disappear in an instant. It's hunt after Simple, and then the rifles will arrive. And there's the third. So away from tying things up. Haven't seen the AWP out yet for Simple, and they don't have the money for it either in this one. So a timeout coming through here for BC Game.
That's where this game now starts to get, interesting in the sense that in those first 4 rounds, Simple on the pistol picks off Apex over in window. Later on, I think Simple gets another opening kill, or maybe it was short. They've actually had a pretty decent amount of success swinging and taking those fights around the top mid boxes and finding that opening kill. Now you have ZywOo's up, like, yeah, window room, it'll be smoked off, you can have the short jump. ZywOo can really punish you if he wants to be aggressive in towards underpass. Now you have a different kind of defense to contend with in that area. We'll see if it changes things.
The Vitality, obviously, we've seen many times they're very comfortable, obviously, leaving ZywOo to maintain a bomb site on his own. So
I would be as well.
Yeah, exactly, right? So you can free up all the other pieces to strengthen other areas of the map. So, yeah, still a very tough half now ahead of BC Game as things have settled in for Vitality.
Let's see what they've got. Round 8 is live. Simple and Electronic and Crazy over towards A ramp. There's the open window that's smoked off. Shot rings out, and I almost feel like Electronic really wants to hit at a pretty aggressive timing, just by the way he's positioning.
დემო ხო განვიხილეთ ამის გახსოვთ? Apex-ს არა კეთებენ მაგას, მეთქი კიბეებიდან გაუფლეშებდა Apex-ად. ხო. ელიკას ჩააწოდა იმენ.
Nade lands right on him. So
again, I still feel like this has a timing they want to hit. They were just waiting for the smoke to clear and for the mid portion to begin.
Well, the mid portion now moving in, but so is Flames towards ramp. But Crazy quick enough. So now you've got a 5v4 for BC Game. Is the advantage going to be enough? Rops turns back just in time to deal with the connector. You now got Apex site. BC Game coming up towards first shot in action. As he steps up next for covers. Takes the first crazy, nahre. Down through the boxes. Shot. Yeah, Taz feeling it now after that.
შემთხვევით ამოიღო დანა ბიჭო.
It's a little bit of the Mongols attitude brought into this BC Game roster.
არ და ვაფშე არ უნდა დანის ამოღება.
And yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a punch in the gut. Shocking for Vitality, I think, that they just get rolled over quite like that. Look at all the trades. No one from Vitality, I feel like, expects the kind of scaling after they get their kill. As he finds the kill, tries to slide in, Crazy's waiting.
ჩემი კარგი მოუწყან ამას რა გაუ.
That happened.
Simple is going to be searching for the opening pick of the A side. Not going to be getting it.
ეს უკვე ხოდი მომწონს ბიჭო. ოპა. რაზი ნახე რა ხოდი. თუმცა ჩემთან არ თამაშობ მარტო FaZe-ს. აუ, გაგუნდეს ის უბედი.
Tickled down to 9 HP by that grenade.
ელექტრონიკა გაყნოს ივში.
They've got the opening kill.
სიმპლას ეთქვის AWP მომეციო ხა ნახე.
The break, slow it down and play the map.
სიმპლა AWP მიეცი ელექტრონიკას. რაიფლი ტირბილეში.
Skrunk with the Mac 10. You could, I mean, Electronics all on his own, so you're not going to trade the weapons, but Skrunk is someone you can have him just kind of explore the bomb sites for you. See, late round, if you're afraid of walking into a stack, a gamble stack, he can clear things out. So plenty of tools for BC Game to win this situation.
Opa! ეს იმენა.
Apex is brought down.
ხშირად აკეთებენ ხოლმე მაგასთან.
Senzu taking damage though, 35 HP, still standing. 5 players alive for BC Game. We'll see where they decide to finish this round. They've got plenty of time, 50 seconds to decide. And with Electronic in Palace and multiple players in mid, you would imagine an ace split on the cards, but we'll see how that goes. It's going to be a miss smoke towards CT. They'll send another one in instead, and Zyru about to be
Elika magelo HP
in Palace all around the long, but forward. Mezzi still waiting in the bomb site.
Saiti tqueqlebo, saiti tquen mogitqant patron.
Reliable here for Team Vitality, and it leaves Senzu in a 1v2 with 19 seconds left, nowhere near the bomb. So carry that all up over, and Mezzi saves the day once more.
3 versus 5 conversion for Vitality. Frustrating for BC Game, especially after that. Got them all hyped up. This is them coming crashing back to earth. 2 openings and you still kind of step into the stack. Obviously the 2 opening kills, traded off immediately from Palace, and you feel like you have all the advantages in the world to actually win this round. Tunnel visioned away from Mezzi's position is brutal. This is a great peek here. Some frustration from Apex.
Yeah, well, we see that.
But you could see they're kind of like focused towards jungle, right? They're not expecting that next player to be there. The player I mentioned with the MAC-10, Skrunk, who is going to be able to actually search out bomb sites and sniff out those stacks. He's the first player that goes down coming out of Conda Zyu's ops. You no longer have that resource to be highly aggressive. 5-4 and money issues come right back for BC Game. 1 round into an immediate loss, and now you've got Tech9 on Skrunk. You still have the op in Simple's hands, Galil on Electronic, and Crazy, what, $1,000 in the bank? What's he gonna get? Tech9, rock and roll.
Well, that's a pretty good option. Well, this is where you want that op for Simple to get some work done. It's not the greatest early spawn for any opening attempts, but he'll position himself to deal with anybody getting aggressive in the underpass. Couple of times where that ramp aggression hasn't worked for Flame, so we'll see him start the round in connector instead.
Well, they're just gonna open up with an A exec on a timing. They haven't called anything tactical, nothing towards middle. Smokes are gonna come in a little bit late. Smoke for window is there. You have Zywu defending this bomb site with the AWP. Flamesy is gonna back off from Khan. He'll be there, and Apex in support over towards jungle as well.
Flames not first, so that's gonna die.
Simple, rame, gadki, simple! Simple!
Flames he finally gets to get into the
Ramses shakuzuli, es chemisa motqanuli, avepე փოხივით უჭირავს.
Will not pass into the A side at all.
Yeah, not even close. Couldn't even barely get up the ramps. Simple was never able to get a clean shot with the AWP. Nades raining into the choke point, taking his vision away as well.
Physically როა გადაშლილი თქვენ.
Flames just stepping outside of the smoke, just in front of that bench. And they all just start marching in towards this cross. Apex is next up, exact same position. The reinforcements swoop in, and Team Vitality now we're about to take the lead.
Yeah, didn't really have the weaponry to kind of hold
back.
So just pistols. 2 Glocks, 3 Deagles for BC Game, and you imagine this round will be played a little bit slow from the T perspective to give the Deagles time, but you know, if Apex and the rest of Vitality push into their faces, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, 1 year ago, we were sitting in Dallas with there was no one going to beat Team Vitality at the event, and it was ahead of the Austin Major. Now
Apex-a გეუბნებით, წელს ტოპ-4-ში მიდის გეუბნებით, რაზემაო, გეუბნებით. Apex-a წელს უმისნებს ტოპ-4-ს მაო.
Yeah, Simple stepping into that Dallas event was stepping into it in a FaZe jersey.
Yeah.
And everyone was ready for him to be back.
Yeah, he did have a sick clip on Mirage.
True.
That's it, really.
Yeah. Thank you, Dinko.
Made it to the playoffs, though, of Austin Majors, so that's impressive.
Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, last round of the half here. 6-5, Vitality with the lead. Can BC Game tie things up? Zywu as you would expect, and then that allows Skrunk to move in. Now Close is back to his old tricks. Close up to the ramp.
You're right to point it out, though. This fight has not gone in his direction a number of times. Smoke's about to play now.
Whoa!
Kill from Senzu. Why the hell not?
I thought there was no way Rops was losing that. So opening frag here for BC Game. Zai were going to pull it back. Flames is waiting. They're actually all over the site now. Makes him quite uncomfortable, but Flames will still handle it. Zaiwu's got Skrunk. And Vitality will leave this half ahead. It's going to be a 7-5 lead.
Oh, God. God, Itoles.
But then Vitality stabilize and take a 7-5 lead. Let's see if that's all BC Game have in them.
Bro, ალბათ ასტრალისი bro, მარტო მეტი არავინ არ ვიცი. მადლობა დონაციისთვის. მეტი არ არის ამ მომენტში არა. აუ. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ ყველა დონაციებისთვის. ნახევარზე ავედი daily dozაზე. იჯერზე თუ არ არიან. ბიჭო, ყალეტომნერებზე არ დადიან როგორც ვიცი რა, 1001. იმიტომ რომ კომპლექტი აქვს თიმებს, რა ქვია, კარიერებში რა. ESL Atlanta მე მგონი ხო Atlanta. არა Atlanta, Atlanta. ერთდროულად არ ტარდება. ანუ საათებში გახი თუ თარიღებს. ნუ ვის სხვა ტურნირია, ვისაც უნდა იმ ტურნირზე წავა, ვისაც უნდა ამ ტურნირზე წავა. No si c'haido. Ai dzmau, რა ენა არ მომისმენია, მაგრამ მონღოლურზე ცუდი მოსასმენი ენა თუ არსებობდეს, რამე მე ვიყო რავი თვაო ემი. ველით მინდა ორსაკერა და უკლი დაამოწა. დედაშო კაიგან აღარ დაგიბრუნდება ძმა შეყო უკვე იმაში თავი ნო დაივიწყე კარიგანა ძმა ამასთან და ლაიქს ავიდეთ მე ბარდაგეზავთ და დავიდეთ მეორე ჰალფი ისე მოწევა შეიძლება მოწევა ოღონდ თამაშის ვერ ნახევარი თიმი გაიფშირო. საერთოდ გუშინ უეჭველი მაგარ პარტიზე იყვნენ ახლა.
Simple came into IEM Atlanta
saying, ხუთი რაუნდი აუღეს და ძალიან ცუდია გვიტარეთ.
We don't understand why.
პისტოლი მოიგოს ბისტიგერის მოდა. კარგად ვარ.
A little bit of time in the classroom. A 7-1 run to close out the first half for Vitality. 7-5 on the scoreboard now. So that hot start that BC game had up 0-4 no longer matters.
Well, it might.
არა ბრატ, რა ის შედარება მე და იმა მაგასთან ახლოსაც ვერ
let's see how weak it can be, but we've got the A bomb side completely open right now, so that's
იმა კაი მოთამაშე იყო, მაგრამ ეგეთი მაგარი არ იყო, დონკასში შეადა.
We got to see what the BC game is going to look like.
რა, რეიზე არავინ არ ყავთ.
Weak for Vitality could mean
ეს რა პისტოლია თო, ვინ მოიფიქრა? გაიყოლ ერთი კაცი მაინც.
Other end of the site. And the bomb is going to come through, which means
T-side's amazing. They haven't even taken
They're scared of the A bomb
site right now.
Well, at a minimum,
wait,
they've
is
got
he reading this lurk?
No way.
What a god.
Oh, simple. Oh, the knife's out. Oh my gosh, it's another one. Beats the game. Taking Apex down with the knife kill. I can't believe he's waited there that whole time for that. But respect, certainly a lot of respect, but it doesn't really matter. So
He's like, yeah, knife me, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know? Oh. Well, look, I mean, you could tell it's simple. I don't know if it's like watching a demo. He's played against Apex for a very long time. Something crazy.
Oh, I love Apex. It's actually like personally insulting.
That one does hit close to home, doesn't it? You got it personal right out of the gate. But look, if you're going to knife a guy, you know, you got to expect to get the heat in return.
Well, here comes Flames out into the site, flying through the window. Crazy got the 5-7 out. Taking it for a spin, so electronic. Where's he actually taking?
I was wondering where electronic was. He was doing that for market. Okay. That's quite a nice kill to have. Look at the way they've slowed this down. Okay. There we go. BC game coming in hot.
Well, Rob stuck in the apartment. Zai were trying to backtrack and get into a better spot up on top of the van.
არა bro, ალბათ თვითონ გადაწყვიტა დასვა თან ოფერი თუ ქონდა იმისგან უეჭველი წავიდოდა. ეიში რატო გაჩერდებოდა? Wow, საღო? Nice, simple, nice try, yo. Nice try, yo.
That kill saves the day. Flamesy's about to jump around the corner with a MAC-10 and just clear out the bomb site, and then there's nothing BC game can do. That kill from Electronic is everything to keep what Skrunk was the one. Skrunk alive with his MAC-10. Afterwards, like he's in this position to get this kill. That's perfect. Lovely kill from Electronic to just activate everything, and it all falls into place. All right.
Opa, ძალიან ცუდი საიდი აქ ძმაო, ვიტარით ეს მოიცადეთ.
Round 15.
All right. Yeah, Apex calling for everyone to focus at the start of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe he just felt like there wasn't enough conversation about how to handle and prepare for what might be coming in your direction, and they fall flat.
I think that was something he brought up a couple of times. You know, obviously still winning in Fort Wood, but frustrated at times, and every listening we have.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, that's kind of the conversation that you touch. Actually, let's hold the phone until after this round. This could get a little bit strange. I want to see what Vitality's going to attempt to do here. Mid control is there as they swing out wide. There's a peek from Simple.
Oh, take an eye, you need to be Joe.
And the rifle's doing work at a distance.
Oh, for
That's the kind of conversation I think that like where it applies of
like,
the whole concept of like, you know, we're prioritizing rests, you know, we're coming in here and trying to win, but we're not like rest to lead into the major. We're gonna have plenty of time for that later on. And it is sometimes those rounds where like, you know, you're because you're focused on, you're kind of already thought coming into this event, let's focus on the rest and not like creating all these protocols and going over in depth and things like that. Sometimes at the start of rounds, like, yeah, you're kind of playing a little bit lazy. You know, it's just like two guys going to a bomb site they've been going to together for the past 2 years, and you kind of feel like you know what each other are doing, but you're not coming up with a plan, which is not locking you in as focused as you would be normally. I think that's the conversation Apex is like, all right, guys, you know, like, we're all in this situation together. Yeah, we're prioritizing the rest, but we got to snap in with just these basics.
Like getting Glock kills.
I don't know what that was from Electronic. We're going to allow it.
Oh, okay.
Because another one's just happened.
Echo?
And that's 2 kills to open things up with Glocks. Don't die to the P250 now, too. Oh, it's a rifle picked up for Apex.
It's not ideal.
Oh, there's no way. Surely you don't lose this round, BC game. I mean, look at the damage done to Crazy. He's 27 HP, Jason.
No, this is terrifying.
I am seeing a very clear world right now as to how Vitality win this.
The hard thing is Simple's the only one in position to go figure out what's happening on the map, but he's also kind of important to keep it, a ramp tucked in safe so that he can actually stop anything at the A bomb site, but they're just going to start shifting everyone over to B, and thankfully for them, it looks like Vitality want to head in this direction as well. Crazy at the bench. Strong's to be coming out of market just now. Simple's on that flank.
It's because they can get the other weapon, right? Like, they can get the other gun on the way here, so now I've got an AK to play with. FaZe will die. That AK will fall into another player's hands in Mezzi. And now Crazy, very low HP, but Vitality of 30 seconds, they can bail out. They can go for a different approach. Look at Apex. Spotted.
It's all Apex. Oh, they're going to the bomb site again. He's completely faked them out. Are they going to leave? Are they going to leave entirely? If they move over to the A bomb site, that has now got them into this bomb site.
15 seconds left. Rob pushes up. Crazy's dead. Another kill.
Sigige, რა რაუნდი იყო სუგებელ ბიჭო. ულეკოტო.
Simple's coming over, but this round is already done. Smoke's up in the market. Simple doesn't have a kid on his back, and Rob's already pushed up with the rifle. So Simple hops out. He's getting killed from all the different directions.
Apex had BC Game on a string that round. Pulled him to any bomb site he wanted at his will. Made sure that defense could never settle in and never know what the final play was. That's an absolute disgusting. Second kill is a Glock at range.
That's so ridiculous. And now, you can say one mistake.
You
put a lot more scrutiny on it, and you end up seeing this situation pan out where you've just ripped the heart out of BC Game. You're losing to Glocks.
Yeah, taking a round away they never should have lost, increasing the level of frustration that they're playing with, increasing the frustration they have in each other.
Oh, right.
It's a very tough round to bounce back from, but BC Game's got to find a time to do it. Timeout was called and fades away. Full buy for BC Game. Money is running very, very low on everyone on the BC Game defense, but all is in the hands of Simple.
მაგრამ ისეთი რაუნდი მოიგეს ამის მერეც ბაი აქვს. ანუ ეკოს მოგება ჩათვალე იგაა რა, რომ full buy rounds რო აგებ კიდე გაგბაი. ეხლა ნახე ფლეში და გაპიკავს იმან აპექსამ.
Apex steps out, Sens are going to die first. Watching the retreat, not going to be able to stop Crazy from falling back. It would have been an extension to the advantage here for Vitality, but they're already going to be feeling great. A 5v4 kicking off the round and so much time to work with.
ბიჭო, ზაივუ პატარა, გაიგე, ასაკითაც პატარა, სიმპლა უკვე ჩემ ხელა არის. ზაივუ პატარა და მაინც ზაივუ იქნებოდა უფრო ხოძე რა. თან თამაში შეიცვალა საერთოდ. მაგრამ ხოძე იქნებოდა, ამაზე ხოძე იქნებოდა რა. რომ ამოვარდა იმიდან რა, ფორმიდან.
Readjusted with a bit of a lean, a heavy lean towards the A bomb site. Still feel like that's going to be the finishing move. Smoke up and con, smoke in window room. And still the defense.
შეშე ხვალ მოუდა საბოტას მოუწყო ვიტალიტის ხო იმენა. ძალიან გოუთხა ძალიან ინდოელისგან მეც რა სისტავლიდი აბა. რამდენად იყიდეო? არა არ დაუწერია რამდენად იყიდა. მადლობა დონაციებისთვის მიბო ყველას.
And that's assuming Vitality don't find a way to take all these guns away from you. Apex is going to shift back towards T-spawn. There's going to be a chance for him to take some guns at the end.
Aizu moklesa shevardem biz dode daje bize katsi ariqo. Orze katsi mokles da bize katsi ariqo. Han gasta imnas knes gameplays. No gameplay მოსული თემა არის ამ იმაში.
I think with how early the save call happens. Apex and Vitality just saying they're way too entrenched wherever they are. No point letting them take the guns away for what's probably not going to be any kind of reward in our favor.
მადლობა ძმებო ლაიქებისთვის, მადლობა დონაციებისთვის, მადლობა არხის გამოწერისთვის, ჯიგრები ხართ, გაიხარეთ, გამრავლდით. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ.
And BC Game will try again with the guns in the next round.
Salami Nico.
Senzu gets past an M4 from Skrunk, who picks up an MP9 in its place. Full utility kit's missing on the CT side. There's money for him, though.
ინდური რუპი აყლეკურში თუ საქართველოს არის. ორივე ტრაქში ვართ.
Excuse me, one kid on Crazy.
All right, well, we'll keep eyes on that.
მოიცა. ოპა. აი ამას გაარტყავდა, აი ეხლა რომ დამიდონატე და კითხე, რომ გაეგრძელებინო, აი ამას გაარტყავდა. ხდები ეხლა ხო?
Last round super aggressive to tuck himself into that position to peek out for an angle on short. This time he just takes the fight heads up because Simple's already there. Yeah, and that op forced into a passive situation, but it's Simple, so it's not going to stay that way for long. Another missed shot though, and Simple relocates.
IGL ვინ აბისი გემში სავალალოდ ეს სკრუნკარო არის, ეგ იქნება IGL. შეიძლება ელექტრონიკაც იყოს, არ ვიცი, ვერ გეტყვი.
Grouping up at the B site, you've got one player lying and waiting crazy, and then some help.
მენა ფეიზმა დღე შაგიშხამა ხომ თერი დღე ფეიზმა იგრები ხაც მე მადლობა და
few missed shots in this round. It would be great to see him connect something when it matters most over towards this final hit. 35 seconds left, gets the ult into position, blinded, held back, keeps his head up, and now he's got a second.
აი თავისიანებს კლავე რო რაუნდი
even takes down his own teammate, but makes up
ჩემი
for it immediately.
კარგინო
So that's the site.
თავისიანებს ხოცავ რო რაუნდი წააგონდა ვერ აგებენდი
here for Team Vitality.
Yo, Apex, he sets this round up for his team so well, and then he gets the kills to close it out as well. The kill on the Simple, the second kill coming into the bomb site, but really the best thing he did, the most effective and impactful thing. You notice that round, he was the only player in the middle of the map for Vitality.
Yeah.
He controlled the entire middle of the map by himself. One player of resources, some smokes thrown up from T-spawn, but
რა ფლეშები იყო ძმობას გაფიცებ და ამუღამე ანუ კაცმა ვერ გამოიხედა ანუ ედვარდიდან კაცმა ვერ გახედა ძმებო 400 ლაიქისკენ ავიდეთ რა ბარი
and he just ends up being a lurk at the end of the day. That's an awesome round start to finish from Apex. Really well done from the
ანუ პროსტო გაამეორონ რა ეგ მომენტი რა ედვარდის კაცმა კაროჩი თვალი ვერ გაახილა.
And the money is pretty much gone for the BC game side of things. You can do a small half buy upgrade to pistols.
Not blindly cash to fight back. Mოვიდა. Simpla ყოფილა.
And a decision to make.
გამანახე რა
If you want to
გააკეთე.
fight and keep regulation, a win in regulation on the cards, or if you're going to battle for overtime, and they choose the overtime, the latter option.
არა ძმაო flow stage არიან ტიპები ეს
rolls. AK-47 in the hands of Simple. That's
about it. Ამდენი სიმპლა. რევაზა რამდენიც იყო ოპერაციამდე. აუ ელექტრონიკა რო გამოჩნდა თავიდან მაგრამ მე ვასებოდა flip side-ში რომ თამაშობდა სანამ ნავში გადაიყვანდნენ. რანგიჟი იყო.
Well, Apex already in middle, strong position to get through connector even better. And he's already behind Simple. And he just jumps up right. Ever since that knife kill,
I know.
Apex is like hunted Simple down pretty much every
Actually, Simple as the demo. Apex-am დანისაჩი ხვის გამო.
Absolutely nothing Simple could do there. So the AK falls. Electronic picks it up. And Apex now waiting for a Palace extension. He sees his next victim, starts tapping away. And the bomb is slowly but surely making its way towards the B bomb site for a finish where it's just Senzu waiting with the Deagle.
Oh, would have been a good win for Apex, but again, he was just a distraction, much like last round, just trying to be a nuisance and maintain that presence. Now Mezzi and Zaiwu slide into the B bomb site. He's still over at A ramp. There hasn't been any kind of aggression whatsoever. So if Vitality's going to come back and win this 2 versus 4, it's going to take some time.
Zaiwu drives gadacala.
It's going to require Zaiwu switching onto the AK apparently, because that shot's great. Then Rob's also finding electronic. Bomb is out on its own here in the back of Zaiwu, and now he's completely on his own as Robs has died. But if there's one player in a 1v2 that you feel confident is going to win it, it's going to be Zaiwu.
He's got all the time in the world. He heard Skrunk's AK fire. He knows Crazy was inside the bomb site when he gets that kill.
ორი ფლეში აქ დიექტა პლუს კიტი არა აქვს თამათ.
It's got utility.
მანქანას გამორიცხავენ კი, მაგრამ ეხა ერთი და ერთი ერთზე უშანსოდ არის.
He's going to start piecing it together. Knows he's in the site now, so Zaiwu is coming for you to try and close out this clutch. He'll back away. It's a tap on the defuse. It's not going to be the sticks.
Oi, man!
Zaiwu's dead, and he's actually nailed the headshot. Skrunk doesn't have the time though.
Sad God, nice shot.
To put Vitality up to map point on Mirage.
Yeah, too many resources for one of the best players of all time. Zaiwu, probably the greatest. I'll just say it, the greatest player of all time to win that kind of a situation. Absolutely beast mode from Zaiwu. You have all the intel of exactly where to position yourself. You got the nades to play on the defuse. If he taps the bomb, you can play it safe inside market. Took an incredible shot for Scrunk to get that kill. And even then, you don't have the time to defuse. So, lovely effort. It looks so good. Great shots from BC Game. Good plan. But at the end of the day, ZywOo's going to rip it away from you. 12-7, 5 rounds to close out this map.
No competitive for a portion.
You know what? Exactly as you outlined it before the map started.
First 4 rounds of the
Competitive
game
for
were great.
some timing and portions of this.
Yes, indeed. Not American portions. It's very small.
More the European
portions. Sure. But Electronic has taken Apex away, so at least something going here for BC Game.
Simple სადღა საუპიაქ და სად არის? რაც შვიდიანი სად არის? ბიზეთი ან kitchen-ში. აუ სკრუნკას რა პოზიცია აქვს? დაენძრა სკრუნკას მება უშველეთ.
Ninja boxes. Just on the other side, and he's just going to hold with the rifle. Messi steps out into the open and wins the engagement, even though he took the initial damage.
Yeah, but over towards CT spawn. Simple's here now with the AWP. We need a big performance out of this op if they're going to be able to come back into this.
It's simple with one. Can he get anything else? We just seen ZywOo.
კანკალა დაებრუნდა კანკალა ეს მევასება რა კანკალებს.
He's still over towards CT. His teammates
ეს რა შვებიანეს.
falling towards connector, but ZywOo has Simple's number. And ZywOo definitely number 1 right now. We've got that plant going through Rups on the other side of Triple. And Senzu with a 1v2 just to try and keep his team alive for another round of play. But ZywOo's coming to close it. A 13-7 win. It ends up being dominant from Team Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from Vitality. I mean, again, that same kind of a vibe that we had back in Fort Worth. You had it was all over. BC Game couldn't do anything to slow it down. Monstrous run to close out the first half. 7-1 for Vitality getting back into the game. And when the guns came out in the second half, there was nothing that could be done.
ესენი იქამდე მოიგებენ თამაშებს სანამ არ ვიცი ძმაო სანამ თვითონ არ გადაწყვეტენ რომ აღარ უნდათ რა მოგება დაიღალე აი რომ დაიღლებიან რა
I'm not going to lie but then Vitality do what Vitality do best given an inch they will indeed take a mile
ძალიან მაგრები არიან ძალიან agrები არიან სხვა დონეზე არიან ასტრალისი ხო იყო მაგარი დონე მაგრამ ესენი ვაფშე
there was a number of those moments where it felt like you know
it
was the end for BC
8 წუთში შემდეგი მაპი 10 წუთში უბრალოდ
against a team of Vitality's caliber, right? They actually would have had a chance to make it close, but even without practicing, without a little bit of rust on an individual level, Vitality still make it look super easy.
Yeah, and if you really wanted to go like devil's advocate as well for a BC game, you know, Vitality's worst performances have actually come in like new rosters or stand-ins, and so maybe it only needed for them to figure everything out.
You're really trying.
That's
really
the best I've got.
To see a silver lining in this one. Yeah, I think just overall of just Vitality's take, obviously we were talking about it, them coming off vacation time. Was that clear?
დასტორი შეიძლება კარგად ითამაშა, მაგრამ Vitality საუკეთესო მაპია დასტორი რო იცო. მე მგონი 20 მაპი და 20 დასტორიდან ერთი აქვს წაგება.
I mean, we're really grasping
ის ერთი 13 მე წააგეს.
In a game where they still win 13-7 right for Vitality, I think the entirety of group stage is just going to be getting back to a competitive level and a competitive mindset for the playoffs. You know, it goes without saying that they will be in the playoffs, right? And we've seen even in Rio some of the struggles to some extent, right? But once
არა, CS ანუ პროფესიონალობის პროფესიონალურ გუნდში თამაში არ ვაპირებ.
I think it's also clear when they play lower level teams, they make more mistakes. Maybe they have less tape to work off of, they have a misread, and so. But they're very all in the decisions they make, and so you can have these closer games against teams that actually shouldn't really be in a conversation to take a map off Vitality.
Well, it's because it's harder for them to read what lower tier teams and players will do, right? Like they just play under a different set of rules in a way and have a different view and understanding of the game, right? And Vitality is thinking about what's the optimal play, what would be the best for them to do here, and perhaps their opponents are not necessarily aware of what the best move would be, and then they make a move and win the round.
Yeah, and it's kind
of მიცნობს ალბათ კამანდა თორე დაგემატებოდი რა პრობლემაა. რა არის საპრიზო თესეუს ტურნირზე?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot. I think they were having a lot of success, especially in that first gun round, even dealing with the force buy taking a lot of presence that way. But you know, as they got further into the game, after they got to this 4-0 score,
არა მე გავიგე რომ ფსიქოლოგიაზე სწავლობდა და დავიკიდე.
Down in a way. I mean, we saw even later on to this half, players on Vitality get caught off pretty continuously by a lurk from Connector or from Palace, you know, these late activations. And by simplifying their game into an execution, you move into some of the best anchors on the planet on their respective bomb sites. And you don't actually have a lot of punch to it, you know. We're talking about Vitality forecasting the optimal play to make. In a way, I actually wish BC actually kind of kept the tempo, kept aggression applied to the throats of Vitality, because you saw just how quickly they were able to sweep things under the rug, even with what's coming up now, a very ugly spray from Apex. They had everybody in the right positions to deal with.
Not
300 ლარი თუ არის კაცზე ძმაო მოვდივარ მე გადავები.
Sense will just come in. You know what the first round that we saw is just about taking mid control.
300 ლარი ანუ ტურნირის საპრიზოა თუ კაცზე არის 300 ლარი. 300 ლარი კაცზე თუ დავემატე 300 ლარი. 300 ლარი 300 ლარია ძმაო მე გადავები. 300 ლარის გამო გადავები. Ah, 300 ლარია ზოგადად?
That's the thing, right? Vitality does always seem like omnipresent.
Там 300 ლარი ალბათ რომ მოიგებ ერთად და წახვიდე. ანუ ნახე სად არის გათვლა თესეუს ტურნირზე? 300 ლარს რომ მოიგებ. 300 ლარს რომ მოიგებ. ანუ ცალ-ცალკე არაფერი არ არის ეს 300 ლარი, მაგრამ ერთიანობას გასწავლიან. ამ 300 ლარი წახო რესტორანში დაждები შეჭამ. ეგა.
To get far worse than this Freya moving forward, but this was in the first half where they actually had a great opportunity.
ანუ ერთიანობას გასწავლიან. რა ეგ უკვე მოუწევს, ანუ უნივერსიტეტში რომ მაგათი ფული იდება, უკვე კაია, ჭკვიანი.
For BC game reset round, they just won the previous round.
შვენიერი 300 ლარი გუნდზე მშვენიერი. ახლა რესტორანში რაღაც. ან რომელიმე ერთ გუნდს ბოზებში გაუშვებ, ძალიან მაგარი. ძალიან მაგარი, საუბ.
Senzu ready for the boost, so in a 5v3 situation, here's what happens. You'll see simple here with the smoke.
და მთელი დღე რო იქ უნდა იყო ჭამა არ გინდა 300 ლარი ხო გეხარჯება უკვე. ანუ 30 ლარი საჭმელი ხო უნდა ჭამო. ერთ თაჩ ხარ მორჩება ის ტურნირი. საჭმელი გინდა, ანუ 30 ლარს იგებ. 30 ლარი მე სახში ხო უნდა დაბრუნდე. გვია რომ მორჩეს ტაქსით ხო უნდა წამოხვიდე. ანუ 10 ლარს იგებ სადღაც. იღებს 10 ლარის გამო. Es magari smoke-ია ძალიან დაიმახსოვრეთ ეს line-up.
Looks like a small detail, but you could see Zyvo gets the kill with the op, gets traded by Electronic from Apps, and Robs now, if there were a smoke here, he wouldn't be able to get this kill on Electronic. That causes Mezzi to play freely, right, and from the bomb site, and he's going to get a multi-kill here. If there were a smoke, if Electronic were alive, there's no way he can take these fights without being traded from apartments. It's going to cause BC game to lose this round.
არა, ყლე სნაიპერია, ბარსა გამოყლევ. CS:GO-ს მე გამოყლევ,
from here on out.
ყველა და არა ჰეიტ.
Like that.
გამოყლევებული.
All add up, especially when
აუტისტია ჩემი აზრით რა.
That have proven to be very clutch players. They recognize the situation they have immediately as soon as Robs gets that kill. Mezzi stops paying attention to it. They know they've dealt with the lurker. It's yeah, I mean, it's scary to think that at any given moment a round can go so badly.
And that's the thing, right? We move into the second half. Do you want to talk about bad rounds for BC game?
ანუ ვისი ის არის? ანუ უეჭველი იცით რომ 300 ლარია გარჩიკ.
Like this is a ridiculous play from Electronic.
უეჭველი იცით რომ 300-ია შენ თესეუში სწავლობ?
What are you doing, man? Like what is this?
It's ridiculous.
Like you're in an anti-eco round.
საქართველოს ბანკმა რო ჩაატაროს კაუნტერის ტურნირი ოფისში. აი მე არ მუშაობ საქართველოს ბანკში, აი მაგას მანდ ვითამაში. მაგრამ ბანკი ისეთი პროჭები არიან უეჭველი საპრიზო 150 ლარი იქნება რაღაც.
Sort of getting a read on where Vitality is, but then Apex does them one better, you know, simulates that they're going back to A with this pushed into CT spawn. Robs takes space on B, gets into market, and as they're coming back from short, they're caught completely out of position. But this is all on Electronic. Like that's just if anyone tries to make me hopeful for BC game at any point, I just show them something like this, right? Because that tells you the mindset of the players. They're not serious about this team. A serious player player
Picho,
doesn't
ne
do
var
something like
Suhan
that. Like, it's
Kornazis
just
Universitete.
And when I talked to Crazy during the lobby, you know, he was telling me that in the practices, in the Scrunk philosophy, that things are actually kind of on like more structured actually. So for something to break in structure like that against Glocks, like we can't underplay that.
It's
a really poor look for a player that should have more quality.
You're playing against Vitality.
მარტო მაგათ
You're
აქვს
playing
ფული
against
და
the best
რა.
team.
მეტი არავის არ აქვს.
Lose pistol, you win the force
ან
buy,
ბანკს
right?
აქვს ფული და ან
You
ტოტალიზატორს და
managed
ბანკიც
to
იგივეა, ტოტალიზატორზე
win the round
ნაკლებია
after
ბანკი.
that. Now they're on a full eco, and instead of trying to play as safe as possible, not give them anything, maybe get rolling on the CT side. CT side is always going to be easier for PC game, right? Like just playing off of their skill and getting reads and making maybe some info plays and whatnot. So, like you could have maybe made this interesting, and then you go on and do that.
Yeah, I don't think it takes a genius to say that it's going to take a BC game a lot to get rolling on Dust 2, because you look at the numbers for Vitality. I mean, obviously that Foot series, that was an anomaly when you look at all the green on the side of
They're making Dust 2 like a dynasty map for themselves, really. I mean, they've got great player quality. Like, who do you go to as a weakness? I think, you know, when you look at a lot of teams even in the top 20, you'll think one of the bomb sites feels weaker than the other. You know, there's a lot of B targeting, there's a lot of, you know, trying to punish a rotating player. It's frequently an IGL or a support player, but Vitality just do it damn good.
I also, whenever Vitality picks Dust 2 in a series, that tells you they're trying, right? Like, because usually Apex is at a point where he doesn't even pick it in a lot of the games because he wants to test some of the other maps, but maybe with the week off and a little bit of rust, you know, for the opening game of the tournament, he doesn't want any funny business, right? Like, wants to take care of it and get the team rolling.
And in terms of flying blind into this series, Mirage was the best chance. I mean, this was the map that Uterus used to ban under BC games. And they shifted their veto to adjust for Scrunk and all these other players that actually play great on Mirage. So
აი ძმობას გაფიცებ თუ დიდები ხართ რა. ადრე ტელევიზორში რომ გადიოდა ფილმები და რაღაცები, ბევრად მუღამი არ გქონდათ იმის ყურების. რატო არის ადამიანის ტვინი ეგრე მოწყობილი რა? ყლეტვინია თო იმენა შენ აბოზარო იმენა რატო ხარ ეგრე მოწყობილი, როცა რაღაცა გაკ რატო აღარ გინდა? ეხლა კიდე შეხვალ უყურეთ ეგრე და ადრე ტელევიზორში რომ ელოდებით.
They don't need to.
Oh my god,
they don't need to. Just show up.
Yeah, Vitality is already so high, and we're looking at Dust 2, a map that has paid off so many times for them. We're going to head things to a quick break, and also hear a little bit from Rob's courtesy of
ო ბიჭო, მე გადავები კავკასიაზე გადიოდა ხოლმე ტომი და ჯერი 3 საათზე შუადრის. მაგისტვის რო არ მეყურებინა, ეზოდან ამოდიოდი რომ მაგისტვის მეყურებინა, მე ჩავსულიყავ იმენა ყლეზე მეკიდა, იმიტომ რომ ვერსად ვერ ვნახავდი მე ვიცოდი. კი, როგორ საქართველოს მანდ გადიოდა სულ ფილმები, კი, კაცო, მახსოვს, ეგ გარხი მევასებოდა ყველაზე მეტად, იმენა მარტო ფილმები გადიოდა ძმაო. ეგ უფრო ბევრად ასწორებს რა. იმენა აი ტვინი არის იმენა ნაბოზარი არსება რა. კაჩე. ეს იმენა დედებმა რო იცოდნენ, ხო, ეგ ტელეფონი გამოგაშტერებსო იმენა ეგ თემა. ეს რა არის მაგაც, ალო. აი, კარგად ვართ. გავიტანეთ. რონი სინსიო. აუ ბიჭო მახსოვს ეგ მადლ მახსოვს ეგ საკერო იყო ბიჭო +18 და იქ ტელეფონზე კოდი რო უნდა მოხსოვდა მახსოვს აუ გამოსენდა ბაზარია აუ ეგ არ მახსოვს იარაღების გაკეთება არ მახსოვს
Yeah, I saw you taking pictures of bears or videos of bears, and that was a concerning experience for most people watching. What do you think about today's game? I mean, you understand BCG are in a another Grand Slam this year. How do you feel coming into this?
We feel good. We feel confident.
მე გადავები ბიჭო ვიდეო კასეტა მქონდა ანუ ვიდეო იყო და მე გამოვიდა DVD რა კაროჩე ვიდეო კასეტა მქონდა პატარა კაცის ძმაო რა დღეში ერთი 3 ჯერ უყურებდი თუ 4 ჯერ იმენა ზეპირად ვიცოდი ფილმი დაწყებიდან დამთავრებამდე ბიჭო ლექსი არ მისწავლია ეგრე
America's tour that's been great to see, but I think what I think people
value. გახმოვანება ქონა იმის რა ქვია, ზიო და ისინი ვახმოვანებენ ჩვენ.
They're going to New York.
იმენათესლი გახმოვანება რაც იყო.
Do you think that
ეგ და მანქანები კიდე.
do bring you closer aside from all the winning, of course?
I think so, yeah. I mean, on paper, it definitely should. I think we all had a good experience. You know, we get to do stuff outside the game and, you know, outside of work, really, in that sense, and just get to know each other better.
ავტომარიაში ძალიან მაგარი იყო ბაზარი არა. ავტომარიაშიც. ისიც რო თესლობა იყო, რა ქვია, შეჯიბრები რო იყო ამერიკული რაღაც ვაიპაუტი. ეგეც ძალიან თესლი იყო. რაღაც გადიოდა კიდე ძალიან კაი გადაცემა. კარდაშიანების თესლი იყო. მაშინ რო აი ხა არ მითხრათ ბიჭო, კარდაშიანები არ მაქვს ნახიო, არ გამომაყლეოდ ბიჭო. პირველი სეზონი კარდაშიანები.
Far.
Oh,
you still have to start the win at some point. Maybe it can be here, maybe not. But yeah, we're aware that it's a possibility. But you know, that's a little stretch for now.
All right, I'm not going to keep you any longer. Thank you so much for your time, Robs. Good luck in the game.
Thank you. Can we pick gun? Because it could be.
I'm going to come catwalk.
Let's see.
We go shot.
Fortboy ძალიან თესლი.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's go shot, guys.
ნახე რა იყო მოუგეს ბიჭო.
I'm ready. Whenever.
CS თამაშობ ბრო 12 წელია.
Take the AK a bit. A big short.
Careful to be. We check everything, guys.
Backside, default.
Careful to be.
Easy play. Careful to be. You can go back.
Okay, go back.
Bench.
I'm jumping window.
Let's be. Wait, to be.
I think we should still go big.
Yeah, we're good short. This. Yeah. Let's go, come short.
Two kitchen. Let's go, guys, let's go!
I have it. Two kitchen.
Wait, bicho, რა თესლი კაცია აფექს.
You can smoke kitchen window. Wait.
One more.
One more kitchen.
Nice.
Under default. Get short fast.
Yeah, I have short.
Okay, behind us all. I have kitchen-ish. I
don't have short, I have
აუ bro, მე ვერ დაგწერე ხა მაგის მონაცემებს. რა კომპიუტერი შეგიძლია რო აწყო მაგ ფაში. აზია მე ვერ დაგიხმარებ მაგას. მაგრამ Bytelabs ის არის, რა ქვია, სოციალური მედია და გადადი მიწერე და საიტზეც ნახე შეგიძლია. ანუ და დაგემ კაი ვიდეოზე გასულიყავი.
Quite the disparity there in communication, but Team Vitality showing that their communication is strong enough to win block rounds, right?
Bicho, ეგ კი არა, TV-იმედზე ღამე ძალიან გვიანაც გადიოდა ხოლმე რაღაც Playboys რაღაცეები, გახსოვთ? იმედზე გადიოდა, ეგ უეჭველი მახსოვს რა, აი ან იმედი იყო ან რუსთავი, რომელიღაც არხზე გადიოდა ღამე ძმაო. Playboys რაღაც ყლეობები. ძალიან გვიან ოღონდ. ჯერ იყო ხოლმე ფილმი იმის საქვია სუბტიტრებით. და მე ეგ აი მორჩით.
They mean business. Looking to close this series in 2 maps. Simple's going to be aggressive with dualies.
მადლობა დონაციებისთვის უღმესი ყველას მე.
Flames going up in towards upper dark.
კი დიდი განსხვავებაა გადატიპროთ შეგიძლია, მაგრამ FPS-ით უნდა ქონდეს 400 წელი. ოპა, სიმპლოჩ. ჩადის რიცმებო.
Being dealt with by both Robs and Flames. Crazy ends up getting 2 kills out here, but here's the reaction from Vitality. With the bomb around the long corner, that tunnels fight goes down, then they send players forward, but they die at the hand of Electronic. And a 3v2 in favor of BC Game for the time being.
Yeah, Apex is going to force his way up short, so a little bit awkward. Electronic might be out in the open. Mezzi's throwing out the information. Apex is able to turn the corner and fight. So now it's Mezzi's turn to be aggressive. These are hard shots with the
Yeah, Apex not connecting any of his either. There's Crazy adding another one in this pistol round. And a pistol round for BC Game.
Yeah, you know, and for BC Game to come out on top of that pistol is quite nice, especially considering that trap they set in the upper tunnels. Vitality getting 2 kills here is actually kind of wild.
Yeah.
Like that felt like maybe one. Almost felt in a way like they took a win out of that situation to a degree, but good shot from Zaiwu. Good shot coming around onto Zaiwu, and BC Game's able to take the pistol. This is how Mirage began. Remember, they extended this into the 4-round lead. So
Apex taking this out for a spin.
რაღაცა რო გააკიხლა რა, როცა შეგიძლია რომ აი ეს მაგ და რაღაცა ანუ დიდ ყურადღებას აღარ აქცევ რა. არ ვიცი რატო არის ეგრე ყლეურად ადამიანის ტვინი მოწყობი.
I think the fact that they're getting such a clean runway is like we no longer care about going for picks. You know, like we're here. We have everyone up short. We've made no noise. Nobody spotted us. We've had no contact. Let's just go.
See if you can catch Simple. Chance was there for a second, but
Simple
comes in. Starting to sweep them up. He actually did take some damage though through the box. He's down to 41 health. He'll step up into the play. Electronic getting two.
Where's that?
Trying to spin, make his head difficult to land shots on as he's trying to get away with the bomb plant. And that'll end up being a 2-0 lead.
Triple kill on the round as well. Spraying them down as they come off catwalk. Nice easy ones against unarmored opponents, but dodging the scout damage for the most part. Have a little bit of a tech issue, it looks like, inside the server, so we'll get that back underway very, very shortly. It does look even more ludicrous than that.
It does look so ridiculous. Oh, that's a GIF as well. Yeah,
it's perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect, man. We can use that so many different ways.
It's got layers.
Well,
2-0.
Jara, ყველაფერზე ეგრე არის, მარტო მაგაზე არა. Вообще ყველაფერზე არა.
Yeah, we see Taz walking as the coach behind PC Game, who almost 10 years ago.
400-ზე მეტი თუ გაქვს უეჭველი გადადი.
Who went on to be the greatest team of all time, that Astralis team. Eventually, after Kirby left, they brought in Magisk, but now we got a new team replacing them on the server.
Yeah, it's where it all began. Astralis, isn't it? Yeah. That was a devastating loss to take in a grand final of a major from Natus. That was a rough one to lose.
Yeah, I talked to Snacks. It's still very present in his mind.
I would imagine so.
I just said, at least Train isn't in the map pool anymore, so you won't have to deal with those A matches.
Okay, really pouring salt into it. 10-year-old wound.
More of a scar. Zaiwu, here we are. And this is a big problem last week in Fort Worth. Wasn't landing the door smoke, but Zaiwu has perfected it now.
Nails it. We love that. Over towards long is where your attention should head. Mezzi and Flamesy looking to turn the corner out the double doors. Scrunk close up to defend with an MP9. Apex with utility to activate this play. They get this kill, they can convert this into a split on the A-bomb site very quick.
ეს ის სმოკი აცინოს, მაგრამ ეს ის რაუნდი არის, მაშინ რო აგიხსენით, გახსოვთ დემოს ვინც ისა ქვია, ეხლა რო გავნიხილე ფალკონების დემო და მაშინ ვიტარით, ის ზუსტად ის რაუნდი არის. ეს რაუნდი და ეს რაუნდი აქვს დაკოპირებული იმათგან. ვახ, Simple что?
He'll drop out a defensive smoke as well to keep
himself.
With the bomb, so he's going to back away. Rops kind of converts over to the B bomb site, but he's got knife out. He's assuming everyone has he's incorrect. So this round is just going to kind of fade away. Zaiwu's next up, the only one who can turn the tides of round 3.
Think a couple
of the early losses and then it
just
tries to find the magic of play that can bring this round. Hoping he can at least get a bomb plant, and it's there. It's possible for him.
Yeah, securing it. And Chris is going to go ahead and take him away.
3-0.
Yeah, great start here for BC. We'll see how quickly it can change.
And you still have I mean, Mezzi's got 0 kills, so does Zaiwu and Apex. You got 3 players who haven't found a frag yet on the Vitality side. It's no big deal. We'll see when they start heating up. But good job from BC Games so far. Once again, doing everything you can to at least get started. Build up as much momentum, as much of a lead as you can, because you know that push from Vitality is coming at some point.
ჩემმა მაყურებელმა გამომიგზავნა ჩემმა იგარმა კაცმა ამერიკიდან. ხვალ ჩავდგავ და ნახოთ აბა FPS რა სხვაობას მომცემს. მე ოპტიმიზაციასაც ვტენი. და კაი FPS უნდა მქონდეს ესეთ.
Another big name and long-time
right hand man. საუკეთესო კოუჩი Blade არის უეჭველი ნავში.
So a lot of reasons to be excited. I feel like it's been a little bit quiet, a little bit muted from Electronic since he put on the jersey.
I think that was expected though, just with the way Electronic has been in his last few teams. VP did nothing. Coming out with the Tech 9. It's Scrunk who's dead. Simple does get a response. Zaiwu trying to connect on the cross, but ain't gonna do much about it. Bomb spills. to the top of the pit. Simple connected on towards Apex.
Simple's got a little bit of attitude to open up this map as well. 6-1, but he's happy to step into some fights. He's doing a whole like leading from the front kind of thing. Senzu brought low, so is Rops, but the AK can't connect the killing blow. It's crazy to clean it up. Mezi and Zaiwu out at long. Scout and M4 in their hands. 2 versus 3, and he sees the gun barrel.
He's just going to try and seize the chance now, not wanting to ring
I
think his teammate gets so much closer here as well. Look at this, Mezi.
Wow.
Down below, Electronic able to react fast enough, but the damage was done, and so finished off by one shot from Zaiwu. Now he goes up against he wins it on the rifle. So it will be a 4-0 start for BC game. Gets a little scary at some points throughout that round.
A little bit damaging, but there's plenty of money on the BC game side to replenish those. Simple ends that round with $11,000 in the bank. You have to imagine the AWP is going to be coming out for him, and indeed it will. Opening kill provided by Flamesy with the Tech 9, but no progress really from there. That M4 gets the dink, but can't complete the kill. So we head into round 5. Full buy for both sides. AWP on Zaiwu's hands, same in Simple's hands. And Zaiwu's got a tag on the cross. Senzu brought low.
არა bro, მაგის იმ ტიპს ის ტიპი ოპტიმიზაციას რო გაგიკეთებს, რომ დაარეკორდო აზრი არ აქვს. მაშინ რო დაარეკორდო, ზუსტად შენი მონაცემების იმაზე უნდა გააკეთო ოპტიმიზაცია ისე. ანუ შენ არის კომპიუტერი, ვისაც ეკრება მარტო ის გააკეთებს მაგ ოპტიმიზაცია.
Zaiwu sending a shot through towards Simple. And there's going to be an opening frag here for Vitality. A lot of damage done to the BC game players as well. So Electronic keeps his head down behind Car, but Utility's coming. And that's going to force him back. And he doesn't have the health to really tank the flames and stand there. And speaking of flames, there he is. So that's Senzu and Crazy. 2v5 not going to win this one. Vitality will get their first round of the board here of Dust 2.
Zaiwu spotted Simple and killed him through the smoke, or if it was maybe just around the edge, if something was broken open, but it might have just been a blind shot as well, which
მე ხო მაგ გაკეთებული უკვე და ის ტიპი გამიკეთებს მე ხა ის.
I mean that's just textbook. Long control and slowly progress with Utility. Rops is going to trap the last player in towards middle, been spotted as well. So Crazy, not really a chance to bring that weapon into the next round. 4-1, Vitality is on the board for the first time here on Dust 2. A long extended play towards long A, and BC game brought everyone over. 4 players at various points at that A bomb site to help in the defense, and not able to put a stop to it. Okay, spotted him over the top, just clips him through the edge of the smoke. Simple goes down. And that secures control of all. Electronic is a sitting duck behind that car. Timeout taken from BC game. Again, plenty of money to buy up in this next. It's going to start running low. You have to imagine double up setup is potentially the call that they're switching into right now. Vitality, they're going to look to build upon that.
კი, upgrade-იც მოსულა, შეკეთებაც, გასუფთავებაც, ყველაფერი საერთოდ. კომპიუტერულ სერვერს რაც შეეხება, ყველაფერი აქვს ძმებო, მიდით და მოგხედავენ ბიჭები. მე ხვალ უნდა მიუტანო. უნდა გავაკეთებინო.
They're going to be positioning themselves up short. Electronic will provide the foundations to the boost here for Simple, who will find the opening kill and drop back from short.
5-on-4, Apex is going to follow it up. Happy to take the risk and step through the smoke. He's already got great positioning on short. Oh, that's a huge amount of damage to find onto Senzu. Apex has got to be telling him, just jump on the
Xbox. ყველანაირი მისა აქვს, რა ქვია, კომპონენტი დააგიწყობენ კომპიუტერს თუ
Simple pressures on you, sees the shadow. Knows one player shoot. No, one player's dropped down but doesn't communicate it, so Apex able to get away with it. Simple reacts. Takes Apex down, but Crazy's he just gets the one.
Simple ჩმიდი რა. გადაკეტა.
Simple in a 1v2. Switch to the rifle, and they know where he is, so they can move into that B bomb site so confidently.
And Mezi's not going to want to stick
around. ამას მომგები არ არის. და ასე ავეპე დადი ბწობას გაფიცებ დაანები.
Simple obviously can go for this 1v2. He's got a kit. With the money the way it is, it looks like he's going to prioritize picking up the AWP and bringing that forward into the next round.
Yeah, that expensive decision for a double off setup has not paid off at all there for BC game. Senzu misses a shot, takes damage, and then the grenade follows through.
This is what this round is like a good showing of like what makes Vitality so dangerous though, right? Like it's Simple gets the pick towards lower on FaZe. Apex is coming up short, and he's kind of taken the educated risk and the gamble that, you know, an AWP in that kind of position with that boost, they take the shot, they fall off and they reposition elsewhere, either towards long or the AWP transitions to CT spawn. So Apex takes the risk of coming through that smoke and just being aggressive up solo. But once he gains that on his own, it's such a pressure point. Like, it feels like a catwalk hit when he's kind of swinging off. You get that first fight against the player in the A bomb site, he's got to tuck down into cover. He doesn't know it's actually happening, but it feels to him like it's an A hit. And this is what's so dangerous, is it's kind of like, it's improvised at this point. It's like Apex making a play off his educated guess, but there's no real commitment, and Vitality then kind of notice everyone's shifting over, everyone's sliding over, everyone's in the open for us to fight middle. And it's just sort of improvised in the moment, but extremely effective.
And now you can see why I wanted to save the AWP, right? So it has to be the AWP to win this round.
I mean, honestly, it's probably a higher percentage win having the AWP here than it would have been in the 1v2 retaking the B bomb site at that stage.
ვერ დაინახეს AWP-რო იყო შუაზე, თორე უოჭველი გარაშავდნენ ეს, აი უოჭველი. და გასარაშიც იქნებოდა 100%-იანი, იმიტომ რომ AWP როცა იცი რომ შუაზე არის და easy AWP არ იქნება, იმენა უმარტივესია შესაძლებლად.
You've got Flames pushed all the way up, Apex and ZywOo in behind him, and they might just continue to march forward into this A site where there's no one really there to defend. Could be another safe call for Simple, because he's on the B bomb site.
Has to be. Even keep Electronic with him as well to keep some spacing and some defense for the AWP. Vitality is going to work their way in. Flamesy and Apex, the only two. They're going to call it clear. I imagine we're going to see Mezzy, ZywOo, and Rops join up with them up short very, very shortly. So Electronic and Crazy are here. There goes Electronic. Just a USP at the rail. 4-3. Vitality continuing to close the gap.
Apex super
down, ZywOo actually is the one to get that kill.
დაიხლა რას ფიქრობს? აი 5-ნი რო არიან ისინი. Simple-ას აზრით ეხლა AWP-ს თუ ასეებს ფანტს არ დაუწყებენ?
4-3, and once again very similar to Mirage, right? You get that 4-0 lead.
What's that run boost?
Pointless as well.
Did he like call it off? He was
like, actually, nah. Let's cancel that one. But yeah, the 4-0 lead.
Yeah,
it's getting carved away at pretty quickly.
It really is. I mean, we'll just bring it up this one last time. Exactly how Mirage began. 4-0 for BC game.
3 და 2 სენსი 400 DPI-ზე არის, აი იდეალური სენსი რო დაიწყო თამაში რა, მართლა.
With a 7-5 lead.
მაგრამ მე 800 მირჩევნია 1 და 8 დავაყენო და 1 და 8 დავიწყებდი დიდი სიამოვნებით. ეხლა რო ვიწყებდი counter-ის თამაშს. რა?
Okay.
ნანაირად მოკვდა და
eyebrows.
Very expressive eyebrows, aren't they?
Spamauda, emote spamaudes.
4-3 going into round 8. And now surrounding that AWP that's been saved for a couple rounds straight are all the M4s coming back in. Kits on Electronic and Simple.
Oof. I guess that's what the
Crazy gets tagged on the cross. Second tag for ZywOo to open up a round of Dust 2. Tags. And I think he's probably the most consistent player. Woxic from time to time can match him.
Yeah, Woxic does have an
He's good at that cross shot, isn't
he? Even with the scout, feels like. Break of the smoke.
და მაგავეპეს ხა ტრაქში გაგიკეთებენ რომ გაპოპავენ ბის და აბა მოემზადე ხლა სიმპლუჩ. აბა ხა 1-2 წამით დაელოდე.
He has the right read, I should say.
დაენტრა იმას.
Right to his face. Now Simple has to be pulled back.
აზე ხარა გაუკეთეს ტიპებმა ბიჭო. იცოდნენ რომ გათაგული იყო AWP-ით.
Sends his big flash, forced back into a CT spawn.
ჩემი რასად არიან ტიპები ბიჭო?
Sense who's going into the fight, setting himself forward, loses it, can't get his crosshair in the right spot. Simple can.
Ori Simple. Oh.
Even better on the second time of asking, but it's everything. And Simple standing up alone on this B bomb site. 2 players left, ZywOo and Mezzy.
შენი ფლეში მოუთხა.
And ZywOo now takes up position inside of the B site. Simple is giving you a chance, BC game. Can you do anything with it?
Yeah, there's the kit picked up. Skrunk and Electronic gonna have to work this out. No flashes, just one Molotov, and they come in early.
We're making the most of it.
Tag, Semezi Moog, Moog.
So reliable for Vitality, and once again, it's Merriman to stand up.
Messi maklatsarta
Game once more. Simple doing everything he can, but even that is not enough.
FaZe is just such a reliable insurance policy in the back pocket of Vitality. Whenever he's needed, it feels like he's there for the clutch. He's there for the kills in these 2v2s.
Bam, Rafliki, nahe opa ra mumeti, ra qale mumeti ak bara mains.
A lovely shot under Rops, but man, hard to contain everything, and you could see him trying to do everything that round. And now ZywOo's opened up with a kill on the cross as well.
Yeah, there we go. That's more than a tag.
Yeah, 2 tags and a kill so far here in 9 rounds of play.
Nahe, gataga. Ara.
No chance. So.
Ah, am raundში მოკლა ბიჭო. გამოყლევდიტო.
I mean, statistically, right? Like 1/3.
როდის მოკლა? გამეორებაზე?
The tag down to 20 HP.
გამოგვაპარეს ქილი მეთქი გამოუყლევდი როდის მოკლა. ინა რაუნდში გათაგა თან.
Simple's hands and then pistols around it. So very likely to see the lead being taken here for Team Vitality.
მე სიმპლაზე მაგარი მომენტი მაქვს, აი მილიონ ჯერთან. მე გადავი ძალიან ყლე მომენტი აქვს სიმპლას. აი გადავი ძმა ყზს რო თამაშობდა ტიპი 40 წუთში ხურავდა, წადი უყურე ვიდეოს და ნახე. Simplaze maქვს 1000 ჯერ მაგარი მომენტი.
Apex and Flamesy. ZywOo's got utility to check out. Mezzi's going to be lurking over.
Because
it's a save round, I don't think any attention is going to get pulled. Senzu and Electronic Art and Simple are just going to be happy to play the B-bomb site and see what happens.
Simple.
Ერთი.
Strikes on flank.
გაგუდა. მოკალი. გაიხსნა ბებერს ბიჭო. გაიხსნა ბებერს. დაწყნადი ჯერ აქ არავინ არ წამსურო. მე მგონი ბრუნდები.
Right now 15 and 3 for Simple, doing so much across the map. Came into this with an attitude right out of the gate on Dust 2.
I'll tell you, we know obviously Simple's going to be frustrated. We heard it in the comms in that first map, right, when they lose that Glock round.
სადაუხვედრა ZywOo.
We see him walking around with that same face, you know, that competitive nature. Yes, you're going up against the #1 team. You're going to be pissed off that you just got banged out of the server like that. So Simple's come in with some attitude, as you said, and he's really trying to do everything possible to give BC Game a chance here. And so far, it's been enjoyable to watch, but it's only been enough for a round. On this AWP, we got Senzu back on the secondary sniper. Was unable to do anything with it earlier. To move through the doors.
Simple's gonna break that smoke pretty early, just making sure it's
clear.
And after that break,
Windows
Vitality's gonna step up into the space. Crazy at the back of platform. Senzu at window with the op.
აღარ გაპიკო შეყლევს.
I'm loving this right now. We talk about
აღარ გაპიკო ბიჭო. ზემოდან ფლეში რო გადმოგიგდეს, რისთვის გადმოგიგდეს? ვიტალიტის ეთამაშები შეჩემა. Boris Dilas ხუარატო.
These two players display their skills.
This is crazy. Es crazy today mena qalexar shilo ra.
We can't change the outcome of this round, and that's it. Picked up for Vitality. A tie game again. 5 apiece.
Bicho, ტიპები გამოვიდნენ შუაზე. ფლეში გადმოგიგდეს Windows თავზე. უკან გაგწიეს. და რას ფიქრობ რომ ვინ დგას? ანუ რატო გაგიფლეშეს?
Brutal the way Vitality is just able to flow into a different style of Counter-Strike from round to round. Once again, tying things up at 5.
რა საიტის ჩაშრობას ვაპირებ და პირადი coaching-ს ვიწყებ, ვისაც სურვილი ექნება, რომ აი მაგალითად 2-3 პაკეტი იქნება, ერთი იქნება მთლიანად გუნდის, ვისაც გუნდს უნდა მოხოდო მთლიანად 5 კაცს, მეორე იქნება 6-დან 10 ლეველამდე და პირველი იქნება 1-დან 5 ლეველამდე. ბეისიკების ცოდნა რა სწავლება რაღაცების, მე უკვე ცოტა სიღრმეში და მე უკვე გუნდის უფრო სიღრმეში. მაგ თემაში იქნება ეგ საიტი გაკეთებული, ვისაც სურვილი ექნება დაჯავშვის და
the response I like seeing is like the Simple who comes in angry and is like, fine, I'll do everything. You know, I'll do everything.
Yes.
That's very Simple-esque.
იმენა ეგრე არის, ცოტა. მართლა ძალიან აი, ანუ ვერი ფიქრებ, რომ ეგეთი მაგალი მოთამაშეა მომენტის იმაზე რა. ეს ყლეკრაზი მე რომ ეთამაშება ხოლმე დედას რო იყნავს გახსოვთ, ხო?
Basically always able to back it up the same way he used to do, but yeah, good to see him put a performance in here. Just unfortunate to see no one else really doing it either. I mean, we talked about Electronic having a strong start to the map. I think you highlighted he was 6-2 at that point when you
I think it was 5-0.
Okay, so now he's 6-5. So
yeah,
either way, slowed down significantly. And BC Game burning through a timeout here. trying to get any way to squeeze an extra round out at least in this first half.
Also, I mean, the frustration of, like, it happened on Mirage, now potentially on Dust 2, of getting that good start and then not being able to convert that into, you know, not being able to convert that into a tie game, right? Like, you're getting the best start possible on 2 maps, and both of them you might go into halftime with Vitality having a lead, so that's frustrating. That's kind of annoying to deal with. Thankfully, they've got money built up as well.
დატრიალებითაც კარგად დატრიალდები და ყველაფერი რა. მომენტი. Electronic ძმა, რას ეწევი? მართლა ძმობას გაფიცებტო?
So an opening kill for BC Game. Simple being boosted to try and spot into the lower tunnels.
ისა მაგარი ახვარია Flames-ა. რა ქვეყნიდან არის ახვარი რო არ იყოს?
Electronic being the distraction as you mentioned with Senzu off short, and then you set up the boost after the fact. So a couple little pieces.
Vitality coach მე მგონი counter-ს ერთად არ აქვს თამაშები.
5-on-4. Vitality yet to make a move. Heavy B emphasis, it feels, in the last 3 rounds.
For the
most part, Apex has been the guy, the commander, kind of taking space and controlling and leading from the front, especially towards the A-bomb side, especially in the plays they've had coming up short. No longer have that kind of commander leading the way for you.
Simple chess AWP ხوაკ, კარგია. 14-4-ი აქვს Simple chess.
45 seconds left in the round. Team Vitality getting ready.
Our
Looks to be an A play. Got Flames with his util. Ready to go. Simple. Blinded. Held back. As he steps away, Flames and Mezzi step forward towards the A bomb side. They're right above his crosshair. Simple himself reacts fast enough. Figures out where Flames is just in the nick of time. Mezzi's in the sight. Senzu's fighting on, and now Rob's out mid door, taking Crazy away, putting Senzu in the 1v2 clutch. Keeps his head pinned behind the box, not revealing himself just yet. Allowing Senzu to step ever closer into the waiting arms of Robs, who will collect the information. Zaiwu goes to peek out. Senzu's ready for that next fight, but Zaiwu's just so elusive, not letting him have a single chance at this. And so well played from Robs and Zaiwu to make sure that round never becomes a possibility.
There's just so many like layers, so many like plan Bs for Vitality. You know, like the drop down from Flamesy is sick to take out Simple playing behind the rail. The fact that Simple gets that kill is even crazier, but there's no panic from Vitality. It's like, oh, okay, Zaiwu has a nade. We'll just chuck it into the position. You know, he's holding for the peak. It doesn't come. Flamesy drops. Kill comes in. Here's the nade that we don't see, but it does blow Simple up eventually.
And now, last round of the half. Vitality looking to try and leave the half with a lead. Zaiwu versus Simple in the off battle in middle. It's gonna be Simple who takes the tag, but neither player going down.
გემონების თემა რეზოლუცია. მაგრამ ეხლა რო ვიწყებდე თამაში 1900-1980-ზე დავიწყებდი, იმიტომ რომ ბევრად მეც დაინახავდი რო რამ. 1999-ზე კაცები უფრო სწრაფად დარბიან, მაგრამ დიდები არიან. აი, იმაზე კიდე წვრილები არიან და ნელა დარბიან.
But 4 members of Vitality are stalled out by that piece of utility, so well timed from the defense. Turns the onus over to Flamesy over in middle. Molotov closed doors, CT spawn smoke, start establishing presence, start
Ronka უფრო კარგად თამაშობს ვიდრე ელექტრონიკა. ელექტრონიკა ვაფშე არ ჩანს. ბიჭო, ესე როგორ გამოყლებდა ელექტრონიკატო. შეუდარებელი. საღოლ კარა, საღოლ ძმაო.
After that, so Robs and Zaiwu filter into the B site. Last round of the half, so we'll see Electronic Simple and Scrunk.
Გაყანახე ბიჭო.
Actually hit that shot on the cross.
Wow.
Nice kill from Electronic, keeps this dream somewhat alive.
Okay, well the fast flank as well. Where does Zaiwu position with the AWP?
Low-ები არიან, რამე utility გვაქვს.
Gonna drop an M4 just in case he needs to hot swap in the middle of an engagement. Car back plat. And the bomb site for Zaiwu.
No nades, no kit. This is going to be really tough to even see a world in BC Game. Apex pops his head up, so there's the first kill. Zaiwu and Robs clean them up.
Nice. Nice, Elito. Ოდიში რო დაგაჯვით, მაო. არა, აქვს დრო, მოიცა.
He gets himself on the defuse.
მოიცა.
And BC Game, it's going to be close right down to the wire for the defuse at the half. And he just about got it. So pulls it through. BC Game, a tie game. Is it enough to remain competitive?
რავი, უკვე მინიმუმ 240 გჭირდება რა, მართლა ვონთ. და ისიც თუ თამაშობ თითქმის ყველას უკვე 10 ლეველებში 241 აქვს თუ მეტი არა. კარგად, ნიკა შერავხ. ბიჭო, მე ვისაც ვაჯაო, ყველა იხოდება ძმებო და მაგაზეც ხوار დავიწყო რამე კურსები სპეციალურად ჩაწერით რო იყო ჩემთან, რომ აი მოვიდეს ტიპი და დამაჯვიო და ვაჯავ. მე იხოდებოდეს ხორებისეულად იქ ბიზნესი აწყოს და რაღაც თემები. რავი. იქი თუ იყვირის მეორე რა თამაში მიდის ძმებო. მე დამაჯვი ერთი არა, ძმა უფასოდ ვერ დაგაჯვა ბოდიში. აი ბარსელონას დავაჯვა. ბარსელონას დავაჯვა. აუ რამდენს უნდა დაჭმა თუ აი სუდათი რევაზასო ვაჯვავდი მთელი ცხოვრება ტიპი გახდა ბიჭო. ანუ რის გამოც ვაჯვავდი ის სასაჯმელი აღარ არის. რაზე დავაჯ. მაგრამ ეხლა ყლეთავი დარჩა რა. აი რევაზ არის ესე რა, ანუ ეხლა უყურე. ანუ ეს არის რევაზა, აი ეს არის ეხლა რევაზა და თავი აქვს ესე რა. აი თავი აქვს ესე. აი ეს. ანუ ეს ტანია და ეს რევაზა ზემოთ. იმენა ეგრე და. ათი 80 იმენა ისინი არიან, მაქვს ვერ წაყენებენ. ერთკვირიანი ბანი მადეს FaZe და დედის უმტლის შელამაზებისთვის ჩვენი უკრაინელი მეგობრისთვის. შეულამაზე დედის უმტელი და ერთკვირიანი ბანი დამადის. არა იმას არ დაადეს, თამაში გაგიტროლავ რომ მითხრა. მაგრამ მე ხო უთხარ რომ ყლეზე კიდე ერთი კვირა მაინც ვერ გავსტრიმავ თქო, ვერ ვითამაშებ თქო კაუნტერს. ბიჭო, ვიცოდი რომ ერთი კვირა ვერ ვითამაშებდი კაუნტერს და შეულამაზე დედის მუტელი წყნარად რა, რაფერი ისეთი არ მithkoms რა. შენ ოჯახში მოგიტყან დედის ყველა ნათესავე მეთქი და დამოდეს ვანი ერთი კვირა. არა ძმა, early access-ი არა, ის $80 გადამახდევინეთ მაგაში. ვიყიდით ჩვეულებრივს, ეხლა საჭე დავითრიე eBay-ზე, ჩამომივა ეხლა უკვე მალე. ჩემ შაბათ-კვირას უნდა ჩამომივიდეს ეს.
16 kills, 6 deaths. Next closest teammate Electronic on 9 kills. He's in hard carry mode, but unfortunately that means his team is only barely keeping pace with Vitality. Tied up 6-6
აუ მაგრად მევასება ტარხურა და მსხლის ლიმონად. იმენა რა თესლობას. ეს რა ჩვებოდა? ამაზე იძახდი წერა რა საკეთებდაო? დედაზენის ლიმონად. მამათ მავალი, ჩუჟიკ ძალიან სიმპათიური ხარ. გიხარ და თუ დაკავებული. კარგი მოდა. ტიპი რა სახელი დადონატებს როგორ უთხრა. დაკავებული ვარ ძმაო, შეყვარებული მყავს. კაცი ისიც აღარ. მადლობა ძმაო დონაციების ფიქრები. ვახ! ბებერ, მიდი, პისტოლებში მაგრები ვარ. შენ თქვენ თავს პისტოლებში მაგრამ ვარ.
And Senzo makes sure the pistol will be collected and Simple's hard work is not in vain.
Hey, რევაზას ხნავ ძმებო რა. აი გამოგიტყვით რა მაინც რა მიზე და შევეციტო. აი 400 კაცი რატომ ტეხავთ თო?
So even the flashes were good.
ჩემი კარგი მოტყარა მაინც გამომტეხეს რა რევაზას მწნელი რო ვარ გაიგო ყველა მთელმა საქართველოს.
But he's getting pushed short as well. He gives his life to get those flashes and unfortunately Simple comes out on top of the fights. 19 kills now on Simple here on Dust 2.
Yeah, Simple and Zywoo dueling in middle.
Skrunk, დაგენძრა Skrunk. აუ, გაგვიტყოთ ეს Skrunk-ა.
6 HP and look at the damage done here to Electronic.
ერთად რჩევით. იმიტომ რომ ძალიან რაი ბევრს ვაჯავდი რა, მაგიტომ რომ შეგვეფარა თავი რა. ისიც ვაჯავდა, მეც ვაჯავდი რომ აი არ გავფაქტულიყავთ, მაგრამ უკვე ვეღარ დავმალავთ.
They're going to have all the information on the map. For the moment, Rop's just staying passive with a piece of utility. Good tag onto Mezzi, who's now going to have to be passive.
ეს რაუნდი მოიგეთ რა BC game გეხოწე მესამე მაპი გვინდა შენ თავს ვიცავ. ერთი ოპა.
Took another shot too.
გაპიკე.
Lost a little bit of health from
გაფიცებ. გამოპი. ხედავ შეკეთილმო.
Not wanting to step out.
აუ დაენძრა. ოპა, დაბრიდა. კრუნკას დაენძრა. ოი! ეს ცოცხალი როგორ მანქანაზე ვინ არის? სეზუ ძმა.
No one able to take him down through the smoke in any kind of rebuttal, but he's got no support. Look how panicked he is because everyone can be coming up over the top of him. Simple finally shuts him down. That should be the round. That should be the danger kind of shoved to the side.
I mean, Simple getting Mezzi, then an important kill there as well.
აუ, წვეჩი რამდენჯერ ყოფილა ეგეთ მომენტში, მაგრამ ერთმანეთში არევა. ერთმანეთში არევა რა ძმა. ბიჭო, არ ვიცი რა დედის ყნაში ასხავდნენ ლიმონადს, მაგრამ სოფელში მახსოვს ბოთს თუ მიუტანდი, ბოთს უკან თუ დააბრუნებდი რა ლიმონადსაც იყიდიდი და უკან აბრუნებდი იმ ბოთს 10 თეთრად თრეულებდი ლიმონადს მაო. ეგ ლიმონადი? რა, ეგ იყო გოუთობა ძმაო, ეგ დღემდე მახსოვს ეგ. ეგ მაქვს. გასინჯული და ცოცხალი ვარ და რა უნდა დაგბრიდოს მეტი რა.
It's 6 up. We'll wait until the guns come out before we get properly concerned, but it's good to see BC.
Simple ხოზია. 21 კილია,
it's not going to have this performance out of Simple that's carrying you through this stretch where the other 4 players are relatively quiet, but that I think that's only going to last so long, right? At some point, as we see from Vitality, no matter how the half starts, they're going to have a comeback in it. If you don't have someone else delivering with Simple, it's just going to be so exponentially difficult.
There goes Zaiwu.
Looking towards new addition of Senzu to be someone to step up in that kind of a scenario. What he's brought here for is to provide that extra fragging power next to Simple.
Simple ჩოულები გაკაჩავდა ნავში. აი ჩოულები. Просто რამდენად სურს ნავის თორე. ერთი. აბა თუ წააგებ. ნახე. ვიდეო კაი, საღო. არა ეს სენზუ მაგარი ყლეა გაიჩე რა. One
for one, and BC Game is going to be okay with that. Control of middle, control of lower and upper due to Electronics position.
No one's seen that smoke. Don't worry, Scrum. No one's watching. You know you're good.
Chill. 3 defenders at this A bomb site, though. If they don't clear Mezzi at car, they've got 2 Molotovs on Skrunk and Crazy to do it. But they'll take the risk.
Oh, Mezzi. Deagle cracks the first call going again. Okay, he's under a lot of pressure once that flash fades away, but he's done so much work with those first 2 Deagle kills. Simple now forced away. And this is one of those heartbreaking moments, isn't it, where BC Game are on their way, getting into a comfortable position at the start of the second half, and then suddenly Vitality on the weaker weapons coming out on top. Unless Electronic and Simple can piece this one together in the final 30 seconds. Bomb is held back at long. Simple's got the kill on Mezzi, but you need Electronic to now step in or do is Simple with the headshot. The Zaiwu flank was always coming in around the back.
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ და რაც იმენა ეგრეა, ცოტში იმენა ეგრეა.
And Vitality can celebrate.
ნოვანი არა ყო ლობიანი. ანუ დამუღა მე ტიპმა ბიჭო, დადგა თარაზუ ამოიღო რაღაცასა მეტრიანი დგაზომა. დედის მუტერიში რაღაცა მზეს დაელოდა რომ ჩრდილი გასტორებულიყო და რაღაცა ხრუბელმა გადაიარა რომ ჰაი ანუ ქარი არ ყოფილიყო და This little smoky bicho.
BC Game. Will that be the end of the competitive nature, or will Simple keep it up? He goes and he finds Rops.
I do love watching it, man. When he's in this mood, it's incredible.
ანუ ინტელი ხანი სწორდებოდა ტიპი მეთქი ხა დედის მყავნელს მოგს დააგდებს თქო ტიპი ანუ უეჭ უეჭველი ის ეგ ლაინაპი თქო ანუ ისე დადგა რომ გამოვყლევდი რა მე თვითონ პირდაპირ გამორიცხულია ეს მოკი ვარ დააგდეს თქო რა ანუ დედის მტლიდან გაასწორა ტიპმა გამოცა
Up on Zaiwu, and if you give him too many clean shots in middle, he will bring this back into a 4-on-4, but not extending too wide. Not taking that deeper angle quite yet. Messing the deep bomb, Apex over at
Oh,
low, and there's
sad
the kill on
pitch.
the
ეს
Senzu.
იმენა ტროლია ძმაო, გააგდეთ გუნდიდან რა. ცეზუ შეყალეო, გააკეთე რამე, კამანდა კდება აქ შენს გამო. აგებენ. კარგი ხარ სიმპლუჩ. სიმპლუჩ მიდი რა ბებე რა. შენი იმედი გვაქვს 25 შვიდზე გაქვს შეჩერმა. მიდი. გაუპიკა. არა. ვესენდუ რა ყალე ხარ შენი იმენა ჩინგისხანი დედამო. მესამე მაპი გვინდა ბიჭებს, ბიჭო გაგვისტორეთ თო.
Electronic, like the comms always planning the bomb, is as soon as this goes down, we're going to double peek long. Let's clear that out. Let's take out FaZe. Let's turn this into a one-front fight. Unfortunately, losing both those battles, not able
აუ
to complete the
სკრუნკა და სენზუ გვერდიან იმენა ენერგიით ავსებენ ერთმანეთს. ყალე ენერგია აქვთ ორივეს და ავსებენ ერთმანეთს. Oh, Flames, abraço. Au. Tem manati, lascau. Cara, magari. Ანუ ბიჭო ვერ ვიჯერებ ტიპი რამდენი ხანი სწორდებოდა smokes-ით. კამანდა გვერდზე გააჩერა რომ არის უნდგოთო. არის უნდგო ძმებო შეიძლება ვერ დავარდეს line-up-იო და გამოყლევდა ბოლოს იმენა რო გაუშვა და ესე
Yeah, it's more resting outside of the server, right? As soon as they get in the server as the same team, that competitive drive and intensity to whenever they go in front of them. That's why they were able to win the last event in Fort Worth with practice and now coming into Atlanta as favorites, such heavy favorites here as well. Into a money gone for BC game. Simply having to play with a Glock, so we're not looking at anything coming out of this round, you'd imagine. Maybe this is where we finally get Senzu delivering something. Spotting Zaiwu, landing a body shot, but that's about it.
Well, all 5 players are here for BC game. A little bit awkward for Zaiwu and FaZe. They do back away into safety. Look for a moment like they might get caught in no man's land. Apex, meanwhile, has pushed all the way up towards top mid to trap them. I'm assuming he hears this footsteps from Scrunk, but still going to push forward. Bomb is dropped in cave. Scrunk is going to completely miss this push just by sheer misfortune. And that's going to make it so frustrating for the rest of his team. Like, how the hell did Apex get here when you just went back to middle, looking for the ace, and he's got it. First bullet the lead for Vitality.
ვეღარ გავჩერდებ ბიჭო ეგრე ვიცი ხოლმე რა რაღაცა აი ხო რასასაცილო ეხლა ეგაა მაგრამ ბიჭო ეგეთ რაღაცეებზე რომ მეცინება ძმაო და ვიგუდები აუ ეგრე შეიძლება იმენა ყველაზე კომედიაზე არ გამეცინოს ძმაო აუ რავი მე ისდეცები არიან რა ახრა კაცი იყო თან ისე დარწმუნებით გაზუმა რომ მეთქისო დედის მტყველს მოუსაგდებს თქო ეხა რაღაცა
BC game
მოკალი შეჩერმა მოკაო ელექტრონიკას გაუყრიან გაყნოსილ პროჩი ეხლა
that level of performance but he's lost electronic.
Oh, Mezi's in trouble though. Molotov gonna force Senzu back. Doesn't want to mess with that. Molotov coming in behind him.
Yeah, he does actually play that very well. He gets away without putting himself in harm's way. Well, at this point
ეს BC games is
a tough spot. You got a minute and 15 seconds left for 4v5.
BC game კაზინოს მფლობელია ეს. ეს მფლობელი შვილია. ეს სკრუნკა. ახმერთო შერმიშველე რამდენი ვიცი მეც. იმენა ანუ მეტრიანი და თარაზო და ის ყალის შუაში თუ არ გაჩერდა ისე ვერ ვისვრი და რაღაცე გვერდზე მოთამაშები გააჩერა. ნუ ლაპარაკობ TeamSpeak-ში და რაღაც შეიძლება არ დავარდეს და ახ ტიპმა მაინც აცილა არ გამოუყლევდეთ.
Scrunk in support out middle. They've got smokes for CT spawn if they want to utilize it. Molotov is going to break things up and force them back.
Yeah, takes away that opportunity, but also funnels them back into FaZe, who's ready for them, and he's got both. So that is kind of the round.
Nice, Senzu მოიხოდენ რა ხა? ეხა ნახე Senzu რა ქნას მება? ამ რაუნდში. ნახე ხა Senzu რა რაუნდს იგებს? ვარჯერა თარწმუნებს. ეხა ოპე დაუსეივე მიდი.
Is going to be Vitality heading up to 10 rounds.
Yeah,
არ გამოგვადგა რაღაცაში?
Pass it back over to Simple in the next
აუ
round.
ოპე სასეივებს კაცი ძმა.
Nothing working for BC game.
ვახ ბიჭო.
6-6 at half. The pistol round here, they won both pistols on Dust 2.
As they get
to double digits with a 2-round lead. This is typically the point where it just feels like they take
როგორი ირონული არის ისე მონღოლებიდან გააჯმევნეს, იმიტომ რომ ყუმარობდა ტიპი რა, ფულებს აგებდა და გაიჩიტა იმას PC game-ში. ესეც მაგარი ახვარია პირველი ის რო არ მოკლა. Oh, всё,
I think that's frustration maybe at
Senzu. Skrunka, რაცოდვა, შემეცოდა თო.
But Senzu's like I gotta check.
რა საყვარელი კაცია, ძმაო, გულის მეტკინა ეხლა რომ დავცინე. ნუ მაგასაც დავცინე, smoke-ის line-ups დავცინე, მაგრამ რა საყვარელი კაცი იყო, სიმპლა შენი დედა მოტყან იმენა როგორ მეზიზღები, ეს გეთიქნა ბოზარი ყლერო ხარ. იმენა წამართვა ენერგიას, როგორ მეზიზღება სიმპლა იმენა ყლეა იმენა. რა bro, შეჩემა კაცი დარდობს ისედაც ხო ხედავ. რაღაც უმატებ 5 კილი აქვს შენი დედა მოტყან. თუ როგორ მეზიზღება რა ყლე არსება იმე ჩაჩი დაუწერა იმე პოემა გაუმზადა.
Gonna have to sit behind that smoke, which
იმანა თამარ მეფისავი დასინა მე.
Taking their time, letting Simple lead the way with the AWP. Try and find you an opening kill, grab an angle and support, and let the pistols flood in. Mezzi and Apex have decided to fight for mid.
Smoke fades, Simple scopes.
ეხლა ხერა ფლეში მოხდეს ბიდანავს.
Making some noise, you see Apex being adjusted to it. Well, they know, trying to bait out the peak, but Mezzi on the box. Turns around, there's the
აი ეხლა მაგრა და არეიჯებს, ეხლა და სარეიჯებელია. შენ თავს მიცავარ სიმპლი იმენა ყლეები. იმენა ყლეები.
Turning it up a gear and getting
გამოყლევდა ნახე. კაც კლავს და ერთ კაც ვერ უკლავეს citizens
mo. If you're going to invest in the Tech 9s and armor, buy one smoke as well. You know, that's the whole reason why we see them kind of swinging out.
კაც ჰოტელში რომ მივლენ სიპლაიონება რომ რა კამ დადეკით 4-ვეო ეხლა რა. და ელიკაიონება რომ მე ვერა უნდა გავიყნოსო.
As the pistols stream into the B bomb site, but with the crossfire in middle, there's no space for that to.
არა, Apex-a ტოპოც წურავს, გეუნები ნახე. აუ ბიჭო, ტიპმა 3-ჯერ გააკეთა 4 კილი, ეისი და მაინც 14-16-ზე აქვს. რა ყლე თამაში ქონდა. ეკოფრაგები რო არა იყო. აი ხა გააყლევები ნახე. აბა სკრუნკ, დავაი line-up-ი გააძრეც მაკაც. მე მიყურე, მე ხო, შენი პიში შევეცი. დაცული თამაში აქვს, ტაიმინგებსაც ვეღარ ძრობს უკვე.
Look how confident Mezzi is to like take the risk and just not even turn to look at top mid. He's like, it'll take you guys a little bit of time.
ხო, სენზუ ყლევ არ გაჩეკოე გარა, ტოპ მიდზე კაცი ამოეტენა, აქ არ იქნება რაუნდი, მიდი. კარგი, კიდე კაი ელიქ, შენ ძმობას ვიცავარ. გაახსნა კაკაინმა იმენა.
So at least the advantage now starts to BC game. We'll see if Flames can be a nuisance because he has
been
to go
check out. Oh,
this headshot angle fight though is so dicey, isn't it? Just a quick like pop of the head up and down, and then Flamesy's at all the disadvantages of this engagement in the world. There it is.
Oh, კარგი ხარ სენზუ. აბა გავატრეიდო სენ. ოპა, გეუნები ძმებო. 10 ლარი თითო დაჯმა ყლეზე მკიდია. თუ გინდათ?
Electronic getting caught. They know where Rob's is though, and look at Simple. He's ready. He's not letting him pass. Rob's is going to walk right into it. Simple will collect the kill.
27 now for Simple leading the way. Well done from Senzu. Great kills. He's able to get to maintain the advantage for BC game and secure the 9th round. So keeping them alive. Preventing Vitality from getting to that same team at 12.
ნისიაზე რა ჯერ დაგაჯვა და მე რომ მოიხოდები მე რე.
Deeper into the playbook. Some more aggressive openers as they feel like they can apply that pressure and a little bit of disjointing the BC game attack might just cause them to crumble.
გასაბაზარებელია ძმა.
Electronic and Senzu in upper tunnel, Skrunk and Crazy outside long, Simple's off.
მე სტრიმი დავალაიქეთ 450 ლაიქს ავიდე და არხიც გამოიწერეთ, ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი. ანუ 27 კილი აქვს, ძალიან ფორმაში. რობზა მავეპი აიღო?
Double up switched into now for Vitality. Senzu and Simple ran it on the CT side in the first half. No crazy effect off of it, no crazy defensive stand or runs with it. Let's see what Vitality's got.
Yeah, we're surprised to see it not work at all, but Flames dead first. He's been having a really tough map here, and that continues.
Oh, he's gonna be dead.
Be careful. Yeah.
I'm surprised Flames didn't push that one on the
Rasa кетებდა Flames-ა და ვერ მივხვდი.
Like they're getting ready for what is going to be the short attack though.
ნახე რა.
Sending players up.
ნახე რა.
Helping the long player and then just
ვაიმე, კრაზი.
killing the short players too.
არა, სიმპლე მოგეკლა.
Zayu now positions himself to clean up
არა
on
და კრაზი
Crazy, but he
მოკლა
missed
ორი
that
კაცი.
shot. So
FaZe
Crazy
კლანს
gets away.
აბა დავიწყდა.
But he managed it well. He realized there's a gap.
აბა დავიწყდა. FaZe დავაჯვა თუ შენ ვერ გავიგე რომელი გინდა და. FaZe მაგარი ყლე გუნდია, იმენ არაფერი არ გამოუვათ მაგათ არა. ყლები თამაშობენ ძალიან ძმას.
And Crazy's just going to keep this AK-47 as he saves. Long take doesn't really work. I thought Flamesy would be aggressive and
არა მაგათა სანამ კაი IGL არ მევა იმენ აზრი არა.
Apex bailing him out as Senzu was about to line up a headshot as well. Always an answer for
ღნერიანი წკეპლა რო გადაწყნული მაგულვაშებზე ძმა რა გაღიმებს? აბა სიმპლას კითხე იღიმება ეხლა? დაუგდეთ არა თვითონ მოსდის უარ ისა პირველი არმორით. ეს მძიმედ გაედო კი ნამდვილად მძიმედ გაედო FaZe.
And BC game will come into this next round with some clear weaknesses. You know, you're going to not see all the AKs out, but Scrunk playing with the Galil, so it's not the worst case scenario who you've got.
აუ ბიჭო ვინმე გააკეთეთ გეხვეწე ვიდეო მიმი რა იმაზე რა. აი რაღაცა ციფრები რო ამოდის და ის ბავშვი ის ესე რო დადის ხო იცი ის ისინი რო იჩთებენ ხოლმე რაღაცებს რო თვლიან და ის smokes რო ისვის მე ეგ გააკეთეთ და what? ნახე ბიჭო როგორ დავაჯვიტო? რობზას კლავს უკვე ტიპი ისე დავაჯვი. გეხვეწებთ ვინმე ეგ მიმი გააკეთეთ ბიჭო არ გამაგიჟოთ. რაღაც თარაზოები და ისინი რო ამოდის და რო ზომავენ და ციფრები და მათემატიკური რაღაცეები განტოლებები და მე უცებ რო აცილებს ეს ტიპი. აუ რა ქოლია Apex-ასიტო. რა ქოლია მე გადავები და აქ ეს
Unfortunately, if they continue with this,
სამკაცში შედია. ეს ვინ გადაწყვიტა ქოლი ეს რომელმა ყლემ გადაწყვიტა აბა? ერთი კაი.
He is going to fall away first, but Apex
მაინც გაიტანეს ბიჭო.
And they put it on Flames to try and close out
მოიგებს
this
ეს
series.
ნაბოზარი 3000 წლის წინ შეპირებულია ეს კლაჩი. 3000 წლის წინ არის შეპირებული ეს კლაჩი უეჭველი.
He comes through the window.
ნახე.
Just down to that right is Senzu. Simple. Scoped up, watching.
არა, არ ყოფილა შეპირებული ესე.
And a couple rounds away from getting this one into overtime. BC game not rolling over and dying just yet.
No, and I mean, look, I don't think you're going to break into that. I mean, Vitality stacking 3 players there. You're not going to break in that efficiently very frequently. That's actually crazy that they're able to handle the stack that well. Apex even just like just to keep that in contention. Give Flamesy any chance in coming over for the retake.
მოიცა რა ფული აქვს? ბოლო ფული აქვს და
First time out for Vitality. Haven't had to be stressed throughout this map too much.
Oh, simple რამდენს ბაზრობ. შეხე სკრუნკა ვაფშე ხმას არ იღებს ისეთი დააჯვა.
As BC game attempt to force overtime.
450 likes ავდეს მოგოს. აუ ამას რა მო.
A good chunk of Rops's body showing. Mezzi can't get anything done in the first kills. Is getting on blind and letting enough players enter his sight to rack up a triple kill.
ნახე სერდუ რა მოხოდე? ძმობას
We've been
გაფიცე.
saying this whole time we've been looking for a second player to step up next to Simple and start providing some impact. Feels like Senzu in these last 2 rounds is starting to get there. Question is it too little too late? Round 23.
Now you stream okay, bro. Rato.
They got a nades ready to go, but not even required. They just step out.
Rops
cleans up the first 2. He's still here, still a threat. Simple and Electronic fighting.
Ara.
It's so low, it's gonna catch him. Electronic was so low. And now the problem is Simple is also low HP, playing from tunnels. Flames will eventually flank that, or he could go through the mid doors to join up his teammates and all come in from the same side. And that is exactly what is happening. Zayu getting boosted up on top of Apex's head, looking over the top of the doors. Crazy about to get activated. Simple sends the flash out, and Crazy gets blinded by it. So that's the misplay.
Crazy,
he jumped for information, it looked. So a little bit of miscomm on the idea of how that was going to work.
Well, now Simple has to hit the shots, and he just won't. Hasn't connected that one. Now running out of bullets. Crazy has to step up. He's got one, but can it be? Can Simple win this on his own up against Zywoo and Flames? But that defuse is not planted for him, and they're just going to hold it. Despite a strong showing from Simple, it will be Zywoo to round him out. The defuse is close, but Vitality have got it. They will defeat BC Game. They will start Atlanta with the win.
And
they've got one win under their belt already. And Simple at least give us some highlights. He gave us a show, but clearly not enough to reach the mic.
რა გინდა ვიტალიტისთან თუ ესე გაქაჩეს, ხვალ შეიძლება ნებისმიერ გუნდს მოუგოს ფეის თუ ეთამაშებიან თან. მაგრამ ფეის ხო დავარჯვით დღეს, ხვალ მოიხოდებიან ანუ ამათთან არ წააგებენ.
Too many things they can switch into and too many points of danger on this team. Everyone able to step up, and yeah, again another game where it feels like, you know, nothing crazy out of Vitality, just kind of came in and handled business again.
Yeah, they came in, they handled business, and a reminder again, this is a team coming in off the back of a vacation. They're warming up, they're getting into this competition. I mean, that's a strong start.
If anything's going to snap you back into shape after a nice long vacation, it's going to be a chance at 2 ESL Grand Slams in 1 year, right? Like the idea that you're on that trajectory right now.
Absolutely. Well, Vitality have that in their sights as long as the major, but one win under their belt so far. I'm sure there'll be plenty more coming from Vitality, but that's it for this series. Vitality 2, BC 0.
Yeah, Vitality doing what Vitality do best. Now, just one series win away from making it through to the playoffs here in Atlanta. We do indeed have Apex joining us for a couple of words after this one. First of all, obviously, no secret, you guys had a little bit of vacation before this tournament.
See that now?
I'm curious as to who makes those decisions. Is it something you suggest for the team? Who says, okay, this is the time that you should be taking?
Of course, it's the stuff. They made a decision in the department. For us, it was, you know, since after we did Krakow, and after we did Cluj, then we had a week off, and then we had a big preparation coming up because Rio was the main goal. So we had the preparation, then we did Rotterdam, no break, big preparation Rio, and then after Rio, we knew that now we needed time just to rest a bit, and yeah, we made that decision to enjoy a bit of America. If we won the
optimization,
and I'm really happy they made that one.
Yeah, I think everyone is. Was it harder to prepare for this game and play BC game, or to spend the week with Mezzi on your own?
You know,
Guys, შემდეგი თამაში გვაქვს ჩვენ Navi versus Passion, La Passion.
I think
La Passion.
Because he's too kind, he's too good. So no, it's been a pleasure. And of course, preparing for this game was a bit, we feel rusty right now. Like we didn't play good at all today, but we still get the win. And I know that after each game we will get better. We will get back to a good level, and that's what I expect. Today was not the prettiest, but that's life.
Comparing what you guys said before, Fort Worth saying we don't feel at the top of our game, to right now, similar, different.
I think it's even worse right now because we played even less. So I think we are trying to think, and also today we didn't know what they will pick.
Guys, სანამ ამათ ველოდებით ჩვენ ერთი წუთი ძმებო. სანამ ნავი დაიწყება. ვერ ავიცი ბრო, რამდენი ემატება უნდა ნახო. მეორე თამაში არ მიდის? I was.
That was one of the things they were talking about, a lot of variability in their game. What do they choose to ban? What are they choosing to play? But it does leave them pretty exposed.
They played
it once.
Yeah.
And they lost.
Yeah.
13-4 to Passion UA.
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
On LAN. I mean, could it get any worse?
Yeah, Frag was a rough tournament for NRG as well. They really kind of wanted to bounce back here at Atlanta, and I mean, to be honest as well, the fact that it is Passion UA is one thing in its itself, right? 2026 not being kind to them is probably the nice way of putting it.
Yeah, you can say that again. Yeah, not been a good time for Passion UA, so not a good time for NRG in general, because FUT are looking to absolutely demolish them here, I would imagine, and get this 2-0 locked in.
T-side start as well, which scares me more, to be honest. Even though Overpass is the most CT-sided map in the pool, it's just...
Well, I mean, that's why, isn't it?
It's FUT on the T-side, right? And this is what they do best. They're so good at just barreling through. Longtime get the second. Symmetry will get the trade. Now that smoke towards Dumpster, bomb can get planted, and they can't really do anything about denying this initially. They've got to wait for the numbers to get back here. Nitro, OC, and Bro, set to dualies, but no kit.
Gonna have to move fast. Gonna have to move with motion. Hopefully find some kills as well on the way in. Jugs is looking to bait his teammates out. Nitro takes one in the head. He'll take another as well. 2 boots.
Oh my.
Clean from Demon.
Yeah.
And that's FUT. Successful pistol, picking up where they left off.
I'm worried. I'm very worried.
I'm sure NRG are as well, to be honest.
But this has been, honestly, like a pretty good map for them as well.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, there's some decent wins, but it's also kind of some of the teams are scalping on this.
Like dominant one. I am
They've been as strong as a couple of times on this. Aurora. It's one of those where for FUT, we've really seen this side kind of at their best at times on this map. Not always been super clean, you know, lost the map. It's one of those where it's not the most consistent. Against NRG that barely play it, that worries me a lot. And I mean, not getting a start on your CT side, that's gonna hurt. Demon, I'll open up proceedings for the first. Jugs, right idea on the corner. He can smell a rat in towards short as they're looking to try and pounce through. The nade might do a bit of damage, but they get away in time.
Nades down, just slowly clearing things out here. They are a bit wary that they could be walking into a stack, and they are indeed correct, but patience paying off, as you can see. That we look towards, can he get anything done with that deagle on the backside, though? So I think they'll have the bomb down by the time he gets into this.
Nice.
Jugs 3-piece, spray transfer, and a one-tap. You
take him, you take him.
Big Grim on the backside, though. They are kind of ready for him, I think.
Yeah.
And stretching these rounds out, man. They're not pulling any punches. I mean, they are looking to really dominate. Not forcing the It's tough. It's tough. NRG are going to have their work cut out. This is a team that is ultimately just not messing about. Even in a 1 versus 5 against an eco, they're playing really disciplined.
Yeah, they don't want to give, you know, NRG anything. And there's a lot of respect for that as well.
I thought of Daikram Agrad Mesame map in
force buy on the seat side when they lose the pistol, so you know they're not going to bring a lot to the table. And even if they did force buy, probably wouldn't be too scary on overpass, but still don't take any chances. And there's a lot of respect actually for FUT. I think maybe they want to repeat exactly what started in that first half of Ancient. Grim. Kill for him. OC will lose his life to Longstoke. Quick, instant level of the numbers.
Could be big. See if NRG can capitalize. Demon walking in, smoking the way. It's going to go down in a second here, and I have the right idea to stick around and try and take the fight, but
yeah, give it a spam. Go on.
They never want to be in one place for too long on this FUT side. They are angling back towards B. Needs to come through, no one on the wood corner. It's just Nitro who now might call for a rotation to help him out. FUT are on the war of attrition at the moment until they feel themselves get into a solid place. Not pulling any punches, full battle utility for Longs. Might get it out, might just contact.
Yeah, they've brought numbers here, which is at least feeling okay. He's not alone in this endeavor. Nitro now got the spot of Bro. Does have a smoke. He's going for that front sight smoke that allows Nitro to post up towards barrels. But now they're starting to move in. Nade right at his feet. It's Sonic for the first. Bro going to get one of his own as well as Longs falls. And Nitro then pops his head up. It's all on Demon. Needs a miracle round. And he's getting flanked. If it wasn't for the flank, you start to believe a little bit. But sigh of relief for NRG. They make that first gun round stick.
They do indeed, which I think is a good sign. Like you say, sigh of relief is probably the perfect way to put it. Yeah, absolutely massive. Really, really good stuff, and I think very, very happy to see that NRG are able to remain somewhat competitive.
Yeah.
Will it continue for them?
Magari City side map'i არა, ეს ახوარი map'i
kind of playing cheeky. Really winding the clock down and see what they can get away with. They're going to perhaps try to mix things up ever so slightly here. Jugs goes aggressive. The gap in between the smoke and the fire, waiting for the fire to go down. Fancy the fire. Flash is good, but not able to find that opener.
They'll rein themselves back in here. Bomb is still in this direction. Jugs. Force him on a monster. With that, they might pull away. Nitro takes a bit of spam damage. Unconfirmed damage, however. Foot are pretty happy to slow the pace. We've already kind of seen this in the early portion of this overpass. They're not playing with that much tempo, which compared to Ancient, actually a bit of a change up. On Ancient, they were relentless, taking fights as soon as they possibly could in every single situation. This time, they're more than happy to maneuver on the map and see if they can catch somebody from NRG off guard, give them the advantage, and then capitalize with that pack mentality that Foot likes to default into. Little messy, but Demon will get the kill. And we'll catch Grim back turned.
He's had quite a lot of kills like that, it feels. To be honest. OC with the scout here. Well placed for the first. Nade still comes out, so, you know, Krebeni done his job. They have to be very careful now. Rotation's not that loose, though. Only one guy spotted, could be a lurker. NRG unsure of what is going down here. OC, however, will spot that bomb. That'll start the rotations coming around. Only about 10 seconds, but I think they'll comfortably get this bomb planted. Trying to press the attack, as they often do in these post-plant situations. It's going to be tough to get back in here. Demon holding for this flank. Nitro as well. He's not the healthiest, so really looking to get the perfect timing if there is such a thing in this scenario, because I think Demon is just locked in. Sonic goes down. Demon not moving off. Really is a game of patience. I mean, all the kills coming in. On the front side, and Nitro's like, well, I can't really do anything. You know, you have to distract them. You have to at least mount somewhat of a retake.
And
Demon's position as well is that he doesn't need to move because his teammate is getting kills on the site. He only really gets pulled off that angle if players start to drop in that post plant, and then he gets pulled back to protect the bomb. But as long as they're getting their kills, he can hold down the line. Nitro saves. It's a really nice response from Foot. Pretty clean. And unfortunately for NRG, they do again make it just a little bit too easy. Very early timeout, but I can get behind this because we sort of critiqued NRG for this. They let
Natus
Vincere spiral a little bit too much before they call that timeout, and by that point, it's too little too late.
Yeah, I would agree. So learning from their lessons to try and, you know, stay hot on the heels of Foot if they can. Wouldn't expect it in this round. As the Econ's not really going to join that kind of mentality. All the same, Foot with a pretty good opportunity. They do really well. They lose a round. I think they kind of know why, you know, they let the clock run down. It's a bit too panicked in the end. And they're immediately able to deal with NRG in the follow-up, and pretty decisively as well. So Foot in control, that's what matters. We saw them keep their cool. You know, it was 11-10, it went 11-11. They lost to a low buy, in fact, on Ancient, on the B-bomb site, I believe.
Yeah.
And they took an immediate timeout, stay cool, level-headed. And they're really good at that. They are really good at that, considering how young the majority of the guys are here.
Just that one AK to work with as Nitro
gets boosted up,
flashing towards comms, they reclaim that space. If Nitro stayed there looking towards short, he might have actually got something. Sonic's pushed here. That's definitely going to be unaccounted for, but it's going to make that big of a difference. Probably not with the USP.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? You want that position with a rifle in a big round, but
this is a good one. Boosted on map. I actually like this spot. But there's Sonic, so that lurk doesn't do anything. Demon's very good at accounting for them. Oh, hang on. Grim. Double tap with the P250.
How did he get there?
That's a
Honestly.
great question.
Wongs with a great double spray down, though. That's the armored player as well that he drops, of course. Grim keeps him coming. Maybe just ignore him. You know, he seems to have the hot hands. Let's just stay away from him. Bro over on B, he's got nothing but a 5-7. Again, you would hope they should be able to deal with this guy. He's done well to really sell it downstairs. It's unfortunate he wasn't ready for the next. He definitely would have gone down there, but still, they've done good damage, and Grim has a decision to make. They're buying in the next. The one-tap AK would be nice to keep.
Smoke comes in deep, but he can easily push through, and he will do just that. He might give this a go. He's got a smoke in the kit. Leave it late, but goes a bit too early, and will go down all the same. The round goes the way as expected. It's a bit costly, but I just need NRG to be back in the lead. It's been a long, long time since we've seen them there. And a really tough series all the way through. So if they're playing from the back foot again, I do not fancy their chances. So it's a pretty big round on the cards.
Round number 6, back in towards the guns. For the North American hopefuls. Not started well on the CT side just yet, and generally speaking, we were kind of saying like 4 rounds already, T-side overpass. It's pretty good. Again, this is a very CT-sided map, especially at this top level. Doping counter-ში გავეთე. ადრე ეხა წამოწმებენ დოპინგზე. პირველად რო წარმოიდგინე რამდენი ხანი ტიპები დოპინგზე იჯდნენ და ისე იგებდნენ ტურნირებს ამერიკელები. Cloud9-ის კომანდა იმენა აღიარეს რომ იყენებ სანამ ის იყო რა. ახლა იმენა რას შეებიან ესენი ბიჭო ყველას მოუგებენ. Nitro and Bro can't do anything to deny it, and it will be a 5th on the board. Foot work in the early portion of this overpass.
Yeah, just monstrous. So T-side, yeah. The ability to burst, and I think as well they can leave these players alone to do that at times. Really versatile squad.
Demon's 10-1. Chugs 8-1.
It is mad.
Chugs that last game as well. I think I like the way that you put it. He's just painfully consistent.
Yeah.
He's so good.
Surprised he didn't pass out after all the screaming.
Yeah, he was red in the face.
Veins popping. I don't think I've ever seen before in a human being.
Like so red, 3rd-degree sunburn. It sort of looked like, it's like
a little bit
insane, but. I love the hype, and I think the hype is kind of part of what makes this foot side not only so exciting to play, but also so fun because the hype obviously works. Like, we speak about this a lot. There's a few different sides, I think, get very, very vocal. I think Legacy's a great example, another team that really likes to get quite lively. Gentlemates are the great example too, who really like to get loud, and when it works, obviously, it's fantastic. See. Second time I'll take it.
გადავიყვან ეშენუაზე მოვალ მე მანამდე შევისვენოთ
It makes sense because they need a leader, right? It makes sense if they need a leader, but now he must be the leader. So he needs to lead, and they need to listen to him. If the funny thing that if this will not work, now you know that problem is not in IGL, for sure, right? So there is something else.
Okay. Yeah.
It also shows you something, right? But it makes sense on the paper because Cardigan is the most experienced. I think, or maybe with Apex, 2 most experienced IGLs, right? Who are playing for a long time and a lot of teams. he played so many players, so many like crazy lineups, even NVS sometimes. And he has this experience, and they just need to build. But there's enough material to build good teams. They just need to find system that will work, in my opinion. So it makes sense. It's not for me to decide like if I would do the change or not. Maybe my whole lineup will be different. I don't know. So not only one change.
Okay. It's been great seeing you in this roster. I think I've always been excited about you and your career and watching you and your other teams. But you know, this was a shock move for me watching you go to Passion UI. I think many people feel that as well. So what has it been like for you moving to a team like Passion UI from playing in your own region for so long and now getting to play with these guys?
To be honest, it's a thing I wanted to do since, I don't know, 2021, 2022. But I never got the chance. So my first chance was given by Passion, so I just took it and I'm trying to make the best out of it.
Yeah, and so I was talking to Nix. He was saying that you're finding your voice in the team. He feels like you're communicating more in the rounds, like clearly, and making your, putting your own opinions in there. Have you felt that level of comfort increasing for you, like communicating with the squad?
Yeah, maybe when I came to the team, I adapted more to them than to me, and now I'm trying to make them adapt a little bit more to me. So I guess it's making me play better.
What are some of the things you want the team to adapt to with you? Like, what would make you feel more comfortable?
It's just different ways of seeing the game, like the way I wanted to play some rounds or the things I wanted to do sometimes were just not well communicated to the team, or we just didn't talk through these things because, like, as I said, I was adapting more to them than to me.
How would you describe yourself as an AWPer? Like, what would you say that your biggest strength is and the style that you bring to the server?
I don't know, to be honest. Maybe.
Oh, we got crazy shots coming in FaZe. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I remember at the Budapest major, you really gotten some great form, like with Imperial. So have you felt like, how would you compare yourself in your form from Budapest to now? Like, if Budapest was like 8 or 9 out of 10, like where are you at right now?
Maybe like a 6.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like Budapest was like 9 out of 10 shape, maybe, out of me. And people don't even know, but I was IGL during Budapest major as well. It wasn't public at the moment. We just kept it for the team. But it was the best result I had with that lineup, and also one of the best performers. And I was IGL during the event.
Wow, so you feel like calling and opening at Sentai really helps you, like calling your plays, calling your openers?
Yeah, because like as an IGL, you can call, like you can create the system however you want, and it just was very comfortable for me, like calling as an operator, it's just easier.
Would you say JT gives you some of that freedom in this team to make the same calls?
Yeah, of course. He listens to me.
Na'Vi are indeed in the building and ready to make their Atlanta debut. Sitting pretty at world number 2. If it wasn't for a certain team called Vitality, Na'Vi would probably have a few more trophies in their cabinet this year. Whereas for their opponent in Passion UA, it feels like even getting a win versus a tier 1 opponent is pretty much impossible to come by. I'm joined by Pimp and YNK and Yanko. I know you're not known as an empath, but I kind of feel bad for Passion UA having to start off their campaign here versus Na'Vi.
Well, I don't know how much better it would be against someone else, right? Currently, they're in a little bit of a disarray with the whole situation. You know, Senzo was there for a loan. Things didn't quite work out, I guess, with the major situation, right? So that wasn't extended. I'm sure if they would have qualified, would have extended the loan and he would have been on the team. Now you get SDY, so it's always tough for these teams that are not at the major, right? Like now you're just playing for some wins, some points to get yourself into a better situation going into next season.
Yeah, I think the caveat is that they have nothing to lose in this game. You're right, you know, if they were facing a team where on paper they would walk in and have a realistic expectation to themselves of putting up a result, then I think we would be left disappointed once more. Whereas for Navi, I mean, the best you can hope for here is a competitive game. If they somehow manage to win it, then great. If not, we're not really going to make it a new conclusion. So a game where they have nothing to lose but something to prove.
Well, that's the thing. You say, Passion, you have nothing to lose. They've been doing pretty much nothing but losing recently, right? Like, even when you look at the North American competition, they're not really making a dent in many of them, right? And I look at some of these names and I think they were hot prospects once upon a time, and it just doesn't really seem to be gelling too well.
Were they? Who's on this team?
Oh, Try was cool. I liked Try.
Oh, Try, and that's it. Try is the only one.
JT, I think JT is cool.
Prospect.
Nah, not a hot prospect.
I don't know. This is
like he deserves a better team.
This is the complexity team that was good because they had a leash on it for a while, and occasionally when Halzerg decided to be good, right? Like, I don't know what the expectations were for this team. The highest you could ever place them was around like the top 12, top 10-ish mark, maybe early on in CS2. Like, that was it. When CS2 launched was when they did their best work early on. Was it the finals of Sydney?
It was the finals, yeah.
Right, like, and all of that. So ever since then, they've struggled to find that form. Obviously, losing Leash back then was a big hit. I know now it's a completely different team, but that's like where you look at someone like 9Z and what they're doing over in Astana, and you're thinking, if they had Try instead of Mayern, now we're really talking about maybe something, right? But I don't really have any expectations for this Passion UA squad. I think it's a great example of you can do all the, you know, VRS magic that you want, find tournaments that you're going to play, which tournaments you're going to skip. It doesn't matter if you can't win games.
Yeah.
It sucks to suck, you know, and I think that's the scenario they're in right now, to be completely honest, for Passion UA. While I do agree to some extent with you, Yanko, I do think that my expectations were higher than them being number 35 in the world. I think that's setting the bar a bit too low for this team. I think JT, you know, an in-game leader who's been around for quite some time, I even think with the roster that he had, even when Elise left, there were a couple of tournaments where Passion UA were, there's a interesting, or at least put up a couple of results, but as of late, as you said, Freya, not even domestically can they get anything done. Losing Senso, not qualifying for the major, it does seem like a failed project for now. Passion UA signing the Complexity squad.
And I think we're seeing, you know, as you can see here, 2 Ukrainian players, an American, South African player that's been playing for NA teams for ages, and an Argentinian player that's been playing mostly for South American teams, right? And we're seeing, especially with Vitality, right, like emphasis on just finding the right culture fit, not just the players and the roles on the server, but outside of the server, and being able to mesh together. And listen, for a team of Passion UA's caliber and what they were trying to achieve, which is just qualify for the major, that isn't the most important thing to hit, right? Like, that's why you get Senzu, because you're just aiming for firepower and Try at the same time, right? You just think, you believe that will be enough in terms of firepower to push you over the finish line and you can get to the major. But once that doesn't happen and then you lose some of that firepower, like, what are you left with? What's the philosophy here in terms of the Counter-Strike? Like, you have all these different schools of thought, all different personalities coming from different backgrounds. It's like, how are you supposed to be a tight-knit group?
And that's what Try was kind of alluding to with Dinko in that lobby snippet where he's saying, hey, when I came in, I had to adapt to them more. Now I want them to adapt to me. And I'm kind of like, that kind of gives me alarm bells. Like, what is the identity you're trying to build?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think they're trying to find it out as well. I think Try is trying, no pun intended, to find out as well. You know, I think he in particular is an interesting case because he's been a forever talent to some extent. I think when he first emerged, you know, back in 9C, everyone thought, okay, that's got to be the next big thing. Put him into a European team. He went to 0-0 Nation, which was a clusterfuck and a half, to be completely honest. And then he went back to his South American roots. Again, did well, and now coming into Passion UA one more time, giving, I guess, the European adventure another go, and it's just not working out. So when you look at the individual capabilities that Try has on a server, he can definitely make the difference. He's a great player. He's a skilled player, but his 2 times now where he's tried to emerge himself and put himself into European Counter-Strike hasn't really worked out.
Well, let's hear from the man repping the US flag in this one. It's next courtesy of Trace.
Passion UA get to go toe-to-toe to Navi. Is it a privilege?
Sure.
Right, it's a lot to ask for out of the gate. Let's talk about some of the journey that is Passion UA. Mostly let's start with your journey that is in Dallas. Maybe go a little bit back, failed to qualify, didn't really come together. You get the chance now to sort of redeem that here in Atlanta. How does it feel?
Feels good. I mean, feels great to be home to play games. So, yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Florida, so not that far. I mean, I'm not actually home, but being in America feels nice.
What part of Florida?
North Florida. Like, I'm not that far from here, actually.
Really? Like the Panhandle side?
Yeah.
Dang. Okay. Well, I didn't know that, but that's good to know. We'll keep it focused. I wasn't expecting that at all. So Passion UA has been kind of a roller coaster up and down. Talk to me about some of the time spent in Passion UA.
Yeah, like you said, Passion UA has been lots of ups and downs recently. Obviously, we just had a player leave, and we have a stand-in right now, but we're still feeling good, feeling confident in the games. Victor's a great player, so I think we'll do just fine.
What are some of the growing pains when you go to learn things as a new team? What are you finding that are some of the harder parts of that process?
I mean, right now with Victor, we're kind of slotting in a lot, so there's not a lot there. But obviously with Sens and picking up Try, we had a lot of issues from the start, just from language. So we had to build that up before we really got much into the CS. So I mean, that was one growing pain we had. But in terms of CS, I mean, people have different ideas, but eventually, like, you come to agreements and figure out how you want to play the game together.
Yeah, and today you're doing exactly that, and you're playing against a Navi, a world-class team in Navi, a little bit formidable. Talk to me about some of your emotions looking ahead of this game.
I mean, yeah, they're a good team, but we're feeling confident. We've been playing good recently. I think we'll just treat it as any other game, play our game. Don't let who we're playing try to affect us, and yeah.
Don't let them dictate the pace. Well, thank you very much for your time. Good luck today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's kind of the only mentality you can have when you're coming in versus a team like Navi, second best team in the world. You have to not try and let that phase you.
Just a ray of sunshine, Nix, isn't he? Finally back home, but not really home, but kind of home. In a way, yeah. Listen, for Navi, we have to put it into context, right? Last 18 games, they're 14-4, right, on LAN. The 4 losses, 3 of them are to Vitality. One of them is to Furia in a seeding game, which they threw on the decider map that they really should have won. So it's been really, really good outside of going up against Vitality, which is what a lot of teams out there can say. Well, maybe not a lot, but a few others can say the same and have experienced the same issues, right? They've been able to find some consistency from Wonderful too, which I think has been one of the biggest reasons why they've had these good results. Makaze has been really, really good this year. I mean, performed the best out of all the rookies that we had come in last year, and we're seeing that in their results too.
100%. You know, a team that's found consistency in a world of Counter-Strike right now where everyone seems to struggle to find said consistency. I think you're right when you're highlighting Makaze. You know, he's been the big breakthrough so far the year. I think when we discussed Navi for a long, long time, the lack of firepower was always a question. You spoke to Blade, he even said it himself. You know, sometimes we just lack firepower on the server. We lack players who can put up numbers to go toe-to-toe with the best. But Makaze playing as well as he's done so far in 26 has unlocked a new level of Navi. And then we already knew the system was great. We know the calling from Alexa B. We know the Blade system, so to speak. And then, as you said as well, Yanko, with Wonderful finding maybe not that much consistency, but a bit of it, you know, but also having high peaks all of a sudden. That really unlocks a new level to Navi, where they are not on par with Vitality, obviously, but they're better than the rest.
Just talking about Makaze and him kind of finding his comfort within Navi, I know a lot of people say it was kind of EPL, that it was like, right, okay, he's here consistently. Was that the point for you when you kind of felt like Makaze was fully integrated and being used in the right positions?
I think it was probably even a little bit before that, but that was just the coming out party in the sense of that they were able to lift the trophy and he was the MVP, right? But I think the most important thing is seeing progress in terms of what his weaknesses were coming into the main squad, right? Like on some of the different maps, like Nuke, where it was a bit of a struggle. He was always great on Ancient, you know, map like Mirage, but improving on Nuke, improving on Inferno, like being better on the T side when he's supposed to be a bit more sneaky. Like he was always good at running out and trading or being the first guy in, like using his mechanics, but being a bit more cerebral as well, improving in that area is what you're probably the most happy to see if you're Blade.
Well, we speak of the man himself. Let's hear from him, courtesy of Trace.
Navi get to play Passion UA today. Someone say that might be a good draw to start things out here in Atlanta. Is that true?
I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so for you guys, you get a second Rotterdam. You win Pro League. We've had a little bit of time since then. Tell me a little about the Navi journey to Atlanta.
We went to LA. We had bootcamp there for 5 days. We we didn't have like a lot of teams good to practice, but at least we kind of stay in form for this tournament, and we travel here after boot camp, and I think we are ready.
You guys played against NRG a few times in boot camp?
Yeah, we played them, and I don't know one more team, but it was not that good, and we couldn't play like the best. Yes, I would say.
So you're saying you won the scrims or you lost all the scrims?
It doesn't matter, bro. In scrims, win, lose doesn't matter.
Win or lose today, how's that going to go for you and Navi against Passion UA?
Win, bro, of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Confident words from Makaze as always, and I don't blame him. He's been looking red hot. I don't believe they'll actually get to play his chosen ground of Ancient, but yeah, for Na'Vi, it's just been looking on the up, and it's great to see, considering that last year there were a lot of question marks. Lovely to see them hopefully continuing that peak towards a major.
Yeah, I think they're interesting. Obviously, you know, one thing is being the second best in the world right now, having established yourself as that first contender to Vitality. Another one is talking about closing that gap, you know. So it depends on how you assess Na'Vi right now. I think it's cool of them to be consistently delivering in a world now where everyone seems to change, where everyone seems to struggle with consistency. And I think, you know, speaking of Mikasa as well, the impact he's having on this team is unheard of. You know, we saw the final versus Vitality, the new game, you know, where Vitality kind of come back, you know, after being 11 to
kind of come back, bro. That was one of the comebacks of all time.
You know, it was a weird one. You know, I don't want to frame this as it was Mikasa's fault, but it was Mikasa not playing up to his best on that specific map, especially on the T side. You know, without Mikasa playing well on the T side, I think Na'Vi are still struggling to some degree, and I think he's, you know, super important, and it goes without saying that when he's playing well, when he's as aggressive as he is, in that game versus Vitality, he was involved in 12 opening duels against Vitality, didn't win a lot of them, won only one on the T side, and I think that's part of the reason why Na'Vi couldn't do anything on the T side. So it's not that they were Mikasa, but if anything, it's when he's playing well, then it just unlocks a new level of Na'Vi that we haven't seen, as you said, you know, before 2026.
What's worse, Janko, in your opinion? Being absolutely blown out by the best team in the world, or being heartbreakingly close to closing out the map and then having to witness a crazy comeback like that?
I think in the context of Na'Vi and Vitality, it's worse to get blown out, right? Because with both of the finals that they lost, there were maps that were really close. And in those maps, Na'Vi would, let's say, win pistol, lose second round, right? Or lose a round against a hero AK and some sort of a mixed buy where they would have a man advantage. So it's a lot of rounds where they lose them more than it was Vitality winning them. And if you go back and look at the WOD, and then also just the feeling after the game will be more like we threw the game than that they beat us, right? So with that being said, you're thinking, okay, small changes, we clean it up a little bit, and we're right back there. Of course, the Rio quarterfinal just got smacked around, but it was good to see that after that game, in the final at Rivals, they were able to put up a better fight. So it looked more like an outlier than just a sign of things to come.
No, 100%. And I guess when it's those moments like you're saying that you've kind of thrown in the towel, so to speak, that's easier to control than your opponent just
in the span of one series.
It
might be better to get blown up.
Patient, who am gaupika.
Close game, especially if you're messing up, because then
Anubis gaupika Navis.
Right, like it sort of dwells a little bit. It's harder to reset. If you get beaten 13-5, there's not much to talk about. You just focus on the next map.
Let's take a look at the map. Speaking of which, we got Anubis, Mirage. Any surprises here?
No, really. You know, obviously Ancient Overpass was never going to be in the mix. Anubis, a map that Na'Vi have played quite a lot. You know, they're willing to pick it into certain series as well. So I don't really see that as a punish pick coming in for Passion UA. Mirage pick from Na'Vi, that's been a staple for a long time. Their win record on the map is not necessarily that high, but all the games they play hyper competitive. And then Inferno as a decider. And again, if you want to tie that into the whole Mikasa discussion, you know, Mikasa is essential on a map like Mirage together with Emma on the T side, finding all the openings on a map like Inferno as well. That used to be a weakness of Mikasa, playing that CT side on Banana, you know, figuring out how to defend that bomb side. The first, I'd say, 2 or 3 tournaments for Na'Vi, he was struggling. Nowadays, he's one of the best performers of Inferno. So it's a map pool that is growing with Mikasa as well as he gets more and more integrated into this whole Blade system.
Gentlemen, thank you so much, as always, for your thoughts. It's time to get this game on. We've got Passion UA versus Na'Vi, and we've got Chad and Alex on the mics.
Yes, getting Group B started here live from Atlanta, Georgia. I know where that is.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Known for peaches?
Yes. That was the first thing that Adam Dinko Hawthorne made sure he tried, the Georgia peach.
Walking encyclopedia.
Yes. He's kind of like Ask Jeeves if it was a human being.
And it was 2020. No, 2001.
Yes.
Or 1990.
Rolling back the years.
Something along. I was even born then. Either way, that doesn't matter. We're looking at Na'Vi versus Passion UA. And this one is all about Na'Vi. Are they going to be able to make the run here? They're one of the top dogs in Atlanta.
I mean, everyone's talking about seeing Na'Vi and Vitality as the two, front runners for that trophy lift.
It's a good final, right? Obviously, the desk just discussing what that going down in Rotterdam. Definitely not in Passion's favour. They've opted for a little bit of cheese to kick this off in the veto with Anubis.
Cheese indeed, and a wide open A site as well for Na'Vi, setting their sights on a little contact. Smoke, but this trap on B. Yeah, SDY's gone searching.
Retake.
Retaking the A site as well.
Okay, well, JT's on his way. I don't think he's going to get there in time to do much about this.
Limited options. There's Kvem on the flank that gets put down comfortably by the Glock of Wonderful. The bomb makes its way in on the back of Alexi. Nick's coming in from CT spawn.
There's a flash on JT, sure, but they have to establish some room for this. Nick's playing back. He could get run down.
Yeah, I think they want to find it. Kazi and Emma did go swinging from those multiple elevations, but unable to find it. I think it's trying to main. The setup looks potent for Na'Vi. You're going to need some real sharp shots here. A try starter as he means to go on. A nice find on the dual Berettas. Makaze deals with Nix on the late arrival. Alexi B just rotting that clock, dancing on the site. A nice couple of shots from SDY, but Na'Vi will prevail. And now we take themselves the pistol.
Okay. Well, when you get to walk into essentially
now we tell
them like smiles on the faces. As they will be marching into round number 2 with the advantage. The question is, will Passion opt for the force? I can see that taking shape now. We've got a Mag 7 on Kvem. He's going to be playing over towards middle, so we'll see if he can get the most out of that try with the scout. A couple of 5-7s for Nix and SDY. And JT on the MP9 now. I imagine they're just going to plug SDY into the position Senzu was playing, but it's... Oh, they're having a good time. They've been enjoying their time in the States of Na'Vi between Fort Worth and now Atlanta. Stayed in LA. I was asking Makazi, does he want to join FaZe? He had a pitch with Case, and he said it was AI.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, so you can't believe anything you see on the internet these days.
No, sir. I spoke to Ime today at Starbucks. Apparently, his name on the order was I'm Me.
Well, accurate.
Close enough.
Yeah, well, this round.
Now it's my Anubis is capicua now. It's
a bit of contention.
I love a Mag 7 in action. Kvem's put it to good use on middle. And now with this upgrade, Bit could lose his head to this. How's his pathing? Almost perfect, actually. Just goes straight under the barrel. Has that elevation for Kvem if he peeks on in. Looks good for Bit and clean.
I think there's going to be a part of this that is similar for Na'Vi as Vitality. They'll be warming into the tournament. So I don't expect them to come in their absolute best form. You heard from Makazi in that interview with Stunner talking about the practice in NA. Not the best, but this is where you get a couple of officials now. This is where the serious Counter-Strike is played. You warm into the event. By the time you make it to the playoffs, you're ready and raring to go. One of the key pieces of context I think that needs to be pointed out with the format with this 6-team playoff is if you do go to the lower bracket, you will have to play 2 best-of-3s on the final day being Wednesday. So nobody wants to find themselves there. Now, if Na'Vi start looking like they're in danger, that becomes a conversation. But for Passion, it's about, well, identity. That was a word that the desk was using. This team started off the year with the Cole core, right? We had the Budapest Major last year with Kvem, and okay, a couple of highlights. Then they made some changes. The Hauser going out.
Okay, now it's time to go to NRG.
Senzu with visas early, and then VRS invites, say, for Rio, and then they had to use Fang as a stand-in. Now Senzu's gone to BC Game. Now SDY is standing in. They played as the stand-in for 14 days. So the level of expectation for Passion is, from my standpoint, very low. But any wins they can get is positive, right? Because this is a team who need to try and crawl back up those rankings.
At this point.
SDY just slot in and ორი მაპი თუ მორჩა ეგრე რა. მესამე მაპი თუ გაიჩნდა არ გავსტრიმა, მაგრამ არ ამგონია მესამე მაპი გაიჩნდა გადაუვისეს ფინალი.
Yeah, that's well, I think everybody in that team is kind of getting appealed to beat different standards. Natus for FaZe. So trying to poach the best pieces and see what happens. Missed flash early for the A main control, but it won't cost them. Wonderful. He appears back and a couple of easy ones as they'll be cleaning up the Eeks.
Could have done a whole lot more there. Wonderful. Had the golden opportunity. Bit and Makaze, though, will make light work of things. Those girls up.
I think one of the problems, if you are any of these teams taking on Na'Vi within Group B, is because they can just default, right? They can just default every round. You're going to have a really tough time being able to set the tempo and catch them off guard as they're grouping up to maybe do something a little bit poppier early. It's like, all right, yeah, well, we're playing Anubis. We know that teams need to be more diverse in their setups. You need the aggression to pop out the window. And if we just sit back and default, wait out that early util, well, they're going to have them covered every day of the week. So here we go, rifle round number 1.
Try. Look at this. Hyper aggression on the AWP goes flying out the mid window. Now it does look like they've lost Kver. On a similarly aggressive venture, you can see his X there on the minimap.
Need to regroup. The CT is looking to bear down on middle. So nameplate Counter-Strike, Fem goes down, expecting Navi to try and take some space.
I was curious where the AWP was going to try and insert himself. And insert he did, straight into the fight.
They're using that spawn, and they are going to push middle. They've essentially called it clear. They're going to keep up this timing, so Imma might get caught in the back.
Yeah, he's going to be very vulnerable if they were to keep walking. JT's got his work cut out for him, though. That smoke's going to fade.
It could be good.
It could be, but he's going to get caught on the swing. Good chunk damage dealt to bit, down to half. Alexi B as well, all grouping up in this dark position. JT is begging for backup. Gets 2 on his own. Finds Wonderful's head. Clean from JT.
Yeah, missing the molly there could have made their life a little bit easier coming out to V-Box, but Imma cognizant of the flank and the back lines. Posts up, gets nothing, and now into 1v4. First round to be posted. Try seals the deal with the opener and the closer, but the in-game South African picks up a nasty triple to confirm that one.
Yeah, really nasty. I mean, this is Na'Vi isolating, forcing just single CT on the B site. And he passes the test. Starts off nicely as well from Try. That's a bit of a statement.
Yeah, and I think this is it, right? Try can be quite the flary AWPer, and you want to take your chances considering the circumstances. Okay, TC happy with that. The Doc.
And now look at this. Again, these aggressive AWP lines. There are options on Anubis.
Yeah, and you have to, right? It's going to make JT's life a whole lot easier if Try's feeling himself looking for these openings. Look at this aggressive smoke and flash combo. They're not actually pushing off of it. Imma has all this information.
Oh, Try just dips out on this close line and catches him on the clear. That's 2 for 2 on opening since the AWP has touched Try's hands.
And it's cheeky, right? Because that smoke flash combo, you're not expecting the AWP to be on that line. Maybe some rifles going to push out, and Imma said, actually, nobody's crossed. We actually have the space. I'm going to try and catch them off guard. So one was just pedal to the metal. This one was a well-pieced move. 5 grouping up, A execute. It is just Nyx for now, but JT and Kvem can rotate quickly through middle.
Yeah, JT's going to be there to support Nyx.
Yeah, I'm rushing.
Dumps his util. Flash delays, it's bit pathing forward. Does manage to adjust into JT. A quick reaction shot, but it's Kvem and Nyx in combination to repel. It's just wonderful. And he's gone to Kvem as well. Triple on the shutdown of that A site. Some nice AK upgrades. And Nyx not feeling too stressed. It felt like his site was being tested, but the backup brigade was there in time.
Okay, so Na'Vi lose the opener. They group up and they go into a Passion who are ahead on the rotations. Now it's going to have to be the light investment. So just going to be some upgrades where available, knowing that the next round, the loss bonus coming in at 2,400. So leave yourself around that 2K mark. You might be hearing some shouts from the LAN hall. I think Foot versus NRG, at least last check, was still raging on. You can go and check that one out. And you've got the conclusion of Group A, and then today will be the remainder of the focus for Group B.
Nasty start.
It gets right.
Try as well. Forced away. That's a rifle.
You are against an eco, essentially, or at least you were. I know Bit doesn't have the armor to go with that, but keeping up the aggression against the pistols, always risky business, SDY.
Just the perfect timing. Bit just started to move his crosshair away from that fight as SDY swung through.
They want to get that AK back, I think, so wonderful.
Oh, that could have
Look
been
at the pressure of this.
Stunner, Makaze. He's pushed on up. He could hit the headshot onto Kvem, unable
That's
to
a lot of chaos, though. That is a lot of chaos he's caused.
They
can get towards B.
JT's just arrived in time. He's going to be able to throw out his smoke grenade, block B main, swing on in, looking for the double up, and finds it again. Respect to JT again on the B site in time. Can he close it clean as well? Punishes those unarmored and economical Na'Vi players, despite that early opening death from Nyx.
Okay, so 3 straight rounds for Passion. The rifles have gotten multi-kills, right? We had JT, then Kvem, then JT. JT again. And the Eeks is the easiest, but
Niki futbolisti არა, მაგისია ბრატ.
As quickly as possible. An early tactical timeout from the coach.
Inchekossi არის გუნდი.
So what have we learned? Well, the AWP wants to try and make these aggressive opening moves, knowing that Try is going to be in your face. Wonderful doesn't have an AWP to try and contain some of those lengthy lines. So essentially, I would imagine the conversation from Blade is just, hey boys, we can't be lazy when we're taking this space and expect aggression. So do they slow the pace down, or do they want to go more direct? Because if the AWP is aggressive there and you lose one and you trade, that could be the remedy to Try's aggression. JT's triple checked his lineup here. I've been on his POV while we were on the cams, and away he goes. So T-Stairs smoke does tell of the potential for a push. It's the AWP towards B again.
A little bit of shift damage on the smoke spam. Try is being boosted up here, and Imet on the uncrouch. It's be a hard shot to hit for the sniper. Hits the headshot.
Got the hot hand right now on these openings.
Looking good, looking great. Especially after what a Blade timeout. He's just said, boys, don't give up an opening. I imagine that probably came out of his mouth and it's happened again.
Oh, pinned.
Oh, hello. You're kind of trapped.
Takes. Down
goes Makaze. Pushing into a side. Don't worry, Nix has dealt with it. It's wonderful that it will try and find a belated trade. Pulls out his Molotov and nearly goes down before he can even get his gun back out. HE should do it. It's nice from Nix.
What a patch of rounds this has been.
Clean as well. I mean, Anubis being their pick, it is, you described it as cheese, and I mean, why not? When you know you're coming in as such an underdog.
Well, JT's been an in-game leader that's always gone to the extremes of the map pool, right? The exotics, and I think it's as an underdog team, it's the correct decision.
Yeah.
The issue that does arise is these type of maps are permabans for at least a significant portion of the base. So it doesn't mean you get to play it too often, but it's fun to have something that can have a bit more variance, right, in terms of some of the moves that are available or teams not having as many reps as far as officials are concerned. But Na'Vi, this is a map where I think they have a decent level of comfort. They're just getting rattled early. So 4-round CT side confirmed as we have Alexi hoping to find this save. SDY hoping to catch him here. Best case after time. So with 10 seconds left, that is on the cards right now as they are getting closer and closer. Alexi will have 100 bucks if you don't hold on to this, mate.
Nailed the first onto SDY, and I don't know if JT's going to be able to get it in time. Alexi gets away. Very quickly.
Մեծ წիნა մեյջորზე რო շեվամչնի իմպերիալში
ძალიან მაგრად on the first timing, right? Because this is going to be a lighter by behind the again. We'll catch that one. Beautiful shot from him. So another AWP start over towards B, and the boost coming into play, but with a different variance in that one. Now, Alexi, even though he saved the AK, he's donated that to Bit. The B setup, you can tell is indicative of they're playing aggressive, they're playing more site-centric, and then you've got this combo with Nix and Triver towards A. So Defender's just going to block in mid, get info, and then they can retool the CT setup. Try and Nix can play off of each other, and the same with SDY and JT. So some of these anti-eco, right, even though it's super rare to see full ecos these days, but these lighter investments, but not on the first timing at all. Waited out the protocol U2 on the block. Then very passive here, and he will have company at some point.
Their setup is really rigid.
The problem right now for Na'Vi is it is just too smoked, so you need to catch a player off guard, right? Or have somebody overextend on one of these fights.
Oh, Krem's been pulled away towards the support of B. So the gap in middle opens up. It looks like Nix has been tasked with this. He's going to be doing like a dual smoke defense. Surely the AWP is better suited to this.
It's going to happen quick.
Oh gosh, it's not a good fight for the AWP. This could get really awkward. Are they going temple?
Yeah, B split now.
Interesting. So Krem will actually be in the perfect position. He's on that temple line, spots multiple bodies running at him, stands his ground for one, finds the headshot onto Wonderful. Second found onto the rifle of Bit. Makaze will pick it up off his cold dead hands, and now they've got 30 seconds to try and get out of this smoke on temple.
Need him as contribution here.
Yeah, he's been waiting outside B main this whole time.
And now Nix has joined this as well, so 20 seconds. Got to make a play once this fades.
Doesn't feel good for Na'Vi. Makaze opens up the site, Imet on the way in, but it's comfortable, and a team kill is cringe. Makaze, accidental, puts one into the back of Alexi B's noggin. That's going to put Passion up to 5.
Yeah, and 5 straight. If you take a look at this spree of rounds as well, it was 2 rifle rounds back to back. Then you broke the finances. They're into what was the eco, the guns again. Then Alexi forced into a save, and then the partial behind it. So Na'Vi, if they don't win this one, I'd imagine a Blade timeout coming very soon. But Wonderful does get his AWP and can go toe-to-toe with Try, who is starting over towards B again. Going to force the fight is Try this time. Just going to play static on the site.
Interesting bit of util set there. They tried to synchronize like an incendiary.
Look at this aim push.
Yeah, with SDY. Now it's JT and Nick's forward position.
Okay, so they're going to react, right? So if there's any util that's thrown towards pop or towards middle, these guys are going to pipe their way out A main.
Okay, turn the flash.
Yeah, the util being thrown towards mid means hey, this setup's fine.
Okay, looks like they are going to retool.
But this is nice, right? They go, they set up, they wait. The reaction that they're looking for doesn't happen. Now they're going to silently slink back, and Nix has this flash at the ready. This could be huge.
Could be well timed indeed, yeah, but they're still behind the doors. They'll go swinging through. Kvem commits, Makaze punishes. Opening kill for Na'Vi and could extend it. Another team kill! Wonderful's caught Makaze.
აუ რა კუში იქნებოდა ორი team kill-ი ბიჭო.
Great for Na'Vi, far from it.
გადაო, რა კუში იქნებოდა ორი team kill-ი.
IEM's support flash to try and retrieve 38 seconds.
Well, they can get the bomb.
Yeah, but the pivot's not going to feel good. You've got Try outside B main, so B is uncomfortable. Yeah, but Bit's actually going to be trying to wrap through Temple side. That's SDY that's lying in wait. They don't have any sort of purpose.
Save.
Is this a save?
They have right now. You will be holding on to these. So obviously the max loss bonus is in play. But these rounds have been not spotless, but almost, right? You have very few casualties in this stretch now of 6. 8 casualties in 6 rounds. Oh, when they're going to push them here again, trying to hold on to these. One and done. Okay, they hold on to the AWP. They retain an AK. Wonderful, will get that back. And there's the timeout from Blade. So this is getting a little bit worrying now. Obviously, series overall, this is a best of 3. We've got Mirage up next, Navi's choice, and that's where they are going to find a comfort. But you win the pistol, you get that underway, you think, okay, you know, the vibes were higher on having a bit of a laugh. Just about turning it on now, and I did discuss, you know, these teams will be warming into things. If people didn't catch the BCG versus Vitality game, it was a little bit that way as well. It was a 13-7, 13-10. There was, you know, a little bit of a slow start. So, you know, what is complaining about?
Karigana moijuas Karigana.
This is a long ways away, but winner of this will take on winner of Sinners versus Gamer Legion. And I understand that still first half, first map, a lot of Counter-Strike to be played, but imagine Passion versus
that's
doable.
Yeah, but I mean that's the the drama of this particularly structure of bracket. You get that opening game, you know, you come in as that low seed, you do upset and take down, you know, a big dog. The red carpet is rolled out for you to continue that run. And yes, we are running ahead of things. It is a 6-3.
Well, they've won 6 straight. The rounds have been relatively dominant, right? It's Try.
With the
AWP, it's definitely put a bit of a fear factor. Blades have to call 2 timeouts. The first one hasn't ended in anything. We're about to find out if the second does. Limited firepower.
That smoke is going to fade in front of SDY's face momentarily. Starting to now, last 5 seconds. He's got his AK primed and ready, and Makaze coming for the approach with a Galil. Util from him is designed to try and force this fight, make it uncomfortable for SDY.
And there's no go off of this.
Flash is cool. That's a perfect flash. Sets him up for success as JT. Bit on the trade. IEM knocking on the door, but smoked off for now. Wonderful throws out the Temple smoke.
Full rotation coming. Tries to pick that mid. Nix is on his way towards B as well.
Gonna have all the necessary troops here.
Trying to
find a way in. It starts to probe, takes some heavy damage. Kvem good for it. Wonderful on the trade back. Nick survives. Has his bell rung, but still finds lethality onto Bit, so now uncomfortable for Na'Vi. How has he pieced together a second there?
They are getting mauled right now. Wonderful. It's going to have to be everyone's favorite 4-letter word, but he gives it a go. He walks in a try, and that is 7-3. Oh, feeling himself with Passion.
CT side Anubis as well. Yeah, like I can't even, start making excuses for Na'Vi being the on the weaker side.
Oh, look at that.
This flash
Perfect.
from Jao lands perfectly for SDY to be able to swing with.
But it's clear the comms are flowing, right? I wonder if that's the kind of thing. Is that the kind of flash that you think JT offers or SDY asks for?
I think offers.
Yeah, because he can tell my dude's under threat. Tech 9s then. Could be a late incendiary. I've been watching this. So JT throws this and then SDY tries to catch him like as they're pushes and synchronizes for one. Make it two. He could go as well. A bit clean shooting from counting this one as an 8th.
But that's the thing, that aggression, it doesn't have to come in immediately off the first timing, does it? You can see they allow them to establish a bit of space. And they play off the nades well, so some really cool ideas coming in from Passion as they are.
So it's like an incendiary bridge, which is going to make the fight favorable for them dropping out window. Then there's flashes, which is going to draw your attention elsewhere. So you're kind of, you're set up to succeed if you're Passion on your aggressions.
And I think as well, because they've been able to go on such this run, right? You're able to take more risks now. We're at the tail end.
Yeah.
So it's just. Around left in this half, Navi in a 2v4 situation.
Am rounds მოიგებს patient-ვა და მე ბოლო rounds მოიგებს Navi. მე pistols მოიგებს Navi.
This time, however, it looks like it will. Yeah, gets caught on.
Now Alexi has a lot of YouTube.
შეიძლება
Right?
ესეც
He can
მოიგო,
smoke
right.
off towards camera.
Probably should.
That
low HP, all too easy to catch him on the pixel.
20 seconds.
Fake. Fight. Clem ace to shut down Na'Vi once more.
Oh, wow, okay. This is still, for the series, not necessarily the most concerning, but for the map, if we just focus in on Anubis only, right now, 8 straight rounds, Na'Vi with the pistol and the conversions, Passion are flowing. What did start with Try setting the tone in terms of aggressive opening picks is now turned into some really well-structured team-based Counter-Strike, and starting to slump in the chair is wonderful.
Well, they end it on a high as
well.
Will it really be 9 consecutive rounds?
Passion,
Clem has found Makaze to start. They are in trouble. Okay, you got baskets control. That's something. They'll be happy with that.
It's not like they've lacked opening kills in this half. Navi have managed 6. Yeah. So 50% of the opening kills have gone in your favor, but you've only got 3 rounds to your name. Oh, and the Orc, damage done through the smoke. Alexi.
Oh my goodness.
This is great.
What a great Did he hear that?
I think he has. Yeah. Hello.
Oh my god, Vince really struggling.
That should be
in the hole.
I don't want to anymore.
That should be in Picho.
Oh, this 2-minute halftime break is going to be a great opportunity for Blade to try and get the boys to reset, or maybe it's go next situation.
No, I think he's just going to send them all to the bathroom and get cold water on the face. Like, okay, boys, I don't know what this is. Go do some jumping jacks in the sun, something, because this is not the Na'Vi we need to be. Back turned, so Kfem punished this JT
not again.
Ჩარდახში ჩამოვიდეს ხოლმე ყოველგამე.
Down Alexi B in a 2-on-3 and he doesn't have the HP. Ima catches a bullet. Alexi to try and get the plant in there, tasked with providing cover, but it costs him everything, and now Alexi B, no chance, 9 rounds.
400 გინდა, 400-მდე გინდა მაინც რა. კარგად,
and it shows.
400 FPS გინდა მაინც რა მინიმუმ. აიცი რა, მაშინ ეგეთი რაღაც ვქნათ რა. როკი იყოს მესამე კაცი, ან მეორე კაცი. გაატრაიდებს მაინც ვინმეს. საპორტი იყოს ვაფშე, საპორტი. არის შანსი კი, მაგრამ ბევრი შრომა უნდა ძალიან რა. ბევრი უნდა იშრომო ძალიან. იმე გაციებულია მეგონი. თურმე Anubis რატო გაუპიკავთ და მე მეგონა ცუდად მეთქი ნავის Anubis Japonში გაუპიკეს თო. Onda მაგის შანსი ბიჭო. ამასაც უცხია. მქონდა, არ მქონდა მე რა. შემეძლო რა. უცხოურ გუნდებში რო გავჩითულიყავი შემეძლო. კი, ყავს. ვარცა ყავს და მედია შეძლებს. აი ზეთმა მაგარი ჩამაშები ჩაატარა საღოლს მეცნი. მაგრამ ეგრე ქნეს ადრეს მახსოვს. IEM დალასე რა პლეიოფში გავიდნენ და მე G2-სთან პლეწოვეს. ენცეში არის ქართველი. Warte. Kemezit laptopi tu ისეთი ადგილი გაქვს რომ კომპიუტერის დადგმა შეიძლება კომპიუტერი დადგიჯობი და თუ პროსტო მოძრაობ და ლეპტოპით გავასება თამაში მაშინ ეგეთი ლეპტოპი გააძლევ რომ ქონდეს რა მაღალი FPS. ხო. შეიძლება გადაყვანა, просто გქონდეს რა 400 FPS. რა პრობლემა, კლავიატურა მაუსი შეერთე მონიტორზე დააერთი და სო ითამაშებ. არა, არ ვარდება არავინ დღეს. დღეს არავინ არ ვარდება, ხვალ იქნება უკვე გავარდნები.
We're back in business. Second half underway between Passion UA and Na'Vi. CT side and 9 rounds consecutive. It's certainly looking fantastic for Passion at the start of this series. It's the opening games of Group B. We've got Gamer Legion Sinners over on the secondary stream. Today, and myself and Chatty B going to be bringing you Liquid Astralis after this one.
Yeah, it's IEM Atlanta, but Passion may have found Atlantis. They're looking technologically advanced on this map.
Well, I've done some analysis. I think Passion UA might be the roster of 5 with the fewest characters in all their names combined.
Wow.
That's my analysis for you.
Like, they're completely team level above us now. And if you think that it will be fixed by itself, no. It can be fixed only if you will fight for your lives.
Okay, that's a bit heavy.
It's certainly
a bit heavy, but I know what he means.
Yeah, I see what he's going for.
T-side dual Berettas.
Yeah, of course.
T-side.
Definitely a sharp
shot.
Merkaze, 3 quick clicks. Try up next to bat. He's got support on the way. Merkaze's trying to find himself the second ace of Anubis. He's just got to put JT down. Some dual Berettas to finish the job.
I'll let him have it.
Surely. Ace number 2. We've already had Kvem in that first half. And Merkaze starts off with a bang, fighting for it as Blade demanded.
This is how the first half started, didn't it? The pissed around, the conversions, and a big smile on everyone's face. That'll be the 6th ace of IEM Atlanta so far, added to the tally. And that one was much needed. Beautiful shooting from Merkaze after Wonderful goes down. He just peels them apart. Precision on the USP. And the star of the show in the Na'Vi camp, showing us exactly why. It will be an eco, so a chance to make it 9-5. A 4-round gap will accrue very quickly, unless they fumble it. In terms of the team level above it, like the way that Passion were operating, there was an idea every round. Nobody was doing silly over peaks individually. It was always team-based Counter-Strike, and then they were shooting hard on top of that.
I think obviously Kvem stands out with the frags, but JT, the fact he's got 13 enemies flashed, I think he had 11 at the, the change of halves. But that's incredible considering he's also racked up 11 kills. So the guy was supporting, he was fragging, he locked down a site when he was isolated in one of those early rounds.
Early on as well. I think early is important because it helps establish you in the economic control. So JT's always a man that gets a decent amount of chat regarding the in-game leadership. Emma, on the other hand, obviously not the in-game leader now, but man who needs to step up and start delivering the frag department. Had a pretty rough first half, him and Wonderful. I think they're going to pop through this.
Yeah, Bit's going to have his hands full. Jumping straight into his crosshair. It's next. Kvem's Deagle for that immediate trade, but looks good for him. Very comfortable on that FAMAS, staying nimble. Just shredding through those unarmored, passionate players.
Okay, one casualty. And a bit of energy.
That's it, right?
They have to do it themselves. You have to lift the energy within the camp. You've got to bring the comms. You've got to be bouncing off of each other. It doesn't mean you all have to be giggling and having a hell of a time. It's just the basics to make this work. So the gun's now equipped by Passion. And they know that there are going to be some ill-equipped Na'Vi members for this moment because of the bind pattern so far. So 2 FAMASes and an MP9. Makazi and Bit with the M4. This is very quick on a B.
They just want to go B. They're testing Makaze and Alexi.
Going to force the util out here. Not a rotation though. So they HE, they block, and that's nice, right? You're putting a lot of pressure onto this B defense right now, draining the resources early. Yeah, he hasn't been able to tend with E-Box because he's had to help Alexi with the beam aim block, so a little bit of a problem. And also pressure in middle, so grouping up. They've just left Makazi on his own towards B. Emma, Bit, and Alexi. There's a flash ready for Alexi to set up this fight. So they might want to play through this.
Yeah, looks like it. Oh, Kvem, perfect read. Catches and starts to spray. Trade is there. Important from Bit to pull that one back.
You know, Alexi was there because of the flash assist. Do you accelerate B?
You certainly might try it. The smoke's already in the sky. JT, he tries to keep the mid players' boots planted, but Bit and Alexi B starting to recede. Makaze's going to be calling for backup. And is this really a cheeky late boost? Getting Nyx set up. SDY's util enables Nyx, and he hoovers up all that space that Alexi B and Bit have just foregone.
Yeah, the bomb was the biggest problem of all of this for Passions. They picked it up now.
JT.
Oh, JT, that's
fantastic headshot, short. You've got Bit on site. Alexi E-Box. He's got down to JT. Now you know where Bit is. Hanging on that statue. JT trying to delay. The nade should find him. He avoids damage. Nyx is on that flank. Just enough time for this. If Nyx can find the frag, Bit knows what's up. 10 seconds. They need to be planting just in time. SDY gets across. A couple of seconds in it. Passion for their 10th. They just have to put down Wonderful. It's SDY to do so. Oh, Na'Vi, both pistols on Anubis, and it's double digits for Passion.
Na'Vi, but this one is going to get away from them very quickly now, unless they can respond with something of their own on what is going to be not that light, right? Makazi's the only one who doesn't have a rifle right now, and I wouldn't be surprised. There it is. Alexi will give his start an M4. But Bit had so much to worry about in that situation. It's all thanks to JT. A couple of absolute bangers over towards E-Box.
Oh, look at this mid pressure, straight through the incendiary. Not care in the world from Kvem. He's managed to find and fight for this early mid space. Here comes Na'Vi's response, swinging through, partnered up, Imet and Wonderful. And Bit's the one to go down. Great catch from JT.
But Wonderful and Emma both pathed across middle, so now, well, I know that Pasha don't know it, but A is open. Emma gets here in time to try and plug this, but this is tough.
Yeah, he's going to eat the flash. Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. Why is he not dead? Because JT hasn't swung. He gets his vision back, and the trades are fine. Fight through mid, though. Alexi B removing SDY. They will have to respect that.
The bomb's there. The bomb's there.
And they have got the bomb. Oh, that's a nasty death.
Makazi can re-smoke camera here.
Oh, they've smoked on top of the bomb, so that makes things a little awkward.
Trying to pass
smokes on smokes.
Okay, this is really sketchy now. Just let the time subside. See if they push you. Try might get a fight here.
Might, yeah. I think Wonderful's got the advantage. Ooh, definitely has the advantage. Doesn't hit the shot, though. Second time's the charm.
And they just allowed them to pick up this bomb if they'd like. You can see with the radar, the CTs have evacuated middle. They don't want to play around with the hijinks of these smokes. Too risky. So they're almost inviting Passion to come and scoop this up.
Next task with it.
Fading.
away with the bomb. Here comes a freebie. I'm unable to find that second. Doesn't
That's like a
quite transfer on
low,
the
though.
They're both low.
Yeah, winnable for Nyx. Wonderful, audible. Bomb planted. And just trying to ensure that they can trade this. Nyx, one down, wonderful next challenge, 14 HP, this is a huge clutch denied! Wonderful, saves Na'Vi from red faces.
Okay, well still, that's...
What a stressful round it sounds
like. The bomb doesn't spill loose in middle.
ჩემი ბუღალტერია დაქირავებული არის. 60 ცენტი არ უნდა და ძმაო ხელფას ვაძლევთ და არ აიღო 60 ცენტი ტაქში გაიკეთება.
Corpses littering that mid side of this one. The flash hit in there, he's allowed to get his vision back and get one. This is the loss of the bomb. Rough.
Neta Discord-ში ვიყო გისმენდე ერთი რას ბაზრო.
I think you buy again. It's actually
ირი
tactical
უკვე
timeout
თუ
from
არა.
Blade. So third and final, last opportunity. Now I don't know if this would be the pep talk about the energy of the team. It may very well be. Maybe we'll get a listen in down the track. But if they're able to ward away this one from Passion, or maybe not. Passion, as you can see, haven't actually shoved all in. It is just going to be some light investments. 2,400 next round, so everyone managing their finances to make sure they can bring out a full gun round into the next. So never mind, this one mandatory for Na'Vi. The next is where the real test will settle back in. So what's the plan with the Tech-9s, the AK, the light smattering of Utah on the T side? Well, the bomb does start by trending over towards T stairs.
They've invested one of their smokes for a lurk smoke on B, hoping that's going to keep the B site heavily fortified, as it looks like the bomb's going to be aiming for an A finish. At least that's where it's postured for on the back of try.
That's so annoying, that lurk smoke, right? There's obviously multiple ways to deal with it, but
they can be across right side, and
just
so
it makes you weaker elsewhere. Do you want to use too much Utah to continue to break it up? Do you really believe they're using the lurk smoke?
Well, especially when you know they're low econ, just the terrifying prospect of Tech-9s pathing through it. Well-timed flashbang.
Well, they have been given the good graces of not getting pushed here, right? Not being picked apart. So now with the remaining 3 smokes, handful of flashes, and the molly, setting up for something that is very asymmetric. So it's Imma and Bit in combination. The rotation is going to be Alexi.
Apex-ი მთელი თავის ცხოვრება. მაგიტორი ყურებით რო დარბის.
Okay, but JT's managed to dump his util, so they have no idea.
So he's denying the rotation. Here they come on A.
It's just going to be the two of them on the site. Bit's going to be flashed. Perfect flashbangs, so pressure applied. Imma, he's getting flanked. JT comes in through the camera side. Bit down after one. Through the smoke, great flash. Good catch. Kvem's dead. He's got one blind. Oh no, V, an ugly end to the round. They come in with just Tech-9s and a couple of smokes. They leave with an 11th round and 4 kills. Could be 5 even as they head towards the wonderful AWP.
Yeah, they've got the info at least. They should try and hunt him now. Remove this. You remove the biggest threat going into the next round. Na'Vi only have 1,400 loss. Well, they're not. I thought you'd just immediately be chasing off of this, but maybe not too worried with how things are going. Passion looking great. Kvem, 21 frags to his name. The next JT, and he's had some very impactful moments. So the two of them doing damage. It's the worst situation you can be on the CT side. You don't have baskets control, and you don't have middle control. You're both kind of just sitting there like a couple of sore thumbs in the site waiting to get pincered on. That's, you know, and you can see the idea, right? JT denies the rotation, puts mid pressure. The fact he is given the good graces to thread the needle and flank the 2-man A defense, just not good enough from Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, weakness in the map pool, or is it something greater?
A weakness when they're picking it against Vitality, right? In some of these games, it's just Passion hot to trot right now and having a bit of a meltdown to start things off for Na'Vi.
Well, they know there's an AWP in play. Wonderful, nearly lost his head.
Gotta keep moving if you're wonderful.
Yeah, all noted. You can see that reluctant sigh as he realizes he's going to have to repause. Again, this mid pressure, it's very rare to not see someone from Passion just denying this mid-space.
This is one of those scenarios where you didn't have what was going right. Oh yeah, the comms were flowing. The biggest mystery, if anyone has the answer to that, it's the million-dollar question in Counter-Strike. How do we make sure everyone's flowing into every match?
Well, we make sure that Kvem and JT have exactly the same breakfast Same socks. I think they should change their pants though.
But he like is not the foot as out did but him that.
Just a little bit.
Alright, well this is not just
მოყარულ დონეზე არ ვარ მე კაცი.
starting to unfold, but
ჩვენ ჩაწოდება იცი ძმა რო ჩააწოდებ.
especially when you consider that the lion's share of rounds for Navi have come with pistols and conversions.
I mean just the
ანუ მეტი გინდა და შენ ჩემგან 60 ცენტი არ გეყვანო, ხო? აი მაგალითად რამდენზე უნდა მითხრა, აი რამდენი არ გავიკეთო ტრაქში, აი რომ შემოგთავაზო რამდენი არ გავიკეთო ტრაქში მითხრა.
They have to hit the go.
They're going into the stack.
Yeah, there's that at least.
There is that. Oh, perfect start. Right, good on to Makaze though. He's one slips past him in his blind spot. He'll clear him.
This is
sticks around for the no scope and just overwhelmed by that 5-7. Kvem trying to save him.
Leo,
But he's got a plant. He's getting run at by SMGs. Alexi B loses his head. Doesn't have the time. Ima plays this one right. Rots that clock, ensures the round goes Navi's way, and Ima's going to get a firm pat on the back for that. 1-3 on the 5-7. Keeps Navi's hopes of Anubis conversion. Maybe it is that slow start after all.
Yeah, I think, again, they're in this situation where they have another, not gimme round, but round where they should be the heavy favourite. I think the fact that you're seeing tactical timeout that Passion have had to call, you can just see how easy it's been for them up until this point. But Ima, great output with the 5-7. IMHO, best gun in the game.
I'm around this minute.
Even Blade. Another 30 seconds. And Passion are going to shove all in here. So 3 AKs, 2 Tech 9s, and they've made it work with less. Do you want to start taking a couple more swings if you're Navi? Do you want to be the ones who, if you can find the tone to set? It's just Alexi down on an SMG. Everybody else has the rifles. Wonderful has the AWP. You know, got a couple of kits as well. So everything you need to start this campaign. This one being worth 2 for Navi. They can essentially make it a 2-round game off the back of this one.
Yeah, I'm around more
B heavy.
It is, and then it's wonderful starting over towards the B side.
But the fact it's an AWP, he's going to have to dance around a bunch of util.
Just jumps straight on out, catches the next pathing. They're aggressive though. Look at this, Makaze. He's going to have his work cut out for him. Clean onto Kvem. JT provides it, but look at the price he paid. Wonderful, obscured by the smoke. Smoke break, but JT can get that bomb planted. 2 on 4 doesn't look great for anything more than just the plant.
They're going to boost up, so actually this can start to get a little bit sketchy. I understand, but the time now, they didn't want to wait out that con smoke. So they boosted up Bit, who's going to be very late on the B main flank.
SDY's retrieved an M4. JT really going to need to find output, so just playing these headshot angles. He's going to be susceptible though. Spots out one. Wonderful goes swinging in. Nice from JT. How's he got another? It's just SDY, but time running thin. They are running the clock right on down. Just enough time on the clock to get that one across the
It's a little bit flustered there, right? I understand they're not looking that way, but you know that the clock is starting to tick against you, and all it takes is lining up, giving away a bad multi, and you lose an absolute mare. The bomb going down does mean that in a round like this, there can be a few more investments. I love this move from Ima, right? He had a pretty poor first half. They were getting dictated to. I think he had about 2 kills in total. Now he's coming alive, gets himself up to double digits.
მე ვთამაშობდი მაგტრონის ერთი რო არ რეაქტებდა. დევი. რუსებს რომ მოვუგეთ.
As far as this buy, the bomb doesn't go down, you don't get that extra $600. You're not going to be able to purchase like this. So can they get good output again? Another round where they want to head towards B.
Okay, Makaze should be able to have a field day here. Actually, a bit light on support. Wonderful does contribute more than once.
მოგებაში არ ვხდიან ფულს.
Makaze had 2 very good rounds in my opinion. The one in the previous, he only got 1 kill, but he also got a dink. And he was caught off guard with the timing. This time, he catches the break of the first is free. So Makaze very well done there. And the defense of B, and there it is. It is just a 2-round game, and the guns do get invested upon. So Nix is going to be working with the Galil. AKs for everybody else. And this is where it gets tough if you're Passion, because SDY has only been a stand-in for 14 days. You only have 3 officials together. And you had a great first half where everything was flowing, but coming up with the necessary ideas now is...
things get tricky.
Yeah, you can just hit that wall.
And this is where you hope that your players keep offering ideas, but there also becomes a point as an in-game leader with JT where it's like, no, just let me call the round, right? I understand you guys want to go for this pick or this fight. So you love to have people offering, I don't know, you know, in terms of how it's flowing at the moment within the team, but
lazy.
It's striking that balance that's tough. So mid control, taking a couple of missed mollies, sure, but they'll get it. Nobody was up close and personal. So that's going to put pressure on these rotations. Is
Kvem
going to get lurky? Is he going to just try and linger around middle, play forward, maybe get a little bit dicey around these smokes? JT joins him, tries still here, SDY as well, so no, there's no lurky boy business. It's a pack roll.
აღარ შემიყვარდები არასდროს. ერთ შანსს ვაძლევ ადამიანს ცხოვრებაში. მეორე შანსს არავინ არ იმსახურებს ჩემთან. მამა ჩემსაც არ დაუმსახურებია მეორე შანსს.
All on bit.
Yeah, solid work.
All on bit.
To the A site bit. The only man there and unable to do more than one. So should see that bomb go down. Try has the bomb. Try has the bomb. Still on camera and now Imesh should have it down. Oh no! Couldn't close it. Try survives on 8 points of health and that should be Passion's 12th.
He's giving it a look.
You will have a look. Makaze thrust into the clutch and a clean dispatch of SDY. You're right, Kvem and Try very susceptible to the M4A1 in Makaze's grasp. He suspects Try, spots him on the jump as well. Will equip an AK-47, half a mag. Now they're playing that clock. Try will try and reposition behind that big box and he takes the fight head on. 12 in the bank for Passion UA.
They're doing a very good job in some of these rounds of forcing these rotations. And here they try and lure into middle to see if they this is it. Perfect replay. Opening kill. Mid is in a lot of strife. He knows he's been split before. He's just trying to shut down camera. This one from Imma, just as I thought he was having a bit of a resurgence. That one's a mare. And a couple of what-if moments right there. Okay, 3 to take this to overtime now, V.
Or it's going to have to be yours on Mirage and Inferno.
They want to give mid over for free this time. Wonderful's all. This was close. Now pivots back.
არ ვადევნებ. ანუ ისე არა როგორც წინებს რა, წინა სეზონებს მაგალითად უყურებ.
Back towards B again.
შემხდება უყურებ. თან ნახეთ ორი წუთი მაგრამ. ეს ორი მაგარი.
The pivot possibility.
That's the last of their smokes for the B players. Unless Imma comes over. No, he hasn't got one either.
Alexi's got one.
Yeah, excuse me, must have been on the floor.
Nyx is coming back, so they're not keeping options open. It looks like they want to group up for the B finish right now.
Yeah, they're lining them up. JT and Nyx. Looks like Nyx is going to be flashing JT into the fight. Makaze on a jiggle defense. JT's ahead of that. Nice find from Makaze. First to defend. Needs another. Empties his mag, but no connection. It's perfect from Alexi B. Makaze but still
Dikoy, ორი კაცი ყავდა Dikoy bize კაროჩე რა.
Will take some damage from the HE. Still bomb planted. It's up to Wonderful and Bit if they want to see.
ორი კაცი ყავდა კაროჩე Dikoy bize რა.
They have to be able to find this defuse. They have to be able to claw back control. And it's a two-man setup within E-Box.
There's a kit on site. They'll be able to pick that up.
Kna, ძმაო, kna. ეხლა kna. ორივე დონაცი ერთდროულად როგორ მოვიდა, არ გამაგილა.
Clearing their corners.
ნებეს უღრმესი მადლობა bro დონაციის ჯიგარი ხარ გაკოცეგულში. კარიგანამას მოაჯვასაც უღრმესი მადლობა დონაციების. დღეს ფერდი გადაანებო. მადლობა დიდ. დადიფიზე. Bravo. This is quality transferable.
Navi survived the first of these 3 tests.
Yeah, it just feels like they're always a step behind Navi. I understand they win that round, but shooting your teammate in the back of the head.
მე მაგალითად ყველა თამაშს ეს ვთამაშ.
Jail, it just looks a little bit clunky. Do we want to plant through the smokes? Are we swinging together? It's definitely not a great counter-strike for Navi right now, but they are still holding on.
ანუ სისხლში მაქვს უკვე მაგ თამაშების მიმართ ნიჭი.
Some good work there.
მადლობა bro. მადლობა ბიჭებო დონაციებისთვის. მადლობა ნებეს. ალეკო.
Got to admire this.
Oh, look at this.
This is just a solo.
ნახე რა საკეთებს ამდაიან
Pulls it off beautifully. In the meantime, Imma's aggression has been rewarded. There's 3 corpses literally outside the A side. SDY on the other side has cleared out B. Just Makaze to get past. How you'd fancy this one? A nice quick swing. Makaze handles it. Just to ensure.
This final round of regulation is going to be Tech9 heavy for Passion. Continuing the motion, but the action was elsewhere. A little bit of a push out the window. A-Main flashes coming through as well. All right, well, can Passion pull out another one? It's been a tough T-side, nothing consecutive. One AK, that's the pressure point once more.
You can boost up, spot over the top of his smoke.
This is classic.
Gets the insult safely, yeah, gets the numbers as well.
This A site just felt shaky, especially when the mid rotation gets segregated and then just gets pincered. So no surprise seeing them going for this motion. Throwing that to feign B pressure, but no, it's going to all be about this A split.
Yeah, pulls Makaze. You can see the immediate reaction. He's knife out back to B.
Good block smoke from Alexi as well. So exchange of util, stalemate.
Overtime maybe, I like it.
They go. Alexi B down after one. Tries, got him with the Tech9. Image, you've got to pass this test. And down again. Kvem, good for it. Bit solid on the spray. SDY's Mac 10 at least pulls it into a 2-on-2. All to play for on the retake. Wonderful now and Makaze coming in from two different vantage points through main. And Wonderful coming in through CT. Clean headshot to Nix, was not anticipating that, and another free frag into the back. So OT, by no means has it been pretty for Na'Vi, but they have managed to string it together. It was a dominant 9 consecutive round first half, and they've managed to hold on.
Yeah, there's some shaky moments. Another team ace from Na'Vi in this one, and the multi-kill is just lacking there, right? Alexi gets one, Emma gets one, Bit gets one. It leaves you with a very serviceable 2v2, sure, but this is some tough Counter-Strike that they're having to dig
what
deep for.
What the fuck, bro? Chill.
So money was in the mud right there, but now we get that reset, and well, TC, who's been relatively quiet on the timeouts, will use his extra in overtime numero uno. So just giving them a chance to restabilize. This is going to start feeling like a squandered opportunity if you're Passion.
100%.
And what was a game where you mentioned the lead from 3-0 with the pistol conversion in the first half to a 9-3 half, and then being on the back foot, having 5-7s, being in low broken buys, being forced to save, losing to very ugly splits. Now you're comfortable. You've got stacks of cash. You know that they're going to have stacks of cash too. So that removes a bit of running jumping around. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Maybe, just maybe, that'll make their life a little bit easier.
Run in that first half started with Try inserting himself into these openings. That was on the CT side. Here in OT on the T, will we get to see Try's AWP draw blood kind of cooled off a little since that first half?
Well, they've been doing a lot of 4-1, right? So it's not like he's getting these opportunities to search out for picks, but maybe now in OT.
Is this like a reaction or is he just a flash? Yeah, Imma's not going crazy with that.
You can see what's happened though, right? A lot of the rounds they lost in that first half were to A splits. So they brought Wonderful over to bolster this. At least you can try and hold on to a bit more baskets.
Taimutebis ხასიათზე რას ნიშნავს? Taimutebis ხასიათი რა არის?
Being held on to as well.
Tailандური მუტლები გინდა თუ taimutები რა არის?
Nades until they're pressured. They still have 4 of the 5 smokes to their name, and we're at about a minute and 10. This is very good restraint from Na'Vi.
Taimutebis ხასიათზე, მეთქია taimutebis.
Bit will report the potential now of the possible Temple split onto B. SDY picking up the bomb. Still quite spread across the map. Lots more util to start lobbing out from Na'Vi. Okay, we'll be back to A. SDY transitioning across now. Oh, flash.
Yeah.
Oh, JT.
Again, these impact frags from JT. Asking a bit too much for another. Goes for Alexi and loses out. But look at this. So Kvem's flanking, but they're going...
I don't know. It could just shut this down right here, right now.
Yeah, but Alexi B gets exposed, taps his head off, but the bomb's going A. The bomb is going A. No. Wonderful takes down his teammate with a collateral. No chance. Yeah, no chance. SDY can't even get to the bomb site in time. Wonderful's here. No scopes into a USP headshot. There's no time for a play.
ჩემი კარგი. დონკა თუ ძველი
Crazy counter-strike to start.
უგებრესი მადლობა bro დამოცილისთვის.
Enjoyed himself.
What an overcook,
ვაჰ, ბიჭო, ჯერ მე მგონი მაინც simple. ჯერ მაინც simple. ჯერ ვერ არის არ მიუღწევია მაგდენისთვის. სკილით ჯობია, სკილით ბაზარი არა, მაგრამ როგორც overall. ვაჰ.
Wait, I found the bomb.
მე რამდენი იქი? მე 13 კილი იყო, ხო?
Yeah, that's bizarre. That is bizarre.
მე 13 კილი იყო, ბიჭო.
I don't know what they're doing. Do they know what they're doing?
They're rushing mid.
თაველებს იცოცხლო. თბილისელებმა რა დავაშო.
And it's comfortable. Kvem goes down, trying to insert himself into an opening. Instead, quick pivot.
ნახე ხა გაყვება, ნახე რა კაი ზუსტად ეგრე უნდა იქნას. იდეალურად აკეთებს ახლა იმე ყველაფერს.
Blow from the HE grenade. Look at SDY getting
სად არის შემოსული?
Pushes on through. Alexi B was responsible from the jail position. Can't transfer from Try. And that doesn't get easier. Try not aware of Wonderful's position, just has his back exposed, and now Na'Vi things are flowing.
What was the majority of the game where they were chasing the tail of Passion, now Passion are looking out of sorts. They're having to make gimmicky smoke push plays, hoping to catch some timings, trying to accelerate the pace as well. So Na'Vi have been allowed to
შენაირო შემოვა კომენტარში და მეტყვის ტრაქში გაიკეთეო. შენ იქნები ის კაცი ვისაც ტრაქში გავუკეთებებ.
Valiant effort and sure not done just yet, but it's getting a bit strange out there.
It is. It's a little peculiar. We might get an AWP head-to-head on Anubis. Not too much of a commonplace occurrence. Never mind, he finds him up. A little bit of an overextension on middle has led to Try providing an opening.
Oh, big nade.
Yeah, JT and Kvem worse for wear.
But Makazi too, so maybe there is something in this half.
You got to have one to your name, don't you, on the side?
Second nade here. JT just softened up a little bit more. The setup right now looks so sketchy on Bit. Okay, you can see Bit doesn't feel comfortable with that either. The blocks went down. Another nade.
JT, watch yourself. He just hits him. Oh, God, the nade finds Kvem. They go swinging in. Bit under so much pressure. He was worried about B-Main. Trade. Yeah, good shot from Wonderful short. Makaze, as you discussed, he's already taken a hefty blow down to just 12 HP in the 1v2. Nix and Try should have Passion at least posting a round.
Yeah, you can see why Nix was diligent. This is one of the B defenders, just making sure he's not hiding. Now, for Makazi, he will be giving this one a go, but wants to make sure this smoke is removed. It will take away a lot of questions of aggression. So Nix over towards E-Box, the AWP trained on
B-Boy, there's
almost no weight. It would have to be a crazy miss.
გაგაგებინებ ყველას ვიდეოს დავდებ აუცილებლად მაგასთან და Discord-ში დაიწერებთ.
This one any day of the week and not going to happen. So Passion at least one round to show for their first half of OT.
And it returns to what you were talking about, Try on the CT side, which we're about to see again now, finding an opening kill. So that's probably one of his most impactful rounds in a while. JT's so fortunate to just be ahead of this nade timing. Kvem catches it for him. But good trade work. Nix doubles up. Try and make sure to punish Wonderful.
Nice shots.
And they get this one done. Oh, the smiles have returned to the faces of Na'Vi. It was shaky for a while there. Nix with the AUG.
You know something's up on A if Makaze's already fighting for baskets control. Wonderful's lining up Utah. Is this really just going to be an A-go? I mean,
I like it. It's a bit simpler, right? Before they were getting picked apart by Try.
Yeah. JT's going to drop into the side. They'll have the bodies here. Nix has got the AUG out. Good weapon for this kind of angle. Playing that Rob's corner. Nix is AUG for 2. Nix is AUG for 3. Wonderful finally shuts him up. Bombs loose on A.
Oh.
Yeah, SDY catching a bit of a timing. Alexi B's worried about stairs. If SDY is diligent on his clear here, it's likely he gets this all just in time. 5 points of health on SDY, but puts Wonderful into the clutch. And next to take the AK-47. Try. He's been caught off.
Why,
Exposed. That's another misstep. He's going to be kicking himself.
At least SDY went for the reroute immediately, but wonderful. By mulling off towards camera, that tells me that, yeah, he didn't expect SDY to be coming on the flank.
Oh, with the heavy advantage now. Wonderful's 1v2 is taking shape. SDY, the last piece, falls into place. Wonderful secures 15 for Na'Vi, a composed clutch.
Beautiful from Wonderful, 24 frags for him, 21 for Makazi, 22 for Bit. You've got a lot of output as we...
The timing on try. He's tucked in the corner. He just gets across to Fountain. Oh, and Nix with the output as well on defense. He did his very best. It was Wonderful that finally shut him down.
You think it has to be done. Especially with Alexi trying to deal with that flank going down to SDY, but no, Wonderful wins out the clutch. And what has been an entertaining map of Anubis might be coming to its close in a moment. Good resilience shown from Na'Vi. Oh, they're going to push over towards B again.
They're just going to
leave try on the line. Nade softens up Wonderful. Another block push comes through.
Doesn't get much more passive than this.
Oh, so. Hey, Gary, so
in a good position to catch JT though. He's going to have a tough little cross section to clear.
Yeah, I don't envy JT in this position. And he gets a nice heads up on the shoulder as well, so Imma's patience rewarded for an opening kill. Passion UA need to find a way back in. They tried a little flash play there on towards the basket's position. Bit continues to amplify some pressure. Fem stands for one, but Bit trades Selexi B in the grave. On the site, Nix again, the all connects. SDY good onto Makaze. Passion have the advantage. Where's that bomb on the back of Wonderful and in the canal, trying to slip away, and does turn round the corner back towards A. Imma's going to regroup with it through rugs. It's Nix last seen on site.
Ieseli ყველა დიდი ტურნირია, რაც კი შეიძლება ითამაშოს.
Against them, 25 seconds, you can't be diligent.
აქ ვინც ვერ ხვდება, მე მიდიან ისეთ ყველა ტურნირებზე, რო იცი.
Could be a very well-placed Molotov.
Rossi, wonderful as a bitch, Rossi, 12 seconds and they're still throwing out their names. ყველაფერი აცილეს, ბიჭო, ამჯერა, ბრავო.
Just SDY to get past. And Na'Vi, after what's been a tumultuous trip to Anubis, have been able to convert, show some grit. Motivational team talk from play, paying off. SDY can't
Bravo, investora raundi ჩაატარა იმებს აღო.
Mate, they were down at 9-3, then 11-6. And Na'Vi take things 16-13. One of the top dogs here at IEM Atlanta. Going to be warming into the tournament. That's if we're going to get anything like that on Mirage, tip of the hat to Passion UA, because they came to play. What we enjoyed on Anubis was how team-based it was, playing off of each other. Looks like the comms were flowing, but we got the Death standing by to break this one down.
A flying start from Passion UA, but sadly it all comes crumbling down. As Chad aptly said, this was a map that started off 9-3 in their favor. We're talking about Na'Vi getting both pistols, converting both times, and yet still Passion UA were in the driver's seat until they weren't.
Yeah, a bit of a shame for Passion UA. They weren't able to close out the game in regulation. In overtime, Na'Vi took over, and as you said, the comeback in the second half was stellar from Na'Vi. However, I do want to tip my hat a little bit, as Chad did as well, for Passion UA. They played significantly better than I thought would be remotely possible.
Patient was
as you said, for winning the pistol, getting off 3-0, you think to yourself, okay, this is a Na'Vi game where they're going to take charge of it, they're going to be in control, and even when they were struggling a bit in that first half, I thought to myself, get 5 rounds, that should be enough. There's always a comeback in Na'Vi. 9-3 and making a comeback like that on Anubis, I didn't think it would be possible, to be completely honest.
Just sucks they couldn't win a pistol, right?
Yeah.
Because that's it. In the first half, 9 rounds in a row on CT side of Anubis against Na'Vi. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything more than that. Unfortunately, they just weren't clutch enough in the second half, right? They had good situations. They had a couple of 2v2s. Like, you just need to be able to close those out. Na'Vi won a few of those clutches. They won rounds where they had a weak buy, you know, with pistols only to get back into the game. And it really feels like Passion UA let this one slip through their fingers.
Obviously, we can talk about the positives, Passion UA, and we will do it in that first half. But what was lacking in terms of that Na'Vi beginning when you're starting on the T side of Anubis as well?
It's a good question. I think certain individuals didn't really show up, you know, and again we speak about Navi being a team that relies a lot on our guys. Didn't necessarily have too much impact in the first half. I also do think you can't really have that conversation without giving credit to Passion UA. I think they played well on that CT side. Sorry, the way that they were taking mid-round aggression as well, the way that they were contesting for connector as well, pretty much every single round. I think there was a lot of good stuff coming out of Passion UA that maybe on paper Navi didn't expect. I don't think they expected a team would be facing them, you know, early on, heads on, whether that was in connector, whether that was, you know, some of the pushes on the B-bomb side. Passion UA came in and sort of disrupted the way Navi wanted to play, and then sometimes you need individuals to overcome that, and they didn't really step up in that first half.
Do you want to dive into round 9 as an example?
Yeah, we heard there's a rallying of a speech, as you will hear from Blade at halftime, and this is what he was referencing when he said Passion UA was by far the better team than them in the first half. You can see how they opened up with 3A, expecting one of those A hits from Navi, the set pieces, it doesn't come, they start falling back. You can see STY at the same time, Smokes B falls back. Why? They want to contest mid, they understand with everything being quiet, that's what Navi is probably doing. There was a sound cue from Navi with the flash, you can see flash from Passion UA, they're a bit early with the fight, Makazi dies, but then the rest of them come in. Unfortunate for Wonderful that he's holding for this exact play, but his teammate steps in front of him, he can't get the punish. Passion UA wins that mid fight, and you know, the remainder of the players were forced to save, so they were just always one step ahead. They were very active. Before this, early on in the half, Tri was just getting opening after opening, and Navi was always playing from the back foot.
They made round aggression on a map like Anubis. You know, it's hard to execute, it's hard to find impact. It's all about timing, as you said as well. This time around, Wonderful was a little bit unlucky, but they found timing over and over again, and they were willing to be proactive, willing to be aggressive in the middle of the round. And if you're successful with that on a CT side, on Anubis, it looks beautiful. It's not often that you can figure it out. It's not often that you find the timing, but Passion UA did a stellar job of continuing to do that for the vast majority of the first half.
And
I feel like, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I think Navi 2 months ago doesn't make this comeback, right? But this is once you get more confidence, once you've lifted the trophy at the ESL Pro League, once you're challenging, you know, in finals against Vitality, like you buy yourself enough time to get back into the game, right? And players wake up a little bit, you start making some plays, you win those low buys that they've had in the second half, and then once you get into OT, I think that's where you're feeling, all right, we survived, now let's take care of business.
Yeah, exactly. You weathered the storm. What I was going to reference was what you alluded to earlier with the Blade kind of halftime timeout, his kind of words to the team. Jan and Alex mentioned it. It sounded quite dire, but that's, I guess, what you need to do when you're Navi. You're the second best team in the world. Like, come on, guys. Let's get our heads back in this.
I think it's also just how Blade sounds. You know, I think whatever comes out of his mouth, it sounds dire, even when they're 9-0 up, you know, and the opponents take a timeout, like, it's going to sound dire. But yeah, I really like the word he said, you know, but it's in your control. Like, yes, unless you guys have to sort of turn it around, you have to wake up. And maybe Navi players were somewhat complacent coming into this, right? Maybe they were they liked the fact that Passion UA picked Anubis, right? They were thinking, wow, we love this map, like, great pick, thank you so much, right? And that we're a bit too relaxed going into the series.
Speaking of taking control, Makasi in that second half, you said it yourself, like, you can't win a pistol for your life of it. That should have been Passion UA's round. Makasi in that second pistol, you know, from his point of view, the way that he took back the round, that was taking charge, you know, of the game once more. That was giving Navi a chance of making the comeback. And to see Makasi, you know, doing that after not a bad first half, but a first half where he didn't find as much impact as he normally do, that's exactly what Blake was talking about. It has to come from someone, and then Makasi stepped it up. And if we get the point of view from him in that round, it was stellar aiming coming out.
Add motivational speaking to Blade's repertoire, right? Without that speech, you don't see this ace.
That's crazy. Like, the first three are crazy. The fourth one is good as well. It's super clean and doesn't have a lot of bullets here to work with. He's down to 1 bullet at this point, and then last kill is whatever, the dual elites. But the first 4, that's world-class pistoling coming out from Makasi right there.
And also considering the situation where he's pretty much alone, right? I mean, they're not playing for B. He's just supposed to get a kill, stay alive, you know, do what he can, and he could win the round.
100%. Just emotionally, where are you at if you're Passion UA? You had it. Right there, you had so many opportunities to close it out. It was your map pick. Like, now we're going on to Mirage. Where do you think their heads are at?
You're down in the dumps. I don't think it's like, yeah, of course you're going to be out there in the corner and say, oh, we're right there, guys. You know, but the problem is, like, you had opportunities to close it out. You had good post-plant scenarios, and every time just come up clutch, right? Like, the players would just fail in some of those. They would get outplayed by Navi, and that's tough to come back from, right? Because it's
kills.
Not necessarily about the map, about anything. It's just about those situations where you need to be able to do the final step to close out the game. They fell short.
Yeah, their own map pick as well. It does feel like that was the one opportunity they had of making this series competitive and making it interesting. Again, you can be happy that you almost beat Na'Vi, but as Janko said, like it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you lost.
And for Na'Vi, the problem has been, though, consistency over the course of a series, right? Like they, even going back to Pro League where they won the event, you know, they would win their opponent's map pick even convincingly, and then they would, you know, lose their own map without it being super competitive. So I think they've learned some lessons, hopefully, from that, and on Mirage that they come out swinging from the game.
Well, that's exactly what I was just looking at, right? I expected it to be a bit more of sea of green.
Now we patient white.
Right, like they're making a lot of these series kind of longing out. Sure, like they obviously
მაგრამ გაასწორა მარტო იმ სკნურკას სმოუკის გამოღება მთელი ლაივის ჩართვა, ანუ ეგ იყო სრული პიკი იყო, ძმაო, ეგრე არ მიცინია, რავი, აი ზოგადად ეგეთი გული ციცილი შეიძლება ვიცინო, რავი, ენწაჩი 3-2-ჯერ და აი ეგეთ რაღაცეებზე რა, აი მართლა ზოგადად ეგრე გულიანად არ მეცინდება ხოლმე ყველაფერზე რა.
But their style is also pretty default heavy, so when teams do get a good start and they're able to shut down their default, that's when it becomes much easier to play against them. It's very dependent on the players being sharp because they need to be able to react on the fly, they need to understand what's going on the map, and that at times has been an issue for them.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It starts when the anchor positions, you know, whoever's playing the A bomb side, the B bomb side needs to be able to shut down.
არა, ეგეთებზე მეცინება ხდები, შეიძლება მაგას გეუბნები. ყველაზე თესლი ხუმრობა რომ მომიყვე მაგაზე არ გამეცინოს, მაგრამ მაგაზე მეცინებ.
But finding your timings on that CT side where you can
ანუ მე მეცინება, აი მოყოლილზე და რაღაცა იმაზე კი არ მეცინება, მე მეცინება მარტო აი ეგეთი სიცილით მეცინება, აი მომენტი რო არის რა და მომენტში რო ხდება ეგ რაღაცა რა, ისე არის.
If you're passion UA and the mid round aggression that works so well CT side on Anubis, copy that, use some of that on Miras and see if that's a way into the game.
Just looking at the wider context for Na'Vi coming into this tournament as well, like I cannot understate how much of a disaster it would have been for them to let this map slip through and then maybe have a little bit of a risk, right? Let's be honest, like they are amongst the you know, higher level of teams that are here. Obviously there's a lot of teams that are attending the PGL event going on.
თქვენ გამო მირაჟის ყურება რო გინდა და გაგისტრიბოთ თორე. იმენ როგორ გავთხრით ეხა იცი ლოგინს.
So it's great to see them course correct when it was looking a bit dodgy.
Even more so do it in a fashion where you don't risk facing
I
think everyone will be slightly disappointed, myself included.
ერთი წელი მაკლია რომ 12 წელი განხდეს.
A game or a seeding game even. I want to see them in the final. I want to see their Vitality versus Na'Vi game and you know, facing them in a semi-final. I guess it doesn't matter. You know, if you want to win the trophy, you have to beat them at some point. So whether you do that in a semi-final where I guess chances are higher in a best of 3 than in a best of 5.
I am
the selfish guy in me would just love to see them, you know, make it clean, go into the final and give us that
3-0 again.
Well, maybe win one map, you know. Nuke is always possible, but it seems so unreasonable to think that anyone else than Na'Vi can put up a fight against Vitality, let alone in a best of 5 game.
Which is funny because Foot is Navi's academy team. In a spiritual way, it is Na'Vi who would put up a challenge in that situation.
Yeah, no, 100%. So you're feeling like the upset potential.
და ეს კაცი მაგეზიანებს, ხან ყვითელი სიტუაცია, სვიტრი და ხან ვარდისფერი და ხან რავი,
I don't think their team, especially with STY, as a sort of a stand-in that has the
აი ხა უხდება ეს ფერი თო, აი
that mental resilience.
მომწყანი და კაცი ეს ფერი როგორ უნდა მოუხდეს მითხარი თო. და მე მიკიცოდ რომ აი არ არსებობს ქალის და კაცის ფერი. არ გიხდება ძმაო და ანები თავი ამ შეტენვას.
They're only going to get tougher going on to Mirage. It's coming down after this.
ეგა ერთი შუშის თვალი რო აქვს. არა, მოძრაობა აქვს ტიპებს ჩემ. ნაგდანში გახვიდოდი 5 წუთში აქედან. ადრე ეწერა ხოლმე წუთებით რა ჭირთ ეხლა რატო აღარ აწერი?
Guys, don't be late for prac.
Late?
Oh, don't get me started.
He told me 10:30 theory the other day.
Without me?
Secondary idea things. Anyway, he joined us at 11:15.
No way.
I literally went over to him, took his headset off, and I just said, "Little bro, remember, you are just the coach."
To Blade? Boys! Anyway, he takes a timeout, gets on comms, turns to me and says, "Any suggestions?" And I'm like, "Little bro, you're the coach."
To Blade? Fair enough.
And I'm like, "Go B? No. Go B but then go A? No. Brother, I named 7 other variations. Finally, I say, Fnatic into game relation fake, ending with Astralis.
Typical.
Which I know he wanted to do in the first place.
And what does he say?
If that's what you want to do. Bro, I literally stood up, took his little strat book, and boom!
Boys, what are you doing?
Discussing strats.
Brainstorming.
What have I told you? You don't need to do that.
You're the boss. My little brother. If you're gonna make a call, make a call. Say it with your chest.
Only us two taking responsibility. Leading.
Secondary leading.
Boy!
He's a coach. A manager, man.
So he's like, why you order Mackey's? That's not in line with our nutritional guidelines.
He's obsessed with greens.
But his TV page is full red. Anyway, I just told him, little boy, take their fries out of the bag.
Bro, I've literally got him like that.
Wait, like that?
Like that, like my newborn sibling.
Fucking Dorothy.
All little bitches.
Dadgadzma.
I left E-box. I think they're faking, guys. I think they're faking.
I smoked E-box.
It's long
time
to go back. I'm blind.
One out.
E-box out.
Back in E-box.
Jail.
What B main? Right side.
Right side.
E-box
dead.
One more B main. Oh,
I have E-box. And E-box.
You could. I'm holding the E-box smoke.
He can go out of jail. E-box dead. Fucking nice.
Oplast. I'm flashing it.
I have left side.
I'm just jiggling around.
Nice!
Nice rotates, guys.
Okay.
Nice, guys. Insane.
I'm trying to cross right now.
Yeah, you
Fuck,
I made noise.
Side.
I'm flanking him.
All good. Wait, stay alive. Yeah.
You guys go now. I'm gonna.
Yeah, making noise.
Backside. Looking at me.
And water, I think, though.
Nice.
You can
bomb water.
CT,
guys.
Flashing CT.
You're low HP, don't pick.
It's close. Flash him. You don't have to use it, guys.
Nice!
Good job, guys. Fucking insane, guys. No panic. We have everything under control. Good job.
Smoking. Flashing again.
See fountain.
Yeah. I'm swinging.
Heaven, right side.
And one left side somewhere. Left side, close left side, guys.
Heaven, broken.
Heaven out.
Heaven
dead. 4v3.
Camera one,
guys. Going out, go camera.
Two out.
Nice. One alive, guys. 4v1. Be good. Well, he started shooting me while I'm crossing platform. Yeah, and I was behind him, bro. He had no idea.
მაღალია კი 1600 დიპია კიდეც ან 8 დიპიაზე 4 სენსი გაქვს ანუ ბევრია ძმა
Yeah, it was looking good for a while on Anubis. Passion UA, however,
ვერტალიოტი ხარ იმენა რო ტრიალებ ესეთ
we have gotten the sleep out of their eyes and gotten that first map under their belt.
That is a horrible compilation to watch, right?
Just see the score.
Like, how good it is. The vibes are there. Everyone's having a great time, complimenting each other. And then, we ended up losing 16-13. Okay, well, we gave it a go.
Fem looks like he's his usual self. You know, he's always been a very impressive player when he's on. He's a kind of a feast or famine type player. It either works or it doesn't. It was working on Anubis as far as the fragging output was there. Obviously, not converting is it's gonna get a lot harder now, as you heard from the desk discussing Mirage, a strong suit for Na'Vi. and your gimmick pick of Anubis not converted, it does seem to line up for what could be more of a dominant display from Na'Vi here.
Here goes the B play.
HG's well timed, really well timed. Look at the damage. All there is ringing. Still not finding the first frag. Cleanly, Kvem puts up a fight until then. 3 bodies quickly drop, and it's round. Na'Vi should have the bomb plant now.
It should be 3 from 3 in the pistols, unless JT and STY, unless JT can get something done.
They're trying to win. They're playing to win.
Now, let's take you back to Budapest last year when we were talking a lot about this Passion team, right? They'd come together in the second half of the year. Come together. Interesting, right? It was complexity, and then they go and they join Passion UA and they are with.
Nice shots.
You get one more and you have an M4 in the next round.
Okay,
now 7 on the cap. But we were talking a lot when it was like JT Grim, the Halzerk core, and we were talking about the
he had a chance.
Lack of mirages.
Yes.
Right, and how that had not been something that JT had played a lot in. Look, I don't have the numbers on top of my head right now.
I remember I recall it
was going against
Na'Vi, this is one of their comfortable maps. You not only are still trying to work it into your map. Well, I'm looking at their matches played in the last couple of months on Mirage, and it's a losing record. Yeah, it's tough. Map number 1 was fun. We had some aces, we had some crazy moments, we had some clutches. It was a nice watch. This one might be a bit more brutal. Here's the force.
5 Galils for Na'Vi.
They're gonna go
for a window boost against a
force.
ერთდროულად
არის, მაგრამ ამ ტურნირზე ვინც ვერ მოხვდა, იმ ტურნირზე წავიდა, bro, ეგრე არის.
It's not gonna work. Oh, dude, Imma caught mantling and peeking in his very aggressive.
Man window boost, okay.
He's gonna be so frustrated about that one. Goes swing into his demise. Wonderful tracks. Even gets a second onto SDY. Still, this one's up for debate.
Yeah, the scout of Try
with 2 players susceptible to a one shot.
Yeah, it's not out of the realms. He
40-90 რა კიდე 50-90 რაღის.
No, he's not. Do you want to just try and
7,000
save them for the next round and go again? I think the fact that you're not here to contest this,
გავწურავთ 550 likes კი სანამ სტრიმს დავამთავრებ.
Right, if he could place this well, there's a kill available. Well, the bomb's planted now. It's a little bit late for that. Okay, then go get the guns in the middle and save. So if JT can get a Galil and Try can get a Galil and a pistol, they'll be able to get a pretty decent next round of play coming up.
So there's the one.
Yeah, so Try kind of needs the Galil plus pistol. So that's so he can drop his teammates, one of the 2 guys. All right.
So 4 people would be equipped.
So you're not going to get Nix's pistol, are you? So there you go. Okay.
Na'Vi 2, Passion UA 0.
You've got the Galils at least. That's not bad.
Not too shabby. And I don't know, if it's fair to be critical of Kvem peeking into Makaze there after getting 1. He gets the first. He kind of feels like he's got that hot hand and was going for moving accuracy. You know what? Makaze was a sitting duck. Caught crouching.
It's weird to see, though, a second guy boosted.
Yeah, you're right.
But the first guy, okay, so I guess the plan was let's boost 2 in window and then, play on either side of the fade. But sketchy for a moment.
Okay, well, SDY's committed. Got to respect it. The unarmored Desert Eagle burrows in towards underpass.
Well, will he get company? That's the question. Makazi announces his presence. That flash.
I do like the angle of getting boosted up. He could even mantle.
Everybody from Passion. You see JT there with the flash ready, so players can start swinging. So there's unfortunately for them.
They made a play-offები ცოტა ადრე დაიწყება. ბევრად ადრე დაიწყება play-offები, ხა ეს ჯგუფური თამაშები რო არის და ბევრი თამაშია, მაგიტომ თავდება ეს სეგმენტი.
Spring out either way, they're not going to get
it. არ ვარ მიჩვეული ამ დრომდე ყოფნის.
Yeah, JT's going to get the hold on the flash. So it might come in handy against this A execute.
Yeah, how's JT going to position himself? Throws out that flashbang to try and delay. Doesn't really connect as he would have liked. You've got Kvem's Desert Eagle hoping for the headshot. Finds it from range onto Makaze. Overextended.
Oh, chill, bro.
Great shooting from the Desert Eagle. Kvem has handed them a winnable round. They've got that advantage. Wonderful half health. SDY unable to connect with his Desert Eagle. Try goes down to Alexi.
Cards, man. Dade bombi.
Can't do anything about that bomb being planted. Nick's at least armored. And 2 Desert Eagles trying to find their way back into this site. Susceptible to those body shots at half health for both. But wonderful Alexi looking like they ain't gonna move a muscle. You've got to get to us. We know you don't have a kit. We're not gonna give you anything. Nice shot. Alexi just burst the head off of Nix. Clean in the end.
Yeah, really well played there. Under a lot of pressure in that situation. Again, you're bang on. There's no kid. It's going to be lighter in terms of the investments and everything. But I still really like the poise there and the understanding in the post plant. So simple stuff. Na'Vi 3-0. They get the conversions, but it has been not without issue. Some great shooting from Kvem here again.
Yeah, he's very talented.
Oh,
okay, tries in with his orb. M4's for the rest. SDY brings in the kit. And Na'Vi having fun again.
They're just
going to search early for pressure right now. SDYs are being forced back. It's Makazi and Bit. This is scary.
So cheeky from him. He's caught one. He was so concerned about Makaze's pathing. Exposes his head just for a minute on the truck side. 5 on 3, looks like it's going to be a post plant as well. Oh, actually some damage onto Alexi before that bomb gets in, but
safe.
Yeah, get out of there.
It's interesting, right? Because the bomb was left back over towards TV, and I don't think it was meant to come that easy.
FaZe
for originally, but either way.
რაც ძალიან უფრო მაგარი ნახაობა იქნება. აგერ ჩვენი ძმა კარიგანა მოიძროს. და კარიგანა მოიძროს. ან დაუბრუნებს კარიგანაო.
For Kvem and Nix, there's going to be the max loss bonus. So as long as they retain this, which I think Na'Vi will allow it, there can be consecutive rifle rounds. It's also nice to have some residual util, right? There's the kit in the mix, so it is going to be easy to string this one together.
Okay, machine გასაგებია.
Just remind everybody there is the secondary stream that you can go and take a look at. Sinners versus Gamer Legion.
Very guitar
hero.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I don't mind it either.
It's definitely a statement piece.
Yeah, most def.
But obviously a lot of the conversation in Atlanta is this is one of the final pit stops before the major. Right, you want to see what type of form some of these lesser-known teams are in. Oh, I say lesser-known. Not the tier 1 circuit teams. Makazi cleans up too.
Can't be having that. Maybe you can. Actually, maybe you can. Because try a JT of 1 out on mid. Wonderful makes it clear he's at the top of the box. Straight strides towards Tetris, dumping util, trying to keep JT's attention drawn away from Wonderful towards Connector. They're very segregated. Oh, he's actually taken a leg shot there, going to be finished off cleanly. He actually takes down Try. So fair play, good output from Bit. And looking for that B finish here. Test for SDY. He's going to miss them, I think. Yeah, he's still worried about middle, so they'll be able to waltz on in. Oh, he's back on the angle just in time. Just in time, as back's turned, unable to find the frag he was looking for. Yeah, he's going to lose it out, so that's a very frustrating way for the round to be taken away.
Okay, another save.
So yeah,
max loss, but you're unable to.
Saved, yeah. We have more T-rounds on Anubis. Sick.
Okay, well, vibes are pretty good.
Vibes are good.
That's what you want to hear from Na'Vi. I was just talking about some of those stage 1 teams, I suppose. That's where Gamer Legion will find themselves. We have Bait here, who will be the same. Bet Boom, M80 are here. Sinners are a stage 1 team. NRG are a stage 1 team. Liquid are a stage 1 team. So That's... I understand this is still a couple of weeks away, but that is where the field is the closest, right? It's the most scattered regionally, but in terms of, you know, picking your 8 teams, that's where it can be very difficult in stage 1 of the major. This is where I thought the rounds started and ended, but no, there were a few more twists and turns.
How crazy he actually gets that. How crazy.
A nice replay there.
Really good. So Passion are going to have their first time out of this second map, and yeah, STY is going to be very frustrated the way that transpired.
I was a little bit wrong as well. They saved the orb, they are able to get another full buyout, so the extra cash being saved by players in consecutive rounds with the max loss bonus does mean that they can string rifle rounds together, but they need to get on the board. And they need to get on the board now. Yeah, the 5 rounds already on the T side. Navi could not win another round for the remainder of the half. You just look at the score, 7-5. You're happy with that. It's more the momentum. But Passion, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to be, you know, this disruptive 2-man lower push and you get double killed by the solo player, Makaze.
Yeah, you want SDY and Nyx as well to get off the starting blocks.
Yes. Yeah, that would certainly help. Just some mid protocols from Alexi B.
It's going to be a lot of going through the motions. And not in a bad way.
I think you've previously described Navi as, you know, one of the more default heavy squads in the tier 1.
Yeah. They definitely have the gear to, you know, be more direct, but I think this is, you know, when you talk about a system of a team, we can talk about default. So are we doing a, you know, a 1-3-1? Are we doing like a 1-2-1-1 with the guy through underpass and the but it's more about their reactions to certain things once they get waypoints. Once you get information that 4 players are swinging middle.
And actually, that information flows quite nicely. Passion get away without any sort of attempted trade successful. Bit coming to late top mid. He's going to meet Imet at the other end of middle, but they're going to let you have that space.
Really going to hurt Passion if they can't convert. Right? It feels like it should be theirs, but it could go wrong.
And დაჯავშნები რომ Anubis ვაიმე დაჯავშნა როგორ ნახდებოდეს და ეგეთ რაღაცეები რა.
Worried about the orb ticket.
That's a really nice well placed Molotov. Gives him some time to reposition and get that bomb across that sight line.
ორე შევა ბიტაძმა დაწყნარდი შეჩემის მოწყნულიშვილო რა.
I think the problem is you want to probably
fake
because you don't know if anybody's close by.
Nyx needed to hit that. There you go. Out of the starting blocks as well.
დადეგ და მოწყნული ბომბის. ხო.
Exactly what the doctor ordered.
დაწყნარდი.
Yeah, that was nice, right?
აი მე Fortnite თამაშობს ეს ჩემი საკინაღო კედლები არაში.
Connect the dots and there you have it. Still plenty of cash off the 5-0 start for Navi to be able to buy again. So juggling nades, getting caught off with the timing there. Alexi does very well to get one, but then Wonderful, he's the one who's caught. Good trade, great second shot from Bip, but didn't have info on where the other players were, so very hard to piece that 1v4 together. Oof, Wonderful's just taking a window shot, flashed.
Go Kvem. Let's go Kvem, high elevated position and walking up. Oh, he's maybe even spotted by Alexi. Drops in and swings on in to profit. It's a beautiful start.
Alexi bisathamasheben top
mid. Wonderful will have to back off. Your underpass players don't want to play through either because you know it likely walking into the crunch. You need the top mid pressure at the same time as the underpass pressure, especially when you don't have a window or top con smoke up.
Well, there's the window smoke and Makaze will path through. Wonderful top mid, a far too easy connection from Try. Wins out in the AWP head-to-head. Makaze, however, he's creeped and crawled. Double kill denied, important from Try. By taking down Makaze, he maintains that 2-man advantage. Bomb on the back of Bit, and Emma pushed up on Con.
Have a lot of time. It's not just the Passion overstep. I think JT and SDY are probably going to be a bit jittery at a point.
Like when they're so worried about, გაიხსნება რაუნდი. So, გაიხსნა რაუნდი ჩათვალე ახლა. ახლა იმე ახლა ერთ კაც მოკლავს კიდე.
Emma's hearing the rotations. They're so listen to how noisy they are.
JT, no way you're ready for this. Lets him go.
Yeah, why not?
So, გაიხსნა რაუნდი. ნახე, გახსნეს ეგრევე რაუნდი. ერთი კილით.
But he's got company. Flash is he's ahead of this.
Bravo. Ideალური რაუნდი. Ideალური რაუნდი. სასწაული რაუნდი იყო ეხა ეს.
Try can clutch this. Has to clutch this. Spots out Imma, catches it through the box. Nix couldn't kill him.
Raundi
This time
გამოაძრეს
they do
ბიჭო.
convert the 2v4 situation, and that
Ideალური პოზიცია იყო ყველა მხრივ ორივესგან და
that fight, the rotation's so noisy. Imma's just triangulating everyone's positions, and that was very well played. Beautiful work.
Very well played. I mean, Nix is going to be so hard done by.
იმერო კონექტორში ავიდა, მაგრამ იმენა ყველაფერი გადაწყვიტა.
Top mid, Wonderful's gone. Oh, I mean, you can't fault JT for not being ready for Imma. It was just
Here's all the sound cues, understands that everyone else has rotated away, already pathing towards the site so he can get a jump on taking space. Molly's jungle knows that they can't be fighting him through. That gets towards CT because that's the rotation point they're being forced to. It was just beautiful. So very well done from Imma. Good understanding of the situation.
Yeah, you get to see Na'Vi's class and comms on display.
They have the loss bonus, sure, but this is 6 rounds already on the T side for Na'Vi.
Imma's boosting, and he knows Kvem's on the other side of that smoke. Bid's throwing a little bit of util A, going to try and draw attention.
Bomb's still in T spawn, so the finish is wide open.
He's
already creeping through Con. Bid's going back to get the bomb now. Jungle smoke comes in.
Trying to pull Kvem's attention, and then as they do so, he peeks in. Kvem down to Imma. Dips out the window though. The Palace push has given them a numbers advantage extended now by the sniper.
Okay, this is the 3rd round in a row where these two have been in a 2v4.
Yeah, and this time I don't think Nix is going to be struggling with lethality. Finds Imma cleanly. And Bid unable to find that headshot onto JT. Scavenges that second door off of one of his courts.
Bit of grit right now.
Heels dug in.
Money problem for Na'Vi. So sure, it's been a couple of tighter scenarios, but your finances are in the mud.
I don't know, man. You just saw JT with the You've got some Tech 9s. I could see a world where a pacey pop has the AWPs feeling uncomfortable on a retake. They're pushing mid though. Looks like Alexi's going to get caught by this. Straight off the guts of mid, and down he goes. Just in time, Kvem pulls the trigger despite the flashbangs. He's racked up the double kills. Nix is hoping to be overlooked. Oh, Bit's got him again, got his number. Now Imma's hit.
Oh, shit! Triple
kill. Passionately tried to do what they couldn't. Bright bit. With a crazy 3K. Could be 4 as well for the finish. Double HE though. Oh, the first one did nothing. Imma manages to avoid the brunt of the damage.
1700 თამაში გაქვს თამაშები შეჩემისა line-up-ი არის იმაზე და default-ად დაანეიდო.
He gets the info on both. He's triangulated their coordinates. He's just got to back away. Just got to accept that Nafi will be taking a 7th here just with a broken money. You really came in with what, 1 rifle, and he's put it to very good use.
Well, you see how the whole round unfolds, right? Mid-aggression, Alexi's screaming, they're pushing mid, they're pushing mid. You think that A is going to be a little bit less fortified. You run in, you get denied. Kvem takes down 2 more Makazi. Imma and Bit, the last alive, and in the last 4 rounds, they've been able to pull out 2 of them. So that is some class counter-strike by these two to get themselves up to 7 rounds. The 3rd kill, brilliant.
Clean.
SDY, he's into Senzu's spot, so he's in more active roles.
Всё, ეხლა ვილაპარაკებ. ნახე სანდრექს. ემზადები ფორზასთვის. იმან თავისიანი მოკლა. კიდე team kill-ია, ბიჭო. კიდე team kill-ია, ტო.
Okay, you're right.
Wonderful and Alexi, they get their chance.
What have you got, boys?
9 რაუნდში 0 kill კი არა, ძმა.
You might find JT. Smoked for now. Boosting window in a 2v5 held by the orb. It's all too easy for try. Can they keep it clean? 5 alive. You know where Alexi was? He was the stepping stool.
Digital Vibrance მაგ 100%-ია წეული და მაგიტო არის ალბათ ყვითელი.
And then money again, right? Win one, lose one, win one, lose one. So I think that Passion is still in a
რავი ძმაო, მაგას ვიძახი, team kill-ზე მაძაობა მოსულა, ვიცი და წინა თამაში 3 team kill იყო, ბიჭო, 3, ეხლა team kill იყო.
You can scrap together 5.
ვაფშე მაგაზე უნდა დებდე, კაროჩე, რომ team kill იქნება რა. ერთი თამაში როგორ ჩაივლის ისე რომ ვერ დასვა ერთი, რავი, team kill-ი რა, ხშირად ხდება.
But yeah, it has been a real discrepancy regarding the opening kills. It's 7-3.
აი ხა სამდაიანკამ რაც ქნა ამ თამაში მთლიანად მეც ვიზავდი მაგას ყველა ვარიანტში.
Of those 7. And we settle into this one with a lengthy old save. I told everybody to check the Sinners result. I didn't even check it myself.
He started a little later than us.
Yeah, and it was Sinners map pick Mirage. They go Inferno next, and then third is Nuke. So I won't put the spoilers down there. You guys can go and check it out on your own accord.
ის არის რა ქვია, პირველი რომ ანუ ის მანქანები რომ აჩვენოს რომელენ დავიყიდო? $60-იანი?
So many different nations on display.
იმასაც ეძინებ, შენც გეძინება ძმა, მეც.
Navi are putting him to sleep.
Maybe he's jet lagged.
Maybe. Somehow.
Well,
he could be.
Passion in Europe more than anywhere else, right? You look at this team. They've got a South African, 2 Ukrainians, a North American.
Young stay beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Trace and Nix had a nice chat.
Yeah.
It's from northern Florida.
I think Trace wanted to get into it. He wanted to be like, oh, I'm from that part of the world too.
He did, I don't know what any of it meant.
The panhandle.
From the panhandle?
I guess it's
that
like
part.
The long,
the handle of the pan.
Yeah.
Like the little sticky outy bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
America's a bit of a, well, mate, when they're calling the Midwest.
What is the Midwest?
Is like the Northeast. I'm like, what's going on?
Just they like to freestyle. It's more vibes based, you know.
Can you point the Midwest out on the map? Because I think it would probably be in the
West. It's not really, no.
Okay, well,
let's see. Like you said, 7-5 on the table. And if you wanted to have a conversation about this being, a 3-map affair,
this is
tries all.
Fine through the smoke on the smoke break. Alexi's got the B sites lost. Nothing from Try. And Imer, he wants to get close and pass on the market jump out. That smoke is in place.
Maybe not.
Little bit of a gap, enough to catch him on the mantle through, and another one from Imer's AK-47.
Thanks to Alexi for dropping that one across. Immer just as a marauder up cat into a fast beast. But thing is, they must have been screaming and Try knew that they were coming up cat, but it's just so rapid. The window players on the break, unable to stall them out. They're just up short. Look at his split.
And this is what you were talking about, there is other pages than just a default. When the money's low, you can put a rifle into Imer, put a rifle into Bit's hands, and they'll manage to turn the round on its head. Just surging in towards that site with some real pace. Tough one for Try. And a tough half from SDY. Still remains on that goose egg for now.
Full being there, doesn't feel good. You get a little bit hot and sweaty. Do you think any of the players are using the functions of the chair? I was just deciding which ones I wanted to turn on. It's on your right side down here.
Oh my god, there's so many buttons.
So many buttons. The one furthest close to your leg, that one right there, that's the lower back massage button.
I think I'm going to have a massage for these last couple of rounds.
It's not messing around.
I love that. That's a lot.
That is a lot. All right. Okay, final round. First half, second map. Group B, opening round. I'll be feigning the mid presence again. Window smoke, top cat. Molly to pressure underpass players as well as they sit in the default spread. Bit will be lurking Palace. Alexi set up by Wonderful to try and contend for some of this push at the moment, but not getting what they're looking for. This whole investigation is just making sure that there isn't a limbo set up from Passion where they're halfway up cat in the trench of middle. And a full rotation back over towards A to join Bit. So Immer now becomes the lurk.
How much is
They have a bunch of smokes, flashes, and mollies for the finish. 3 to deal with this, JT, Try, and SDY.
Gonna go from 0 to 100, isn't it? Here they come.
Come on, SDY.
Time to get started. JT's managed to find the SDY's shot. There it is. He gets his. Bit goes down, but the site does too. Now flying the Navi flag. You got Kfem coming in from, well, a long way away. Nix closer towards CT. He'll be the
Omar,
next up to bat.
No,
we won't.
Nice shot.
Yeah, great
All
flick.
right, Clem, you get a 1v3 to get yourself 4 rounds before the halftime break.
What have you got, mate? Can you end it with a bang?
They know exactly where you are.
Doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good. Wonderful closes it down. Okay, Na'Vi, regular scheduled programming. We return. It's 9-3. Na'Vi's pick. It's looking like it's only going one way and one way fast.
წავიდა რა ხდება ხოლმე ეგეთი რაღაცები კაც რა პრობლემა. არა ეს რა მაგარი სკამებია თო. არა უშავს ბრო, არა უშავს. ხდება ხოლმე ცხოვრებაში ეგეთი რაღაცები, მაგაზე არ დაიგრუზოტო. როუთი ხარ მაინც. მეიჯორის ფინალში ხარ აპყოფილობულ. მე ეხლა აი რო გავთიშავ სტრიმს. ეგრევე ანუ ეგრევე დილეიც არ მექნება. Robingeria? Oh, Robingeri გააძრეს ტიპებმა. ჩაღოლ, Robingeri გაჩიტეს ტიპმა. Pasienze ვართ, დავაი. ესე უნდა ვქნა. ოპა. დავიდა, დროპი გააძრე. არა, ძმა, კაუნტერში აზრი არა, აქ ერთ გუნდში All Stars მაგარი ყლები იქნებიან. Opa! No, it's a bangeri. Gadropre, შეჩემა, ჰა, დაიწყო თამაში. Red Bulls ყავს გუნდი OG.
Sneak. No, Misha, I'm trying. Nice. I throw smoke.
Hide. Two turn.
Yeah, I'm hiding. I throw.
Yeah, go everything. Be clear. Be clear.
Okay, he's sensing. I will go still.
Coming.
Yes, I will come. I'm all jungle.
I'm taking city insta. You can run.
You have smoke, man. They need to come city.
Valera, can you flash deep city? Insta, and then after plant.
Yes, I can.
City.
No, flashing.
Dead.
Upper last.
I'm going back.
One Fnatic.
Good jungle.
Can be also city.
Misha, you on.
Play first up. Wait,
You on.
city.
I can flash.
No way. Nice!
We got so fucking lucky, Misha. We got lucky to this try, bro. Not anyone else.
Probably the highlight of that half
Magari raundi moigis.
Incredible turnaround from Bit and Irma, and Na'Vi looking incredibly comfortable here on Mirage. Passion on the other side of the spectrum.
They're on the ropes.
Yeah, they are.
I think the fact they put up such... Oh, hold up. We might have some action early here. Wonderful's dropped off, so they've heard those steps very aggressive over towards B. This looks like a fake, right? They might try and search B for a fight. JT, you can see still over towards T-spawn on the radar with the smoke at the ready.
მადლობა. ეხა იმათ არა უდგეთ და იმათ მარ დააკამბიქონ ბიჭო არ გამომაყლეოთ ბიჭო.
JT's yeah, thank you very much, Jakey. He's just looking at his teammate's screen, just communicating. Like he's got the belt of util. So if they're hoping to find something over towards B as part of this pistol, they haven't been offered it just yet. Windows Phone dots in now. The problem here is it's a 3-man B stack, so Makazi in vent room responsible for sure. Wonderful and Alexi on the side, Bit and Emma, that Darsley duo.
Feels like Makaze is destined for more impact here.
ეგარი. შენთან ვიცავარ ლადერში მოდია.
And he's got such a deadly USP. Makaze perfectly positioned and clean headshots. Once more, his USP feasts.
ალეკომ კაცი მოკლა, სამდაიაგამ კაცი მოკლა, მიულოცო ძმებო. ჩატში გაუსპამეთ გულები.
By Nix, who drops straight out, straight past. Both of them, Wonderful and Alexi, were on site.
Oh, guys, მოიცა, ეხა რომ მოიგოს ჩემი კარგი.
An awful lot. 20 seconds, clean headshot for number 2 of the 4. Got pick up the bomb and plant with 15 seconds, and you've got to get past Wonderful.
13, 12,
keep running,
11,
keep running.
10,
Can't be doing that. 9,
7, 6,
yeah.
5,
and
we're trying to plant. He was meant to be the insurance policy with the boost. Makazi just kills the 2 up short. Alexi pops a couple of domes, and well, that'll be that. Makazi over both CT side pistols has 7 kills, and all very impactful. The fact that the bomb gets dropped here in the vent room, I think we can start to pack this one up. A good output there from SDY, his first multi-kill of the map. That is something that I don't know what happened since Anamgraph 2, but it's very common.
Vertical
მალევა მართლა ეგრეა, ხო? ხშირად ვარდება ეგრე, დავამოყავე. მაგრამ კაია, ბიჭო, უფრო მარტივად ხედავთო, ეგრე უნდა ვარდებოდეს.
There's an AK, there's some pistols.
There's a fight for Wonderful. I think he thinks twice about repeaking that.
ან გაიფლეშე ისე კაპიკე, იმის დაუძახე.
Try the only rifle. Couple of attacks, couple of digs. And a fight for Wonderful. That's ambitious. Goes walking around in middle. Finds both of them on a clean M4 headshot. Hang on. He has to find the double here. Clean from Nix. Quick one from Bit. Comes on back and actually bell rung by JT. Runs it in with a tech 9 and
ერთი მოძრაობის გამო რა რაუნდს აბრუნებენ ახლა.
Going to be distributing the smoke in a bit of a hurry. Spots the tip of the head from Makaze.
This can be mollied. Yeah.
რა მაგარია ტისაიდი ბიჭო, რამდენი ამ ხელა უპირატესობა აქვს.
Makaze.
Oh,
doesn't matter. They didn't quite force the fight the way they thought. And Alexi's walked up on you. JT's not ready. Navi 11. Team play on display. I have to say, I admire Wonderful's proactive push there.
Yeah, I understand that he gave up the gap, but I love the fact that they're just taking the fight, playing with a bit of confidence. It's good to see Wonderful with some good output here. But just 2 more rounds now, and I think this is more of the expectation, right? This is not to put Passion in a bad light. There's that molly.
That's off his head.
And the fact that he sits in it for a couple of ticks, yeah, he's really alleviated a lot of pressure there, Makazi. But yeah, for Passion, it's been a, I want to say up and down year. It's more been just on the slide, right? I think there's been a bunch of roster changes. The Senzu one, he was on loan, and then to see him go to BCG, I think it came as a surprise to everybody. He wasn't even able to be there with the team for some of the events, or Prac early on as well. So you're going to be feeling, if you're Passion, that it's been hard to have some consistency going. And then you come to this event after not qualifying for the major with SDY, who's only played 3 maps with you up until this point, 1 series against Focus that you lost online, and now you're taking on Navi in the opening rounds. It's less than ideal circumstances.
Certainly.
They do need any win they can get, and obviously Navi is the toughest of a possible opponent, but when you start to look down the field, it is possible for Passion to win a series here. They do need to start getting some VRS points, and obviously it's no longer a conversation about this season, but once the cutoff of April 6th, it continues, right? We're now talking about the second half of 2026 and the major, if you're a Passion fan, right? That's what you need to be keeping in mind. This is a process that's going to be very common. You can see it with teams all the time. NIP, the Fnatic's big orgs.
მე საჭე ჩამომდის კაკრას მე შაბათ კვირას, მაგ საჭეს დავითრევ.
Spell on Blade's face. Yeah, you go back to that first map. Boys, you're gonna have to do it. You've got to do it yourself.
არა თავიდან ხო რაღაცები მაინც საჩალიჩო გექნება და შებერე მოიხოდე და მე მეც მოვიხოდები და ერთად ვიდუჟენიოთ ხო
TC looks like he's been in the sun a bit.
Yeah, definitely.
თავიდან ხო მაინც მისიები ნასრულო ეგასტორებს.
Well, hopefully had sunscreen on. I would imagine as a doctor.
ნახოთ, წესით კი.
Up next, Astralis versus Liquid.
And it's not 2018.
Or in 2019.
Or 2019.
Not the glory.
რა მაჩაპი იქნებოდა Astralis Liquid-ი თავის დროზე, მაგრამ ეხლა
it has been actually a really impressive turn of fate.
Liquid are having a season.
Windows მოვსაცილებენ უკვე, მაგარია. რატომ დაგაჩქოლ მანქანები რა ხდება?
For passion, that would be one of them.
Yeah, Mr. Util definitely not.
Cina Forza რაც ქონდა იმის მიხედვით, ხო?
Mr. B.
Mr. B ready for it. Oh, HE could be well placed here. Tracks the jump of Nyx. Cram a necessary trade. They've got access to the site now. Short player reacting. Does he play in the flame?
Oh, another one.
Another one. Still, at least it doesn't crack it and stop it from at least spreading the flame.
JT's lurk is what I'm keeping my eyes on.
Yeah, that's late though. Super late, and it may be all too little and too late. If SDY goes down, and he's trading onto Makaze, swings on in, commits to the fight. Bit will trade. 2-on-2, JT coming up from the short side.
A kit under Kvem's feet.
Yeah, it's really uncomfortable time. Wonderful can still hit this shot though. Could fall apart. Kvem in the 1v1. He's low HP. Wonderful under the pressure on him. He's the one that has to defuse. It's not a great plant. Still forcing the fight. Kvem dancing around the site.
Wonderful gonna jaunt out of there, holding onto an AK-47, but they get themselves something. I need a whole lot more of that. I don't want to say it's unwinnable, it's Counter-Strike, nothing's unwinnable, but it feels very unlikely for Passion. It's hard to get excited for them here. They're going to have to string together a bunch of those. Wonderful's got his AWP. A couple of kits, one for Wonderful, one for Imma. And the buy is worse for on the Passion side, 2 Galils and Light Util. This time they land their window smoke though. They're going to run the same round. It looks
identical.
Very similar.
JT alone, fake egg, pop B.
Oh, and Imma's coming over to B as well. Alexi trying to stuff them in the choke point. Okay, not believing it's going to be the same play. It's going to have to be Wonderful helping from Cat. And it's not. There's 2 trundle through underpass. So they're faking it.
Wonderful catches Nyx on the window jump.
Well, there is this gap.
And they found it.
Oh.
Palace pushes. It's a great headshot from SDY. Just jumps up on bench, but Kvem catches the walk a bit. Now they just have to find Makaze.
You might not expect him in Palace.
Try heard Alexi, so they're well aware of his position.
Oh, arma bicho, me egre arma kertiana daწყობილი რა ძალსაკე მაკაწყობილი.
Makaze could be the Joker winning this round.
და დროთა განმავლობაში ვაპგრეიდებდი ნაწილებს ეგრე რა. ერთიანად არასდროს არ მეტედია.
Oh, and Imma's managed to catch JT. How's he got 2?
Oh.
He gets try as well.
Makaze წაუკითხავია.
Now Makaze, as you highlighted, yeah, completely overlooked. That's the bomb gone. That's maybe even the end of this one. A clean conversion after what was a tumultuous start on Anubis. Na'Vi show their pedigree and a quick trip to the second map. Their pick Mirage goes their way 30-4.
წავედი უგმეს მადლობა ვიცი ყავის ტრემზე ხვალ ჩაულებრივი სნახევიდან შემოგერთებით PC Games-ის თამაშით. ციპლა შეიძლება რომ დაამართოს თავისივე ქვეყნის ორგანიზაცია. მადლობა 547 ლაიქისთვის, მადლობა ყველა დონაციებისთვის, ჯიგრები ხართ. გაკვაცეთ ღამემ შიდები. What